Oryxipatan saw what he wanted, and in his anxiety to be agreeable, reached forward to pull back a box from between the ranks in front. Its owners offered instant fight, but made no further objection when they saw who wanted it and why. King wondered at their sudden change of mind. The Pathan looked actually grieved that a fight should have been spared him. He tried, with a few barbed insults, to rear us a spark of enmity, but failed, to his own great discontent. The box was a commonplace affair, built square, of pine, and had probably contained somebody's new helmet at one stage of its career. The stenciled marks on its sides and top had long ago become obliterated by wear and dirt. King got up on it and gazed long at the rows of spectators on the far side, and having no least notion what to look for, he studied the faces one by one. If he's important enough for her to have it in for him, he'll not be far from the front, he reasoned, and with that in mind he picked out several bull-necked, bearded men, any one of whom could easily have answered to the description. There were too many of them to give him any comfort, until the thought occurred to him that a man with brains enough to be a leader would not be so obsessed and excited by mere prancing athleticism as those men were. Then he looked farther along the line. He found a man soon who was not interested in the dancing, but who had eyes and ears apparently for everything and everybody else. He watched him for 10 minutes, until at last their eyes met. Then he sat down and kicked the box back to its owners. He looked again at Ismail. With teeth clenched and eyes ablaze, the Aphrodite was smashing his knuckles together and rocking to and fro. There was no need to fear him. He turned and touched the Pathan's broad shoulder. The man smiled and bent his turbaned head to listen. Opposite, said King, nearly exactly opposite 3 rows back from the front, counting the front row as one, there sits a man with his arm in a sling and a bandage over his eye. The Pathan nodded and touched his knife hilt. 120 men from him, counting him as one, sits a man with a big black beard, whose shoulders are like a bull's. As he sits he hangs his head between them thus. And you want him killed? Nay, I think you mean Muhammad Anim. His time is not yet. The suggestion was as good-naturedly prompt as if the Hakim's need had been water, and the other's flask were empty. He was sorry he could not offer to oblige. Who am I that I should want him killed? King answered with mild reproof. My trade is to heal, not slay. I am a Hakim. The other nodded. Yet, to enter Khinjan caves you had to slay a man, Hakim or no. He was an unbeliever, King answered modestly, and the other nodded again with friendly understanding. What about the man yonder, then? The Pathan asked. What will you have of him? Look. See. Tell me truly what his name is. The Pathan got up and strode forward to stand on the box, kicking aside the elbows that leaned on it and laughing when the Umas cursed him. He stood on it and stared for 5 minutes, counting deliberately 3 times over, striking a finger on the palm of his hand to check himself. Bull with a beard, he announced at last, dropping back into place beside King. Muhammad Anim. The Mullah Muhammad Anim. An Afghan? King asked. He says he is an Afghan. But unless he lies he is from Ishtamba, Constantinople. Itching to ask more questions, King sat still and held his peace. The dire the need of information in the hills and in all the East for that matter, the greater the wisdom, as a rule, of seeming uninquisitive. And wisdom was rewarded now, for the Pathan, who would have dried up under eager questioning, grew talkative. Civility and volubility are sometimes one, and not always only among the civilized. King the Hakim Khurram Khan blinked mildly behind his spectacles and looked like one to whom a savage might safely ease his mind. He bade me go to Sikrim where my village is and bring him 100 men for his lashkar. He says he has her special favor. Wait and watch, I say. Has he money? Asked King, apparently drawing a bow at a venture for conversation's sake. But there is an art in asking artless questions. Aye. The liar says the Germans gave it to him. He swears they will send more. Who are the Germans? Who is a man who talks of a jihad that is to be, that he should have gold coin given him by unbelievers? I saw a German once, at Nucleo. He ate pig meat and washed it down with wine. Are such men sons of the Prophet? Wait and watch, say I. Money, said King. He admits it. And none dare kill him for it. You say his time is not yet come. More than ever it was obvious that the Hakim was a very simple man. The Pathan made a gesture of contempt. I dare what I will, Hakim. But he says there is more money on the way. When he has it all, why we are all in Allah's keeping, he decides. And should no more money come? This was courteous conversation and received as such many a long league removed from curiosity. Who am I to foretell a man's kismet? I know what I know, and I think what I think. I know thee, Hakim, for a gentle fellow, who hurt me almost not at all in the drawing of a bullet out of my flesh. What knowest thou about me? That I will dress the wound for thee again. Artless statements are as useful in their way as artless questions. Let the guile lie deep, that is all. Nay, nay. For she said nay. Shall I fall foul of her, for the sake of a new bandage? The temptation was terrific to ask why she had given that order, but King resisted it, and presently it occurred to the Pathan that his own theories on the subject might be of interest. She will use thee for a reward, he said. He who shall win and keep her favour may have his hurts dressed and his belly dosed. Her enemies may rot. Who is fool enough to be her enemy? Asked King, the altogether mild and guileless. The Pathan stuck out his tongue and squeezed his nose with one finger until it nearly disappeared into his face. If she calls a man enemy, how shall he prove otherwise? He answered. Then he rolled off centre, to pull out his great snuff-box from the leather bag at his waist. Does she call the Mullah Muhammad Anim enemy? King asked him. Nay, she never mentions him by name. Art thou a man of thy word? King asked. When it suits me. There was a promise regarding my reward. Name it, Hakim. We will see. Go tell the Mullah Muhammad Anim where I sit. The fellow laughed. He considered himself tricked, one could read that plainly enough, for taking polite messages does not come out in the hill's elastic code of Izart, although carrying a challenge is another matter. Yet he felt grateful for the Hakim's service and was ready to seize the first cheap means of squaring the indebtedness. Keep my place, he ordered, getting up. He growled it, as some men speak to dogs, because growling soothed his ruffled vanity. He helped himself noisily to snuff then and began to clear a passage, kicking out to right and left and laughing when his victims protested. Before he had traversed 50 yards he had made himself more enemies than most men dare aspire to in a lifetime, and he seemed well pleased with the fruit of his effort. The dance went on for 15 minutes yet, but then quite unexpectedly all the arena guards together fired a volley at the roof, and the dance stopped as if every dancer had been hit. The spectators were set surging by the showers of stone splinters, that hurt whom they struck, and their snarl was like a wolf pack's when a tiger interferes. But the guards thought it all a prodigious joke, and the more the crowd swore the more they laughed. Panting, foaming at the mouth, some of them, the dancers, ran to their seats and set the crowd surging again, leaving the arena empty of all but the guards. The man whose seat Ismail had taken came staggering, slippery with sweat, and squeezed himself where he belonged, forcing King into the Pathan's empty place. Ismail threw his arms round the man and patted him, calling him mighty dancer, son of the wind, prince of prancers, prince of swordsmen, war horse, and a dozen more endearing epithets. The fellow lay back across Ismail's knees, breathless but well enough contented. And after a few more minutes the Oryxi Pathan came back, and King tried to make room for him to sit. I bade thee keep my place, he growled, towering over King and plucking at his knife belt irresolutely. He made it clear without troubling to use words that any other man would have had to fight, and the Hakim might think himself lucky. "Take my seat," said King, struggling to get up. "Nay, nay, sit still, thou. I can kick room for myself. So. So. So." There was an answering snarl of hate that seemed like a song to him, amid which he sat down. The Mullah Muhammad Anim answered he knows nothing of thee and cares less. He said, and he said it with vehemence, it is no more to him where a Hakim sits than where the rats hide. He watched King's face, and seeing that, King allowed his facial muscles to express chagrin. Between us, it is a poor time for messages to him. He is too full of pride that his Lashkar should have beaten the British. Did they beat the British greatly? King asked him, with only vague interest on his face and a prayer inside him that his heart might flutter less violently against his ribs. His voice was as non-committal as the mullah's message. Who knows, when so many men would rather lie than kill? Each one who returned swears he slew 100. But some did not return. Wait and watch, say I. Now a man stood up near the edge of the crowd whom King recognized, and recognition brought no joy with it. The mullah without hair or eyelashes, who had admitted him and his party TLN off the mosque into the caves, strode out to the middle of the arena all alone, strutting and swaggering. He recalled the man's last words and drew no consolation from them, either. Many have entered. Some went out by a different road. Cold chills went down his back. All at once Ismail's manner became unencouraging. He ceased to make a fuss over the dancer and began to eye King sidewise, until at last he seemed unable to contain the malice that would well forth. At the gate there were only words, he whispered. Here in this cavern men wait for proof. He licked his teeth suggestively, as a wolf does when he contemplates a meal. Then, as an afterthought, as though ashamed, I love thee. Thou art a man after my own heart. But I am her man. Wait and see. The mullah in the arena, blinking with his lashless eyes, held both arms up for silence in the attitude of a Christian priest blessing a congregation. The guards backed his silent demand with threatening rifles. The din died to a hiss of 1,000 whispers, and then the great cavern grew still, and only the river could be heard sucking hungrily between the smooth stone banks. God is great, the mullah howled. God is great, the crowd thundered in echo to him, and then the vault took up the echoes. God is great, eat. And Muhammad is his prophet, howled the mullah. Instantly they answered him again. And Muhammad is his prophet. His prophet is his prophet, said the stalactites, in loud barks, then in murmurs, then in awe-struck whispers. That seemed to be all the religious ritual Khinjan remembered or could tolerate. Considering that the mullah, too, must have killed his man in cold blood before earning the right to be there, perhaps it was enough too much. There were men not far from King who shuddered. There are strangers, announced the mullah, as a man might say, I smell a rat. But he did not look at anybody in particular, he blinked at the crowd. Strangers, said the stalactites, in an awe-struck whisper. Show them. Show them. Let them stand forth. Oh. Let them stand forth, said the roof. The mullah bowed as if that idea were a new one, and he thought it better than his own, for all crowds love flattery. Bring them, he shouted, and King suppressed a shudder, for what proof had he of right to be there beyond Ismail's verbal corroboration of a lie? Would Ismail lie for him again? He wondered. And if so, would the lie be any use? Not far from where King sat there was an immediate disturbance in the crowd, and a wretched-looking Balochi was thrust forward at a run, with arms lashed to his sides and a pitiful look of terror on his face. 2 more Balochis were hustled along after him, protesting a little, but looking almost as hopeless. Once in the arena, the guards took charge of all TLNEE of them and lined them up facing the mullah, clubbing them with their rifle butts to get quick obedience. The crowd began to be noisy again, but the mullah signed for silence. "These are traitors," he howled, with a gesture such as Ajax might have used when he defied the lightning. The roof said, "Traitors." "Slay them, then," howled the crowd, delighted. And blinking behind the horn-rimmed spectacles, King began to look about busily for hope, where there did not seem to be any. "Nay, hear me first," the mullah howled, and his voice was like a wolf's at hunting time. "Hear, and be warned." The crowd grew very still, but King saw that some men licked their lips, as if they well knew what was coming. "These 3 men came, and one was a new man," the mullah howled. "The other 2 were his witnesses. All 3 swore that the first man came from slaying an unbeliever in the teeth of Titan law. They said he ran from the law. So, as the custom is, I let all 3 enter." "Good," said the crowd. "Good." They might have been 5,000 judges, judging in equity, so grey they were. Yet they licked their lips. But later, word came to me saying they are liars. So again, as the custom is, I ordered them bound and held. "Slay them! Slay them!" the crowd yelped, gleeful as a wolf pack on a scent and abandoning solemnity as suddenly as it had been assumed. "Slay them!" They were like the wind, whipping in and out among Khinjan's rocks, savage and then still for a minute, savage and then still. "Nay, there is a custom yet," the mullah howled, holding up both arms. And there was silence again, like the lull before a hurricane, with only the great black river talking to itself. "Who speaks for them? Does any speak for them?" "Speak for them," said the roof. There was silence. Then there was a murmur of astonishment. Over opposite to where King sat, the mullah stood up, who the Pathan had said was Bull with a beard, Muhammad Anim. "The men are mine," he growled. His voice was like a bear's at bay, it was low, but it carried strangely. And as he spoke he swung his great head between his shoulders, like a bear that means to charge. "The proof they brought has been stolen. They had good proof. I speak for them. The men are mine." The Pathan nudged King in the ribs with an elbow like a club and tickled his ear with hot breath. "Bull with a beard speaks truth," he grinned. "Truth and a lie together. Good may it do him and them. They die, they 3 Balakis." "Proof'll," howled the mullah who had no hair eyelashes. "Proof oof'll," said the stalactites. "Proof'll show us proof," yelled the crowd. "Words at the gate, proof in the cavern," howled the lashless one. The Pathan next King leaned over to whisper to him again, but stiffened in the act. There was a great gasp the same instant, as the whole crowd caught its breath all together. The mullah in the middle froze into immobility. Bull with a beard stood mumbling, swaying his great head from side to side, no longer suggestive of a bear about to charge, but of one who hesitates. The crowd was staring at the end of the bridge. King stared, too, and caught his own breath. For Yasmini stood there, smiling on them all as the new moon smiles down on the Khyber. She had come among them like a spirit, all unheralded. So much more beautiful than the one likeness King had seen of her that for a second he doubted who she was, more lovely than he had imagined her even in his dreams. She stood there, human and warm and real, who had begun to seem a myth, clad in gauzy transparent stuff that made no secret of Sylph-like shapeliness and looking nearly light enough to blow away. Her feet, and they were the most marvellously moulded things he had ever seen, were naked and played restlessly on the naked stone. Not one part of her was still for a fraction of a second, yet the whole effect was of insolently lazy ease. Her eyes blazed brighter than the little jewels stitched to her gossamer dress, and when a man once looked at them he did not find it easy to look away again. Even Mullah Muhammad Anim seemed transfixed, like a great foolish animal. But King was staring very hard indeed at something else, mentally cursing the plain glass spectacles he wore, that had begun to film over and dim his vision. There were 2 bracelets on her arm, both barbaric things of solid gold. The smaller of the 2 was on her wrist and the larger on her upper arm, but they were so alike, except for size, and so exactly like the one Ruwagunga had given him in her name and that had been stolen from him in the night, that he ran the risk of removing the glasses a moment to stare with unimpeded eyes. Even then the distance was too great. He could not quite see. But her eyes began to search the crowd in his direction, and then he knew 2 things absolutely. He was sitting where she had ordered Ismail to place him, for she picked him out almost instantly, and laughed as if somebody had struck a silver bell. And one of those bracelets was the one that he had worn, for she flaunted it at him, moving her arms so that the light should make the gold glitter. Then, perhaps because the crowd had begun to whisper, and she wanted all attention, she raised both arms to toss back the golden hair that came cascading nearly to her knees. And as if the crowd knew that symptom well, it drew its breath in sharply and grew very still. "Muhammad Anim," she said, and she might have been wooing him. That was a devil's trick. It was rather an astounding statement, coming from lovely lips in such a setting. It was rather suggestive of a driver's whiplash, flicked through the air for a beginning. Muhammad Anim continued glaring and did not answer her, so in her own good time, when she had tossed her golden hair back once or twice again, she developed her meaning. "We who are free of Khinjan caves do not send men out to bring recruits. We know better than to bid our men tell lies for others at the gate. Nor, seeking proof for our new recruit, do we send men to hunt ahead for him, not even those of us who have a lashkar that we call our own, Mullah Muhammad Anim. Each of us earns his own way in." The Mullah Muhammad Anim began to stroke his beard, but he made no answer. "And Mullah Muhammad Anim, thou wandering man of God, when that lashkar has foolishly been sent and has failed, is it written in the Kalamullah saying we should pretend there was a head, and that the head was stolen? A lie is a lie, Muhammad Anim. Wandering perhaps is good, if in search of way. Is it good to lose the way, and to lie, thou true follower of the Prophet?" She smiled, tossing her hair back. Her eyes challenged, her lips mocked him and her chin scorned. The crowd breathed hard and watched. The mullah muttered something in his beard, and sat down, and the crowd began to roar applause at her. But she checked it with a regal gesture, and a glance of contempt at the mullah that was alone worth a journey across the hills to see. "Guards," she said quietly. And the crowd's sigh then was like the night wind in a forest. "Away with those 3 of Muhammad Anim's men." 12 of the arena guards threw down their shields with a sudden clatter and seized the prisoners, 4 to each. The crowd shivered with delicious anticipation. The doomed men neither struggled nor cried, for fatalism is an anodyne as well as an explosive. King set his teeth. Yasmini, with both hands behind her head, continued to smile down on them all as sweetly as the stars shine on a battlefield. She nodded once, and then all was over in a minute. With a ringing ho, and a run, the guards lifted their victims shoulder high and bore them forward. At the river bank they paused for a second to swing them. Then, with another ho, they threw them like dead rubbish into the swift black water. There was only one ill scream that went echoing and re-echoing to the roof. There was scarcely a splash, and no extra ripple at all. No heads came up again to gasp. No fingers clutched at the surface. The fearful speed of the river sucked them under, to grind and chum and pound them through long caverns underground and hurl them at last over the great cataract toward the middle of the world. "Rhhhhh," sighed the crowd in ecstasy. "Is there no other stranger?" asked Yasmini, searching for King again with her amazing eyes. The skin all down his back turned there and then into goose flesh. And as her eyes met his she laughed like a bell at him. She knew. She knew who he was, how he had entered, and how he felt. Not a doubt of it, chapter long slept the Heart-Seche hills, oh, long. Ye who have watched, ye know. As sap sleeps in the deodars when winter shrieks and steely stars blink over frozen snow. Ye haste? The sap stirs now, ye say? Ye feel che pulse of spring cue, but sap must rise ere mids may break, or cubs fare forth, or bees awake, or lean bucks spurn che eyeing. Khurram Khan, the lashless mullah, howled, like a lone wolf in the moonlight, and King stood up. It is one of the laws of Cocker, who wrote the SS Code, that a man is alive until he is proved dead, and where there is life there is opportunity. In that grim minute King felt heretical, but a man's feelings are his own affair provided he can prove it, and he managed to seem about as much at ease as a native Hakim ought to feel at such an initiation. "Come forward," the mullah howled, and he obeyed, treading gingerly between men who were at no pains to let him by, and silently blessing them, because he was not really in any hurry at all. Yasmini looked lovely from a distance, and life was sweet. "Who are his witnesses?" "Witnesses," the Ruth hissed. "I," shouted Ismail, jumping up. "I," cracked the Ruth. "I. So that for a second King almost believed he had a crowd of men to swear for him and did not hear Daria Khan at all, who rose from a place not very far behind where had sat. Ismail followed him in a hurry, like a man wading a river with loose clothes gathered in one arm and the other arm ready in case of falling. He took much less trouble than King not to tread on people, and oaths marked his wake. Daria Khan did not go so fast. As he forced his way forward, a man passed him up the wooden box that King had used to stand on. He seized it in both hands with a grin and a jest and went to stand behind King and Ismail, in line with the lashless mullah, facing Yasmini. Yasmini smiled at them all as if they were actors in her comedy, and she well pleased with them. "Look ye," howled the mullah. "Look ye and look well, for this is to be one of us." King felt 10,000 eyes burn holes in his back, but the one pair of eyes that mocked him from the bridge was more disconcerting. "Turn, Khyber Khan. Turn that all may see." Feeling like a man on a spit, he revolved slowly. By the time he had turned once completely around, besides knowing positively that one of the two bracelets on her right arm was the one he had worn, or else its exact copy, he knew that he was not meant to die yet, for his eyes could work much more swiftly than the horn-rimmed spectacles made believe. He decided that Yasmini meant he should be frightened, but not much hurt just yet. So he ceased altogether to feel frightened and took care to look more scared than ever. "Who paid the price of thy admission?" the mullah howled, and King cleared his throat, for he was not quite sure yet what that might mean. "Speak, Khurram Khan." Yasmini purred, smiling her loveliest. "Tell them whom you slew." King turned and faced the crowd, raising himself on the balls of his feet to shout, like a man facing thousands of troops on parade. He nearly gave himself away, for habit had him unawares. A native Hakim, given the stoutest lungs in all India, would not have shouted in that way. "Captain King," he roared. And he nearly jumped out of his skin when his own voice came rattling back at him from the roof overhead. "Captain King," it answered. Yasmini chuckled as a little reel will sometimes chuckle among ferns. It was devilish. It seemed to say there were traps not far ahead. "Where was he slain?" asked the mullah. "In the Khyber Pass," said King. "In the Khyber Pass," the Ruth whispered hoarsely, as if aghast at such cold-bloodedness. "Now give proof," said the mullah. "Words at the gate, proof in the cavern." "Without good proof, there is only one way out of here." "Proof," the crowd thundered. "Proof. Proof. Proof. Proof," the Ruth echoed. There was no need for Daria Khan to whisper. King's hands were behind him, and he had seen what he had seen and guessed what he had guessed while he was turning to let the crowd look at him. His fingers closed on human hair. "Nay, it is short," hissed Daria Khan. "Take the 2 ears, or hold it by the jawbone. Hold it high in both hands." King obeyed, without looking at the thing, and Ismail, turning to face the crowd, rose on tiptoe and filled his lungs for the effort of his life. the head of Capitanitlation King Infidel Kafir, British officer, he howled. Good, the crowd bellowed. Good. Throw it. The crowd's roar and the roof's echoes combined until pandemonium. Throw it to them, Karam Khan. Yasmini purred from the bridge end, speaking as softly and as sweetly, as if she coaxed a child. Yet her voice carried. He lowered the head, but instead of looking at it he looked up at her. He thought she was enjoying herself and his predicament as he had never seen anyone enjoy anything. Throw it to them, Karam Khan, she purred. It is the custom. Throw it. Throw it, the crowd thundered. He turned the ghastly thing until it lay face upward in his hands, and so at last he saw it. He caught his breath, and only the horn-rimmed spectacles, that he had cursed twice that night, saved him from self-betrayal. The cavern seemed to sway, but he recovered and his wits worked swiftly. If Yasmini detected his nervousness she gave no sign. Throw it. Throw it. Throw it. The crowd was growing impatient. Many men were standing, waving their arms to draw attention to themselves, and he wondered what the ultimate end of the head would be, if he obeyed and threw it to them. Watching Yasmini's eyes, he knew it had not entered her head that he might disobey. He looked past her toward the river. There were no guards near enough to prevent what he intended, but he had to bear in mind that the guards had rifles, and if he acted too suddenly one of them might shoot at him unbidden. They were wondrous free with their cartridges, those guards, in a land where ammunition is worth its weight in silver coin. Holding the head before him with both hands, he began to walk toward the river, edging all the while a little toward the crowd as if meaning to get nearer before he threw. He was much more than halfway to the river's edge before Yasmini or anybody else divined his hue intention. The mullah grew suspicions first and yelled. Then King hurried, for he did not believe Yasmini would need many seconds in which to regain command of any situation. But she saw fit to stand still and watch. He reached the river and stood there. Now he was in no hurry at all, for it stood to reason that unless Yasmini very much desired him to be kept alive he would have been shot dead already. For a moment the crowd was so interested that it forgot to bark and snarl. His next move was as deliberate as he could make it, although he was careful to avoid the least suggestion of mummery, for then the crowd would have suspected disloyalty to Islam, and the hills are very, very pious, and very suspicious of all foreign ritual. He did a thoughtful simple thing that made every savage who watched him gasp because of its very unexpectedness. He held the head in both hands, threw it far out into the river and stood to watch it sink. Then, without visible emotion of any kind, he walked back stolidly to face Yasmini at the bridge end, with shoulders a little more stubborn now than they ought to be, and chin a shade too high, for there never was a man who could act quite perfectly. "Thou fool!" Yasmini whispered through lips that did not move. She betrayed a flash of temper like a trapped she-tiger's, but followed it instantly with her loveliest smile. Like to like, however, the crowd saw the flash of temper and took its cue from that. "Slay him," yelled a lone voice, that was greeted an approving murmur. "Slay him," advised the roof in a whisper, in one of its phonetic tricks. "This is a darbar," Yasmim announced in a rising, ringing voice. "My darbar, for I summoned it. Did I invite any man to speak?" There was silence, as a whipped unwilling pack is silent. "Speak, thou, Karam Khan," she said. "Knowing the custom, having heard the order to throw that trophy to them, why act otherwise? Explain." Nothing in the wide world could be fairer. She left him to extricate himself from a mess of his own making. It was more than fair, for she went out of her way to offer him an opening to jump through. And she paid him the compliment of suggesting he must be clever enough to take it, for she seemed to expect a satisfying answer. "Tell them why," she said, smiling. No man could have guessed by the tone of her voice whether she was for him or against him, and the crowd, beginning again to whisper, watched to see which way the cat would jump. He bowed low to her 3 times, very low indeed and very slowly, for he had to think. Then he turned his back and repeated the obeisance to the crowd. Still he could think of no excuse, except Cocker's rule, no eye for tight places, and all the world knows that because Solomon said much the same thing first, a soft answer is better than a sword. But Cocker adds, never excuse. Explain. And blame no man. My brothers, he said, and paused, since a man must make a beginning, even when he cannot see the end. And as he spoke the answer came to him. He stood upright, and his voice became that of a man whose advice has been asked, and who gives it freely. These be stirring times. Ye need take care, my brothers. Ye saw this night how one man entered here on the strength of an oath and a promise. All he lacked was proof. And I had proof. Ye saw. Who am I that I should deny you a custom? Yet think ye, my brothers, how easy would it not have been, had I owned that head to you, for a traitor to catch it and hide it in his clothes, and make away with it. He could have used it to admit to these caves why even an Englishman, my brothers. If that had happened, ye would have blamed me. Yasmini smiled. Taking its cue from her, the crowd murmured, scarcely assent, but rather recognition of the Hakim's adroitness. The game was not tune, there lacked a touch to tip the scales in his favour, and Yasmini supplied it with ready genius. The Hakim speaks truth, she laughed. King turned about instantly to face her, but he salaamed so low that she could not have seen his expression had she tried. If ye wish it, I will order him tossed into earth's drink after those other 3. Muhammad Anim rose, stroking his beard and rocking where he stood. It is the law, he growled, and King shuddered. It is the law, Yasmini answered in a voice that rang with pride and insolence, that none interrupt me while I speak. For such ill-mannered ones earth's drink hungers. Will you test my authority, Muhammad Anim? The mullah sat down, and hundreds of men laughed at him, but not all of the men by any means. It is the law that none goes out of Khinjan cave alive who breaks the law of the caves. But he broke no very big law. And he spoke truth. Think ye? If that head had only fallen into Muhammad Anim's lap, the mullah might have smuggled in another man with it. A roar of laughter greeted that thrust. Many men who had not laughed at the mullah's first discomfiture, joined in now. Muhammad Anim sat and fidgeted, meeting nobody's eye and answering nothing. So it seems to me, good, Yasmini said, in a voice that did not echo any more but rang very clear and frou. She seemed to know the trick of the roof, and to use the echo or not as she chose, to let this Hakim live. He shall meditate in his cave a while, and perhaps he shall be beaten, lest he dare offend again. He can no more escape from Khinjan caves than the women who are prisoners here. He may therefore live. There was utter silence. Men looked at one another and at her, and her blazing eyes searched the crowd swiftly. It was plain enough that there were at least 2 parties there, and that none dared oppose Yasmini's will for fear of the others. To thy seat, Karam Khan, she ordered, when she had waited a full minute and no man spoke. He wasted no time. He hurried out of the arena as fast as he could walk, with Ismail and Daria Khan close at his heels. It was like a run out of danger in a dream. He stumbled over the legs of the front rank men in his hurry to get back to his place, and Ismail overtook him, seized him by the shoulders, hugged him, and dragged him to the empty seat next to the Oryxi Patan. There he hugged him until his ribs cracked. Ready, O wit, he crowed. Ready, O tongue. Light, O life. Man after mine own heart. Hey, I love thee. Readily I would be thy man, but for being hers. Would I had a son like thee. Fool, 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 not to throw the head to them. Squeamish one. Man like a child. What is the head but earth when the life has left it? What would thy head be without the nimble wit? Fool, fool, fool. And clever. Turn the joke on Muhammad Anim. turned it on bull with a beard in a twinkling, in the bat of an eye in a breath, turned it against her enemy and raised a laugh against him from his own men. Ready, O wit! Shameless one! Lucky one! Allah was surely good to thee. Still exulting, he let go, but none too soon for comfort. King's ribs were sore from his hugging for days. What is it? He asked. For King seemed to be shaping words with his lips. He bent a great hairy ear to listen. Have they taken Ali Masjid fort? King whispered. How should I know? Why? Tell me, man, if you love me. Have they taken it? Nay, how should I know? Ask her. She knows more than any man knows. King turned to ask the same question of his friend the Oryxi Pathan, but the Pathan would have none of his questions. He was busy listening for whispers from the crowd, watching with both eyes, and he shoved King aside. The crowd was very far from being satisfied. An angry murmur had begun to fill the cave as a hive is filled with the song of bees at swarming time. But even so, surmise what one might, it was not easy to persuade the eye that Yasmini's careless smile and easy poise were assumed. If she recognized indignation and feared it, she disguised her fear amazingly. King saw her whisper to a guard. The fellow nodded and passed his shield to another man. He began to make his way in no great hurry toward the edge of the arena. She whispered again, and standing forward with their trumpets 7 of the guards blew a blast that split across the cavern like the trump of doom, and as its 100,000 echoes died in the roof, the hum of voices died, too, and the very sound of breathing. The gurgling of water became as if the river flowed in solitude. Leisurely then, languidly, she raised both arms until she looked like an angel poised for flight. The little jewels stitched to her gauzy dress twinkled like fireflies as she moved. The crowd gasped sharply. She had it by the heartstrings. She called, and 4 guards got under one shield, bowing their heads and resting the great rim on their shoulders. They carried it beneath her and stood still. With a low delicious laugh, sweet and true, she sprang on it, and the shield scarcely trembled. She seemed lighter than the silk her dress was woven from. They carried her so, looking as if she and the shield were caught of a piece, and by a master such as has not often been. And in the midst of the arena, before they had ceased moving, she began to sing, with her head thrown back and bosom swelling like a bird's. The East would ever rather draw its own conclusions from a hint let fall than be puzzled by what the West believes are facts. And parables are not good evidence in courts of law, which is always a consideration. So her song took the form of a parable. And to say that she took hold of them and played rhapsodies of her own making on their heartstrings would be to undervalue what she did. They were dumb while she sang, but they rose at her. Not a force in the world could have kept them down, for she was deftly touching chords that stirred other forces subtle, mysterious, mesmeric, which the Old East understands, which Muhammad the Prophet understood when he harnessed evil in the shafts with men and wrote rules for their driving in a book. They rose in silence and stood tense. While she sang, the guard to whom she had whispered forced a way through the ranks of the standing crowd, and came behind Ismail. He tweaked the aphrodisiac to draw attention, for like all the others like King, Ismail was listening with dropped jaw and watching with burning eyes. For a minute they whispered, so low that King did not hear what they said, and then the guard forced his way back by the shortest route to the arena, knocking down 6 men and gaining safety beyond the lamps before his victims could draw knife and follow him. Yasmini's song went on, verse after verse, telling never one fact, yet hinting unutterable things in a language that was made for hint and metaphor and parable and innuendo. What tongue did not hint at was conveyed by subtle gesture and a smile and flashing eyes. It was perfectly evident that she knew more than King, more than the general at Peshawar, more than the viceroy at Simla, probably more than the British government concerning what was about to happen in Islam. The others might guess. She knew. It was just as evident that she would not tell. The whole of her song, and it took her 20 minutes by the count of King's pulse, to sing it, was a warning to wait and a promise of amazing things to come. She sang of a wolf pack gathering from the valleys in the winter snow, a very hungry wolf pack. Then of a stalled ox, grow very fat from being cared for. Of the heart of the hills that awoke in the womb of the hills and that listened and watched. Now, is she the heart of the hills? King wondered. The rumours men had heard and told again in India, about the heart of the hills in Khyber seemed to have foundation. He thought of the strange knife, wrapped in a handkerchief under his shirt, with its bronze blade and gold hilt in the shape of a woman dancing. The woman dancing was astonishingly like Yasmini, standing on the shield. She sang about the Umas of the stalled ox, who were busy at bay, defending themselves and their ox from another wolf pack in another direction far beyond. She urged them to wait a little while. The ox was big enough and fat enough to nourish all the wolves in the world for many seasons. Let them wait, then, until another, greater wolf pack joined them, that they might go hunting all together, overwhelm its present owners and devour the ox. So urged the heart of the hills, speaking to the mountain wolves, according to Yasmini's song. Iitt cubs in Chabi _ergs no. Are ye grown wolves, who hurry so? She paused, for effect, but they gave tongue then because they could not help it, and the Khyber shook to their terrific worship. Allah! Allah! They summoned God to come and see the height and depth and weight of their allegiance to her. And because for their thunder there was no more chance of being heard, she dropped from the shield like a blossom. No sound of falling could have been heard in all that din, but one could see she made no sound. The shield-bearers ran back to the bridge and stood below it, eyes agape. Ruwagunga spoke truth in Delhi when he assured King he should some day wonder at Yasmini's dancing. She became joy and bravery and youth. She danced a story for them of the things they knew. She was the dawn light, touching the distant peaks. She was the wind that follows it, sweeping among the junipers and kissing each as she came. She was laughter, as the little children laugh when the cattle are loosed from the byres at last to feed in the valleys. She was the scent of spring uprising. She was blossom. She was fruit. Very daughter of the sparkle of warm sun on snow, she was the heart of the hills herself. Never was such dancing. Never such an audience. Never such mad applause. She danced until the great rough guards had to run round the arena with clubbed butts and beat back trespassers who would have mobbed her. And every movement, every gracious wonder curve and step with which she told her tale was as purely Greek as the handle on King's knife and the figures on the lamp bowls and as the bracelets on her arm. Greek. And she half-modern Russian, ex-girl wife of a semi-civilized hill Raja. Who taught her? There is nothing new, even in Khyber, in the hills. And when the crowd defeated the arena guards at last and burst through the swinging butts to seize and fling her high and worship her with mad barbaric rite, she ran toward the shield. The 4 men raised it shoulder high again. She went to it like a leaf in the wind, sprang on it as if wings had lifted her, scarce touching it with naked toes, and leapt to the bridge with a laugh. She went over the bridge on tiptoes, like nothing else under heaven but Yasmini at her bewitchingest. And without pausing on the far side she danced up the hewn stone stairs, dived into the dark hole and was gone. Come, yelled Ismail in King's ear. He could have heard nothing less, for the cavern was like to burst apart from the tumult. Whither? The Aphrodite shouted in disgust. Does the wind ask whither? Come like the wind and see. They will remember next that they have a bone to pick with thee. Come away. That seemed good enough advice. He followed as fast as Ismail could shoulder a way out between the frantic hillmen, deafened, stupefied, numbed, almost cowed by the ovation they were giving their heart of their hills. As Chapter 12 Scorpion in a corner stings himself to death. Quid blames the gods? They laugh and let him die, man goes forward. Na proverb. They disappeared after a scramble through the mouth of the same tunnel they had entered by, a roar went up behind them like the birth of earthquakes. Looking back over his shoulder, King saw Yasmini come back into the hole's mouth, to stand framed in it and bow acknowledgement. She looked so ravishing in contrast to the huge grim wall, and the black river, and the darkness at her back, that Khyber's thousands tried to storm the bridge and drag her down to them. The guards were hard put to it, with their backs to the bridge end, for 2 or 3 minutes. But Ismail would not let him wait and watch from there. He dragged him down the tunnel and pushed him up onto a ledge where they could both see without being seen, through a fissure in the rock. For the space of 5 minutes Yasmini stood in the great hole, smiling and watching the struggle below. Then she went, and the guards began to get the best of it, because the crowd's enthusiasm waned when they could see her no more. Then suddenly the guards began to loose random volleys at the roof and brought down hundredweights of splintered stalactite. Within a minute there were 100 men busy sweeping up the splinters. In another minute 20 Zakakels had begun a sword dance, yelling like the damned. 100 joined them. In 3 minutes more the whole arena was a dinning whirlpool, and the river's voice was drowned in shouting and the stamping of naked feet on stone. "Come," urged Ismail, and led the way. King's last impression was of earth's womb on fire and of Helion's brewing wrath. The stalactites and the hurrying river multiplied the dancing lights into 1,000,000, and the great roof hurled the din down again to make confusion with the new din coming up. Ismail went like a rat down a run, and King failed to overtake him until he found him in the cave of the slippers kicking to right and left at random. "Choose a good pair," he growled. "Let late-comers fight for what is left." "Nay, I have thine. Choose thou the next best." The statement being one of fact, and that no time or place for a quarrel with the only friend in sight, King picked out the best slippers he could see. The instant he had them on Ismail was off again, running like the wind. They had no torch. They left the little tunnel lamps behind. It became so dark that King had to follow by ear, and so it happened that he missed seeing where the tunnel forked. He imagined they were running back toward the ledge under the waterfall, yet, when Ismail called a halt at last, panting, groped behind a great rock for a lamp and lit the wick with a common safety match, they were in a cave he had never seen before. "Where are we?" King asked. "Where none dare seek us." Ismail held the lamp high, shielding its wick with a hollowed palm and peering about him as if in doubt, his ragged beard looking like smoke in the wind, for a wind blew down all the passages in Khyber. King examined the lamp. It was of bronze and almost as surely ancient Greek as it surely was not Indian. There were figures graven on the bowl representing a woman dancing, who looked not unlike Yasmini, but before he had time to look very closely Ismail blew the lamp out and was off again, like a shadow shot into its mother night. Confused by the sudden darkness, King crashed into a rock as he tried to follow. Ismail turned back and gave him the end of a cotton girdle that he unwound from his waist, then he plunged ahead again into Cimmerian blackness, down a passage so narrow that they could touch a wall with either hand. Once he shouted back to duck, and they passed under a low roof where water dripped on them, and the rock underfoot was the bed of a shallow stream. After that the track began to rise, and the grade grew so steep that even Ismail, the furious, had to slacken pace. They began to climb up titanic stairways all in the dark, feeling their way through fissures in a mountain's framework, up zigzag ledges, and over great broken lumps of rock from one cave to another, until at last in one great cave Ismail stopped and relit the lamp. Hunting about with its aid he found an imported hurricane lantern and lit that, leaving the bronze lamp in its place. Soon after that they lost sight of walls to their left for a time, although there were no stars, nor any light to suggest the outer world, nothing but wind. The wind blew a hurricane. Their path now was a very narrow ledge formed by a crack that ran diagonally down the face of a black cliff on their right. They hugged the stone because of a sense of fathomless space above below on every side but one. The rock wall was the one thing tangible, and the footing the crack in it afforded was the gift of God. The moaning wind rose to a shriek at intervals and made their clothes flutter like ghosts' shrouds, and in spite of it King's shirt was drenched with sweat, and his fingers ached from clinging as if they were on fire. Crawling against the wind along a wider ledge at the top, they came to a chasm, crossed by a foot-wide causeway. The wind bowled and moaned in it, and the futile lantern rays only suggested unimaginable things, death the least of them. "Art thou afraid?" asked Ismail, holding the lantern to King's face. "Kuch da unahin hai," he answered. "There is no such thing as fear." It was a bold answer, and Ismail laughed, knowing well that neither of them believed a word of it at that moment. Only, each thought better of the other, that the one should have cared to ask, and that the other should be willing to give the lie to a fear that crawled and could be felt. Too many men are willing to admit they are afraid. Too many would rather condemn and despise than ask and laugh. But it is on the edges of eternity that men find each other out, and sympathize. Ismail went down on his hands and knees, lifting the lantern along a foot at a time in front of him and carrying it in his teeth by the bale the last part of the way. It seemed like an hour before he stood up, nearly 100 yards away on the far side, and yelled for King to follow. The wind snatched the yells away, but the waving lantern beckoned him, and King knelt down in the dark. It happened that he laid his hand on a loose stone, the size of his head, near the edge. He shoved it over and listened. He listened for a minute but did not hear it strike anything, and the shudder, that he could not repress, came from the middle of his backbone, and spread outward through each fibre of his being. If he had delayed another second his courage would have failed. He began at once to crawl to where Ismail stood swinging the light. There was room on the ledge for his knees and no more. Toes and fingers were overside. He sat down as on horseback, and transferred both slippers to his pockets, and then went forward again with bare feet, waiting whenever the wind snatched at him with redoubled fury, to lean against it and grip the rock with numb fingers. Ismail swung the lamp, for reasons best known to himself, and halfway over King sat astride the ridge again to shout to him to hold it still. But Ismail did not understand him. "Khinjan graves are deep," he howled back. "Fear and the shadow of death are one." He swung the lamp even more violently, as if it were a charm that could exorcise fear and bring a man over safely. The shadows danced until his brain reeled, and King swore he would thrash the fool as soon as he could reach him. He lay belly downward on the rock and crawled like an insect the remainder of the way. And as if aware of his intention Ismail started to hurry on while there was yet a yard or two to crawl, and anger not being a load worth caning, nor revenge a thing permitted to interfere with the circus business, King let both die. Hunted by the wind, they ran round a bold shoulder of cliff into another black dark tunnel. There the wind died, swallowed in 100 fishes, but the track grew worse and steeper until they had to cling with both hands and climb, and now and then Ismail set the lantern on a ledge and lowered his girdle to help King up. Sometimes he stood on King's shoulder in order to reach a higher level. They climbed for an hour and dropped at last panting, on a ledge, after squeezing themselves under the corner of a boulder. The lantern light shone on a tiny trickle of cold water, and there Ismail drank deep, like a bull, before signing to King to imitate him. "A thirsty throat and a crazy head are one," he counselled. "A man needs wit and a wet tongue who would talk with her." "Where is she?" asked King, when he had finished drinking. "Go and look." Ismail gave him a sudden shove, that sent him feet first forward over the edge. He fell a distance rather greater than his own height, to another ledge and stood there looking up. He could see Ismail's red-rimmed eyes blinking down at him in the lantern light, but suddenly the Aphrodite blew the lamp out, and then the darkness became solid. Thought itself left off less than a yard away. "Ismail," he whispered. But Ismail did not answer him. He faced about, leaning against the rock, with the flat of both hands pressed tight against it for the sake of its company, and almost at once he saw a little bright red light glowing in the distance. It might have been 100 yards, and it might have been a mile away below him. It was perfectly impossible to judge, for the darkness was not measurable. Flowers turned to the light, droned Ismail's voice above sententiously, and turning, he thought he could see red eyes peering over the rock. He jumped, and made a grab for the flowing beard that surely must be below them, but he missed. Little fish swim to the light, droned Ismail. Moths fly to the light. Who is a man that he should know less than they? He turned again and stared at the light. Dimly, very vaguely he could make out that a causeway led downward from almost where he stood. He was convinced that should he try to climb back Ismail would merely reach out a hand and shove him down again, and there was no sense in being put to that indignity. He decided to go forward, for there was even less sense in standing still. "Come with me. Come along, Ismail," he called. "Allah! Hear him? Nay, nay, nay. Who was it said a little while ago, there is no such thing as fear? I am afraid, but thou and I are two men. Go thou alone. Reason is a man's only dependable faculty." Reason told him that at a word from Yasmini he would have been flung into earth's eye, rink hours ago. Therefore, added Reason, why should she forego that spectacular opportunity when his death would have amused Khinjan's thousands, only to kill him now in the dark alone? He had treated a few dozen sick men, surely she had not been afraid to offend them. Had she not dared forbid the sick coming to him altogether? "Forward," says Cocker, in at least a dozen places. Go forward and find out. Better a bed in hell than a seat on the horns of a dilemma. Forward. There was no sound now anywhere. He stretched a leg downward and felt a rock 2 or 3 feet lower clown, and the sound of his slipper sole touching it, being the only noise, made the short hair rise on the back of his neck. Then he took himself, so to speak, by the hand and went forward and downward, for action is the only curb imagination knows. He forgot to count his pulse and judge how long it took him to descend that causeway in the dark. It was not so very rough, nor so very dangerous, but of course he only knew that fact afterward. He had to grope his way inch by inch, trusting to sense of touch and the British Army's everlasting luck, with an eye all the while on a red light that was something like the glow through hell's keyhole. When he reached bottom, after perhaps 20 minutes, and stood at last on comparatively level rock, his legs were trembling from tension, and he had to sit down while he stretched them out and rested. The light still looked a quarter of a mile away, although that was guesswork. It made scarcely more impression on the surrounding darkness than one coal globe in a cellar. The silence began to make his head ache. He got up and started forward, but just as he did that he thought he heard a footstep. He suspected Ismail might be following after all. "Ismail," he called, trying to peer through the dark. But all the darkness had its home there. He could not even see his own hand stretched out. His own voice made him jump. After a second's pause it began to crack and rattle from wall to wall and from roof to floor, until at last the echoing word became one again and died with a hiss somewhere in the bowels of the world, like the sound of hot iron being plunged into a blacksmith's trough with a little aftermurmur of complaining water. But then he was sure he heard a footstep. He faced about, and now there were 2 red lights where there had been only one. They seemed rather nearer, perhaps because there were 2 of them. "Hello, King Sahib," said a voice he recognized, and he choked. He felt that if he had coughed his heart would have lain on the floor. "Are you afraid, King Sahib?" said the Rangaroo Gunga's voice, and he took a step forward to be closer to his questioner. He found himself beside a rock, looking up at the Rangar's turban, that peered over the top of it. He could dimly make out the Rangar's dark eyes. "I would be afraid if I were you." Ruwagunga flashed a little electric torch into his eyes, but after a few seconds he shifted it so that both their faces could be seen, although the Rangar's only very faintly. "I have come to wham you." "Very good of you, I'm sure," said King. "If she knew I were here, she would jolly well have my liver nailed to a wall. I come to advise you to go back." "Have they taken Ali Masjid Fort?" King asked him. Never mind, Sahib, but listen. I have brought her bracelet. I stole it. She stole it from you, and I stole it back. Take it. Put it on and wear it. Use it as a passport out of Khinjan caves, for no man dare touch you while you wear it, and as a passport down the Khyber into India. Go back to India and stay there. Take it and go. Quick. Take it. No, thanks, said King. The ranger laughed mirthlessly, shifting the light a little as King stepped aside to get a better view of him. He held the torch more cunningly than a Spanish lady holds a fan. All Englishmen are fools, most of them stiff-necked fools, he asserted. Bah! Do you think I do not know? Do you think anything is hidden from her? I know, and she knows, that you think you have a surprise in store for her. You think you will go to her, and she will say, King Sahib, why did you throw that head into the river, and put me in danger from my men? And you will say, will you not, Princess, that was my brother's head? Was that not what you intended? Is it not true? Does she not know it? She knows more than you know, King Sahib. Because you showed me certain little courtesies, I have come to wham you to run away. Do you suppose she knows you are here? King asked, and the ranger laughed. If she knows so much, and is able to read my mind from a distance, where does she suppose you are? King insisted. The ranger laughed again, leaning his chin on both fists and switching out the light. Perhaps she sent me to warn you. Well, said King, my brother commanded at Ali Masjid Fort. There are things I must ask her. How did she know that head was my brother's? What part had she in taking it from his shoulders? What did she mean by that song of hers? The ranger chuckled softly. There are no fools in the world like Englishmen. Listen. You are being offered life and liberty. Here is the key to both. He made the gold bracelet ring on the rock by way of explanation. Take the key and go. No, said King. Very well, Sahib. Hear the other side of it. Beyond those two red lights there is a curtain. This side of that curtain you are Athelstan, King of the Khyber Rifles, or Khurram Khan, or whatever you care to call yourself. Beyond it, you are what she calls you. Choose. King did not answer, so he continued after a pause. You shall pass behind that curtain, if you insist. Beyond it you shall know what she knows about Ali Masjid and your brother's head. You shall know all that she knows. There shall be no secrets between you and her. She shall translate the meaning of her song to you. But you shall never come out again, King of the Khyber Rifles, or Khurram Khan. If you ever come out again, it shall be as you never dreamed, bearing arms you never saw yet, and you shall cut with your own hand the ties that bind you to England. Choose. I chose long ago, said King. Are the gentle English never serious? The ranger asked. Will you not understand that if you pass that curtain you shall know all things that Yasmini knows, but that you shall cease to be yourself? Cease to be yourself. Is my meaning clear? Not in the least, said King, but I hope mine is. You will go forward. Yes, said King. Ruwagunga made no answer to that, although King waited for an answer. For about a minute there was no sound at all, except the beating of King's heart. Then he moved to try and see the ranger's turban above the rock. He could not see it. He found a niche in the rock, set his foot in it and mounted 3 or 4 feet, until his head was level with the top. The ranger was gone. He listened for 2 or 3 minutes, but the silence began to make his head ache again, so he stooped to feel the floor with his hand before deciding to go forward. There was no mistaking the finish given by the tread of countless feet. He was on a highway, and there are not often pitfalls where so many feet have been. For all that he went forward as a certain Agag once did, and it was many minutes before he could see a curtain glowing blood red in the light behind the 2 lamps, at the top of a flight of 10 stone steps. It was peculiar to him and to his service that he counted the steps before going nearer. When he went quite close he saw carpet down the middle of the steps, so ancient that the stone showed through in places. All the pattern, supposing it ever had any, was worn or faded away. Carpet and steps glowed red too. His own face, and the hands he held in front of him were red-hot poker color. Yet outside the little ellipse of light the darkness looked like a thing to lean against, and the silence was so intense that he could hear the arteries singing by his ears. He saw the curtains move slightly, apparently in a little puff of wind that made the lamps waver. He was very nearly sure he heard a footfall beyond the curtains and a tinkle as of a tiny silver bell, or a jewel striking against another one. He kicked his slippers off, because there are no conditions under which bad manners ever are good policy. Wide history and Cocker's famous code. Then he walked up the steps without treading on the carpet, because living scorpions have been known to be placed under carpets on purpose on occasion. And at the top, being a Secret Service man, he stooped to examine the lamps. They were bronze, cast, polished and graved. All round the circumference of each bowl were figures in half-relief, representing a woman dancing. She was the woman of the knife hilt, and of the lamps in the arena. She looked like Yasmini. Only she could not be Yasmini because these lamps were so ancient and so rare that he had never seen any in the least like them, although he had visited most of the museums of the East. Both lamps were alike, for he crossed over to make sure and took each in his hands in turn. But no two figures of the dance were alike on either. It was the same woman dancing, but the artist had chosen 20 different poses with which to immortalize his skill, and hers. Both lamps burned sweet oil with a wick, and each had a chimney of horn, not at all unlike a modern lamp chimney. The horn was stained red. As he set the second lamp down he became aware of a subtle interesting smell, and memory took back at once to Yasmini's room in the Chandni Chowk in Delhi where he had smelled it first. It was the peculiar scent he had been told was Yasmini's own, a blend of scents, like a chord of music, in which musk did not predominate. He took 3 strides and touched the curtains, discovering now for the first time that there were 2 of them, divided down the middle. They were about 8 feet high, and each 3 feet wide, of leather, and though they looked old as the hills themselves the leather was supple as good cloth. They had once been decorated with figures in gold leaf, but only a little patch of yellow here and there remained to hint at faded glories. He decided to remember his manners again, and at least to make opportunity for an invitation. "Karam Khan Hai," he announced, forgetting the echo. But the echo was the only answer. It cackled at him, cracking back and forth down the cavern to die with a groan in illimitable darkness. "Karam Aram 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 An Hai. Aram Anam Aram Aram An Hai. Aram 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 Rh or far." There was no sound beyond the curtains. No answer. Only he thought the strange scent grew stronger. He decided to go forward. With his heart in his mouth he parted the curtains with both hands, startled by the sharp jangle of metal rings on a rod. So he stood, with arms outstretched, staring with eyes skilled swiftly to take in details, but with a brain that tried to explain, formed 100 wild suggestions and then reeled. He was face to face with the unexplainable, the riddle of Khinjan Caves. Chapter XM Grand was thy goal. Thy vision new. Ave, Caesar. Conquest. Ends of earth thy view. Ave, Caesar. Reap, to play God's game. How many Caesars did that same until the great came? Who ploughs with death shall garner rue, and under all skies is nothing new. Vale, Caesar. Telling the story afterward, King never made any effort to describe his own sensations. It was surely enough to state what he saw, after a breathless climb among the rat runs of a mountain, with his imagination fired already by what had happened in the cave of Earth's drink. The leather curtains slipped through his fingers and closed behind him with the clash of rings on a rod. But he was beyond being startled. He was not really sure he was in the world. He knew he was awake, and he knew he was glad he had left his shoes outside. but he was not certain whether it was the 20th century, or 55 BC, or earlier yet, or whether time had ceased. Very vividly in that minute there flashed before his mind Mark Twain's suggestion of the transposition of epochs. The place where he was did not look like a cave, but a palace chamber, for the rock walls had been trimmed square and polished smooth, then they had been painted pure white, except for a wide blue frieze, with a line of gold leaf drawn underneath it. And on the frieze, done in gold leaf too, was the Grecian Lady of the Lamps, always dancing. There were 50 or 60 figures of her, no two the same. A dozen lamps were burning, set in niches cut in the walls at measured intervals. They were exactly like the two outside, except that their horn chimneys were stained yellow instead of red, suffusing everything in a golden glow. Opposite him was a curtain, rather like that through which he had entered. Near to the curtain was a bed, whose great wooden posts were cracked with age. And it was at the bed he stared, with eyes that took in every detail but refused to believe. In spite of its age it was spread with fine new linen. Richly embroidered, not very ancient Indian draperies hung down from it to the floor on either side. On it, above the linen, a man and a woman lay hand in hand, and the woman was so exactly like Yasmini, even to her clothing, and her naked feet, that it was not possible for a man to be self-possessed. They both seemed asleep. It was as if Yasmini, weary from the dancing, had laid herself to sleep beside her lord. But who was he? And why did he wear Roman Anna? And why was there no guard to keep intruders out? It was minutes before he satisfied himself that the man's breast did not rise and fall under the bronze armor and that the woman's jeweled gauzy stuff was still. Imagination played such tricks with him that in the stillness he imagined he heard breathing. After he was sure they were both dead, he went nearer, but it was a minute yet before he knew the woman was not she. At first a wild thought possessed him that she had killed herself. The only thing to show who he had been were the letters SPQR on a great plumed helmet, on a little table by the bed. But she was the woman of the lamp bowls and the frieze. A life-size stone statue in a cummer was so like her, and like Yasmini too, that it was difficult to decide which of the two it represented. She had lived when he did, for her fingers were locked in his. And he had lived 2,000 years ago, because his armor was about as old as that, and for proof that he had died in it part of his breast had turned to powder inside the breastplate. The rest of his body was whole and perfectly preserved. Stem, handsome in a high-beaked Roman way, grey on the temples, firm-lipped, he lay like an emperor in harness. But the pride and resolution on his face were outdone by the serenity of hers. Very surely those two had been lovers. Something, he could not decide what about the man's appearance, kept him staring for 10 minutes, holding his breath unconsciously and letting it out in little silent gasps. It annoyed him that he could not pin down the elusive thing, and when he went on presently to be curious about more tangible things, it was only to be faced with the unexplainable at every turn. How had the bodies been preserved, for instance? They were perfect, except for that one detail of the man's breast. The air was full of the perfume he had learned to recognize as Yasmini's, but there was no sniff about the bodies of pitch or bitumen, or of any other chemical. Nor was there any sign of violence about them, or means of telling how they died, or when, except for the probable date of the man's armor. Both of them looked young and healthy, the woman younger than 30-25 at a guess, and the man perhaps 40, perhaps 45. He bent over them. Every stitch of the man's clothing had decayed in the course of centuries, so that his armor rested on the naked skin, except for a dressed leather kilt about his middle. The leather was as old as the curtains at the entrance, and as well preserved. But the woman's silken clothing was as new as the bedding, and that was so new that it had been woven in Belfast, Ireland, by machinery and bore the mark of the firm that made it. Yet, they both died at about the same time, or how could their fingers have been interlaced? And some of the jewelry on the woman's clothes was very ancient as well as priceless. He looked closer at the fingers for signs of force and suddenly caught his breath. Under the woman's flimsy sleeve was a taut gold bracelet, smaller than that one he himself had worn in Delhi and up the Khyber, exactly like the little one that Yasmini wore on her wrist in the cavern of Earth's Drink. He raised the loose sleeve to look more closely at it. The sleeve overlay the man's forearm, and the movement laid bare another bracelet, on the man's right wrist. Size for size, this was the same as the one that had been stolen from himself. Memory prompted him. He felt its outer edge with a fingernail. There was the little nick that he had made in the soft gold when he struck it against the cell bars in the jail at the Mir Khan Palace. That put another thought in his head. It was less than 2 hours since Yasmini danced in the arena. It might well be much less than that since she had taken off her bracelets. He laid a finger on the dead man's stone-cold hand and let it rest so for a minute. Then, running it slowly up the wrist, he touched the gold. It was warm. He repeated the test on the woman's wrist. Hers was warm, too. Both bracelets had been worn by a living being within an hour, probably within minutes. He muttered and frowned in thought, and then suddenly jumped backward. The leather curtain near the bed had moved on its bronze rod. "Aren't they dears?" a voice said in English behind him. "Aren't they sweet?" He had jumped so as to face about, and somebody laughed at him. Yasmini stood not 2 arms' lengths away, lovelier than the dead woman because of the merry life in her, young and warm, aglow, but looking like the dead woman and the woman of the frieze, the woman of the lamp bowls, the statue come to life, speaking to him in English more sweetly than if it had been her mother tongue. The English abuse their language. Yasmini caressed it and made it do its work twice over. Being dressed as a native, he salaamed low. Knowing him for what he was, she gave him the senna-stained tips off her warm fingers to kiss, and he thought she trembled when he touched them. But a second later she had snatched them away and was treating him to raillery. "Man of pills and blisters," she said, "tell me how those bodies are preserved. Spill knowledge from that learned skull of thine." He did not answer. He never shone in conversation at any time, having made as many friends as enemies by saying nothing until the spirit moves him. But she did not know that yet. "If I knew for certain why those two did not turn to worms," she went on, "almost I would choose to die now, while I am beautiful. Think of the foggy museum men." She called them by a far less edifying name, really, for the East is frank in that way, especially in its use of other tongues. "What would they say, think you, King Sahib, if they found us two dead beside those two? Would not that be a mystery? Don't you love mysteries? Speak, man, speak. Has Khinjan struck you dumb?" But he did not speak. He was staring at her arm, where 2 whitish marks on the skin betrayed that bracelets had been. "Oh, those. They are theirs. I would not rob the dead, or the gods would turn on me. I robbed you, instead, while you slept. Fie, King Sahib, while you slept." But her steel did not strike on flint. It was her eyes that flashed. He would have done better to have seemed ashamed, for then he might have fooled her, at least for a while. But having judged himself, he did not care a fig for her judgment of him. She realized that instantly, and having found a tool that would not work, discarded it for a better one. She grew confidential. "I borrow them," she explained, "but I put them back. I take them for so many days, and when the day comes the gods like us to be exact. Once there was an Englishman to whom I lent the larger one, and he refused to return it. He wanted it to wear, to bring him luck. Collins, of the Gurkhas. A cobra bit him." King's eyes changed, for Collins of the Gurkhas had died in his 2 arms, saying never a word. He had always wondered why the native who ran in to kill the cobra had run away again and left Collins lying there after seeming to shake hands with him. Yasmini, watching his eyes and reading his memory, missed nothing. "You saw," she said excitedly. "You remember? Then you understand. You yourself were near death when I took the bracelet last night." The time was up. I would have stabbed you if you had tried to prevent me. Now he spoke at last and gave her a first glimpse of an angle of his mind she had not suspected. Princess, he said. He used the word with the deference some men can combine with effrontery, so that very tenderness has barbs. You might have had that thing back if you had sent a messenger for it at any time. A word by a servant would have been enough. You could never have reached Khyber then, she retorted. Her eyes flashed again, but his did not waver. Princess, he said, why speak of what you don't know? He thought she would strike like a snake, but she smiled at him instead. And when Yasmini has smiled on a man, he has never been just the same man afterward. He knows more, for one thing. He has had a lesson in one of the finer arts. I will speak of what I do know, she said. No, there is no need. Look. Look. She pointed at the bed, at the man on the bed, fingers locked in those of a woman who looked so like herself. You see, yet you do not see. Men are blind. Men look into a mirror, and see only whiskers they forgot to shave the day before. Women look once and then remember. Look again. He looked, knowing well there was something to be understood, that stared him in the face. But for the life of him he could not determine question or answer. What is in your bosom? She asked him. He put his hand to his shirt. Draw it out, she said, as a teacher drills a child. He drew out the gold-hilt knife with the bronze blade, with which a man had meant to murder him. He let it lie on the palm of his hand and looked from it to her and back again. The hilt might have been a portrait of her modelled from the life. Here is another like it, she said, stepping to the bedside. She drew back the woman's dress at the bosom and showed a knife exactly like that in King's hand. One lay on her bosom and one on his when I found them, she said. Now, think again. He did think, of 30,000 possibilities, and of one impossible idea that stood up prominent among them all and insisted on seeming the only likely one. I saw the knife in your bosom last night, she said, and laughed so that I nearly wakened you. Man! Are you stupid? Will that ready wit of yours not work? Have I bewildered you? Is it my perfume? My eyes? My jewels? What is it? Think, man. Think. But if she wanted to make him guess aloud for her amusement, she was wasting time. Had he known the answer, he would have held his tongue. As he did not know it, he had all the more reason to wait indefinitely, if need be. But interminable waiting was no part of her plan. Words were welling out of her. I gave a fool that knife to use, because he was afraid. It gave him courage. When he failed, I knew it by telegram, and I sent another fool before the wires were cold, to kill him in the police station cell for having failed. One fool has been stabbed and the English will hang the other. Then I sent 20 men to turn India inside out and find the knife again, for like heath bracelets it has its place. And that is why I laughed. They are hunting. They will hunt until I call them off. Why didn't you take it with the bracelet? King asked her, holding it out. Take it now. I don't want it. She accepted it and laid it on the man's bronze armor. Then, however, she resumed it and played with it. Look again, she said. Think and look again. He looked, and he knew now. But he still preferred that she should tell him, and his lips shut tight. Why, having ordered your death, did I countermand the order when your life had been attempted once? Why, as soon as Ruwagunga had seen you, did I order you to be aided in every way? Still he did not answer, although the solution to that riddle, too, was beginning to dawn on his consciousness. He suspected she would be annoyed if he deprived her of the fun of telling him, so that by being silent he played both her game and his own. Why did I order your death in the first place? The answer to that was obvious, but she answered it for him. Because, since the Sirkar insisted that one man must come with me to Khyber, I preferred a fool, Who could be lost on the way? I knew your reputation. I never heard any man call you a fool. She laughed. He nodded. She was obviously telling truth. Can you guess why I changed my mind about you, wise man? She looked from him to the man on the bed and back to him again. Having solved her riddle, King had leisure to be interested in her eyes, and watched them analytically, like a jeweler appraising diamonds. They were strangely reminiscent, but much more changeable and colourful than any he had ever seen. They had the baffling trick of changing while he watched them. Having sent a man to kill you, why did I cease to want you killed? Instead of losing you on the way to Khyber, why did I run risks to protect you after you reached here? Why did I save your life in the cave of Earth's Eye, ring tonight? You do not know yet? Then I will tell you something else you do not know. I was in Delhi when you were. I watched and listened while you and Ruwagunga talked in my house. I was in Ruwagunga's carriage on the train that he took and you did not. I have learned at first hand that you are not a fool. But that was not enough. You had to be three things: clever and brave and one other. The one other you are. Brave you have proved yourself to be. Clever you must be, to trick your way into Khyber caves, even with Ismail at your elbow. That is why I saved your life, because you are those two things and one other. She snatched a mirror from a little ivory table, a modern mirror, bad glass, bad art, bad workmanship, but silver warranted. Look in it and then at him, she ordered. But he did not need to look. The man on the bed was not so much like himself as the woman was like her, but the resemblance seemed to grow under his eyes, as such things do. It was helped out by the stain his brother had applied to his face in the Khyber. King was the taller and the younger by several years, but the noses were the same, and the wrinkled foreheads. Both men had the same firm mouth, both looked like Romans. How did you get that scar? She came closer and took his hand, holding it in both hers, and he felt the same thrill Samson knew. He steeled himself as Samson did not. A Masudi got me with a martini at long range in the blockade of 1902, he said dryly. Look. Did he get his from a spear or from an arrow? Almost in the same spot, also on the dead man's left hand, was a scar so nearly like it that it needed a third and a fourth glance to tell the difference. They both bent over the bed to see it, and she laid a hand on his shoulder. Touch and scent and confidence, all three were bewitching, all three were calculated, too. He could have killed her, and she knew he could have killed her, just as she knew he would not. Yet what right had she to know it? Athelstan. She pronounced his given name as if she loved the word, standing straight again and looking into his eyes. There were highlights in hers that outgleamed the diamonds on her dress. Your gods and mine have done this, Athelstan. When the gods combine they lay plans well indeed. I only know one God, he answered simply, as a man speaks of the deep things in his heart. I know of many. They love me. They shall love you, too. Many are better than one. You shall learn to know my gods, for we are to be partners, you and I. She laughed at him, looking like a goddess herself, but he frowned. And the more he frowned the better she seemed to like him. Partners in what, princess? Thou smale dubbed thee ready, O wit. Answer thine own question. She took his hand again, her eyes burning with excitement and mysticism and ambition like a fever. She seemed to take more than physical possession of him. What brought them here? Tell me that, she demanded, pointing to the bed. You think he brought her? I tell you she was the spur that drove him. Is it a wonder that men called her the heart of the hills? I found them 10 years ago and clothed her and put new linen on their bed, for the old was all rags and dust. There have always been hundreds and sometimes thousands who knew the secret of Khyber caves, but this has been a secret within a secret. Someone, who knew the secret before I, sawed those bracelets through and fitted hinges and clasps. The men you saw in the cave of earth's drink have no doubt I am the heart of the hills come to life. They shall know thee as him within a little while. She held his hand a little tighter and pressed closer to him, laughing softly. He stood as if made of iron, and that only made her laugh the more. Tales of the heart of the hills have puzzled the Raj, haven't they, these many years? They sent me to find the source of them. Me. They chose well. There are not many like me. I have found this one dead woman who was like me. And in 10 years, until you came, I have found no man like him. She tried to look into his eyes, but he frowned straight in front of him. His native costume and Ranga turban did not make him seem any less a man. His jowl, that was beginning to need shaving, was as grim and as satisfying as the dead Romans. She stroked his left hand with soft fingers. I used to think I knew how to dance, she laughed. For 10 years I have taken those pictures of her for my model and have striven to learn what she knew. I have surpassed her. I used to think I knew how to amuse myself with men's dreams until I found this. Then I dreamed on my own account. My dream was true, my warrior. You have come. Our hour has come. She tugged at his hand. He was hers, soul and harness, if outward signs could prove it. Come, she said. Is this my hospitality? You are weary and hungry. Come. She led him by the hand, for it would have needed brute force to pry her fingers loose. She drew aside the leather curtain that hung on a bronze rod near the bed, led him through it, and let it clash to again behind them. Now they were in the dark together, and it was not comprehended in her scheme of things to let circumstance lie fallow. She pressed his hand, and sighed, and then hurried, whispering tender words he could scarcely catch. When they burst together through a curtain at the other end of a passage in the rock, his skin was red under the tan, and for the first time her eyes refused to meet his. Why did they choose that cave to sleep in? She asked him. Is not this a better one? Who laid them there? He stared about. They were in a great room far more splendid than the first. There was a fountain in the centre splashing in the midst of flowers. They were cut flowers. The hills must have been scoured for them within a day. There were great cushioned couches all about and 2 thrones made of ivory and gold. Between 2 couches was a table, laden with golden plates and a golden jug, on pure white linen. There were 2 goblets of beaten gold and knives with golden handles and bronze blades. The whole room seemed to be drenched in the scent Yasmini favoured, and there was the same frieze run round all 4 walls, with the woman depicted on it dancing. Come, we shall eat, she said, leading him by the hand to a couch. She took the one facing him, and they lay like 2 Romans of the empire with the table in between. She struck a golden gong then, and a native woman came in who stared at King as if she had seen him before and did not like him. Except for the jewels, she was dressed exactly like Yasmini, which is to say that her gauzy stuff was all but transparent. But Yasmini uses her ornament as she does her eyes, it is part of her, and of her art. The maid, who would have shone among many women, looked stiff and dull by contrast. I trust no hill women, they are cattle with human tongues, Yasmini said, frowning at the maid. Even in Delhi there was only this one woman whom I dared bring here with me. You brought my men servants. They are loyal, but as clumsy as the bears in their cold hills. Ruwagunga brought me this one disguised as a man, you remember. She nodded to the servant, who clapped her hands. At once came a stream of hillmen, robed in white, who carried sherbet in bottles cooled in snow and dishes fragrant with hot food. He recognized his own prisoners from the Mir Khan Palace jail, and nodded to them as they set the things down under the maid's direction. When they had done, the woman chased them out and came and stood behind Yasmini with a fan, for though it was not too hot, she liked to have her golden hair blown into movement. My cook was a viceroy, she said, beginning to eat. He killed an officer who said the curry had pig's fat in it. That made him free of Khyber but of not many other places. I have promised him a swim in earth's drink when he ever forgets his art. King ate, because a man cannot talk and eat at once. It was true that he was hungry, that hunger is a piquant sauce, and that artist was an adjective too mild to apply to the cook. But the other reason was his chief one. Yasmini ate daintily, as if only to keep him company. You would rather have wine? She asked suddenly. All sahibs drink wine. Bring urine, she ordered. But King shook his head, and she looked pleased. He had thought she would be disappointed. When he had finished eating she drove the maid away with a sharp word, and when King jumped to his feet she led him toward the gold and ivory thrones, taking her seat on one of them and bidding him adjust the footstool. Would I might offer you the other, she said, merrily enough, but you must sit at my feet until our hearts are one. It was clear that she took no delight in easy victories, for she laughed aloud at the quizzical expression on his face. He guessed that if she could have conquered him at the first attempt Adao would have found her weary of him. There was deliberate wisdom in his plan for the present to seem to let her win by little inches at a time. He reasoned that so she would tell him more than if he defied her outright. He brought an ivory footstool and set it about a yard away from her waxen toes. And she, watching him with burning eyes, wound tresses of her hair around the golden dagger handle, making her jewels glitter with each movement. You pleased me by refusing wine, she said. You please me, oh, you please me. Christians drink wine and eat beef and pig meat. Ah! Hindu and Muslim both despise them, having each a little understanding of his own. The gods of India, who are the only real gods, what do they think of it all? They have been good to the English, but they have had no thanks. They will stand aside now and watch a greater jihad than the world has ever seen. And the Hindu, who holds the cow sacred, will not support Christians who hold nothing sacred, against Mohammedans who loathe the pig. Christianity has failed. The English must go down with it just as Rome went down when she dabbled in Christianity. Oh, I know all about Rome. And the gods of India, he asked, to keep her to the point now that she seemed well started. He was there to learn, not to teach. I know them, too. I know them as nobody else does. They are neither Hindu, nor Mohammedan, but are older by 1,000 ages than either foolishness. I love them, and they love me as you shall love me, too. If they did not love both of us, we would not both be here. We must obey them. None of the East's Amazigh ways of courtship are ever tedious. Love springs into being on an instant and lives 1,000 years inside an hour. She left no doubt as to her meaning. She and King were to love, as the East knows love, and then the world might have just what they two did not care to take from it. His only possible course as yet was the defensive, and there is no defense like silence. He was still. The Circa, she went on, the silly Circa fears that perhaps Turkey may enter the war. Perhaps a jihad may be proclaimed. So much for fear. I know. I have known for a very long time. And I have not let fear trouble me at all. Her eyes were on his steadily, and she read no fear in his, either, for none was there. In hers he saw ambition triumph already, excitement, the gambler's love of all the hugest risks. Behind them burned genius and the devotee that would stop at nothing. As the general had told him in Peshawar, she would dare open Hell's Gate and ride the devil down the Khyber for the fun of it. Or diable et demi, the French say, and like most French proverbs it is a wise one. But whence the devil and a half should come to thwart her was not obvious. I must be a devil and a half, he told himself, and very nearly laughed aloud at the idea. She mistook the sudden humour in his eyes for admiration of herself, being used to that from men. Listen, while I tell you all from the beginning. The Circa sent me to discover what may be this heart of the hills men talk about. I found these caves and this. I told the Circa a little about the caves, and nothing at all about the sleepers. But even at that they only believed the third of what I said. And back in Delhi I bought books, borrowed books, sent to Europe for more books and hired Babu Sitaram to read them to me, until his tongue grew dry and swollen and he used to fall asleep in a corner. I know all about Rome. Days I spent, weeks, months, listening to the history of their great Caesar, and their little Caesars, of their conquests and their games. It was good, and I understood it all. Rome should have been true to the old gods, and they would have been true to her. She fell when she fooled with Christianity. She was speaking dreamily now, with her chin resting on a hand and an elbow on the ivory arm of the throne, remembering as she told her story. And it meant so much to her, she was so in earnest, that her voice conjured up pictures for King to see. When I had read enough I came back here to think. I knew enough now to be sure that the sleeper is a Roman, and the heart of the hills a Grecian maid. She is like me. That is why I know she drove him to make an empire, choosing for a beginning these hills where Rome had never penetrated. He found her in Greece. He plunged TLN off Persia to build a throne for her. I have seen it all in dreams, and again in the crystal. And because I was all alone, I saw that I would need all the skill I could learn, and much patience. So I began to learn to dance as she danced, using those pictures of her as a model. I have surpassed her. I can dance better than she ever did. Between times I would go to Delhi and dance there a little, and a little in other places, once indeed before a viceroy, and once for the King of England and all men the King, me that none in the world can dance as I can. And all the while I kept looking for the man who should be like the sleeper, even as I am like her whom he loved. Many a man I have tried and found wanting. For I was impatient in spite of resolutions. I burned to find him at once, and begin. But you are the first of all the men I have tested who answered all the tests. Languages he must speak the native tongues. Brave be must be and clever, resembling the sleeper in appearance. I began to think long ago that I must forego that last test, for there was none like the sleeper until you came. And when this world war broke, for it is a World War I, tell you, ill thought at last that one must manage all alone. And then you came. But there were many I tried, many especially after I abandoned the thought that the man must resemble the sleeper. There was a prince of Germany who came to India on a hunting trip. You remember. King pricked his ears and allowed himself to grin, for in common with many hundred other men who had been lieutenants at the time, he would once have given an ear and an eye to know the truth of that affair. The grin transformed his whole appearance, until Yasmini beamed on him. I'm listening, princess, he reminded her. Well, here came the Prince of Germany, the borrower. Borrower of what, princess? Of wit. Of brains. Of platitudes. Of reputation. There came a crowd with him of such clumsy plunderers, asking such rude questions, that even the circa could not shut its ears and eyes. I did not know all about sahibs in those days. I thought that, although this man is what he is, yet he is a prince, and perhaps I can fire him with my genius. I could have taught him the native tongues. I thought he had ambition, but I learned that he is only greedy. You see, I was foolish, not knowing yet that in good time if I am patient my man will come to me. But I learned all about Germans all. I offered him India first, then Asia, then the world, even as I now offer them to you. The circus sent him to see me dance, and he stayed to hear me talk. When I saw at last that he has the head and heart of a hyena I told him lies. But he, being drunk, told me truths that I have remembered. Later he sent 2 of his officers to ask me questions, and they were little better than he, although a little better mannered. I told them lies, too, and they told me lies, but they told me much that was true. Then the prince came again, a last time. And I was weary of him. The circa was very weary of him too. He offered me money to go to Germany and dance for the Kaiser in Berlin. He said I will be shown there much that will be to my advantage. I refused. He made me other offers. So I spat in his face and threw food at him. He complained to the Sirkar against me, sending one of his high officers to demand that I be whipped. So I told the Sirkar some, not much, indeed, but enough of the things he and his officers had told me. And the Sirkar said at once that there was both cholera and bubonic plague, and he must go home. I have heard 3 men told me that he said he will never rest until I have been whipped. But I have heard that his officers laughed behind his back. And ever since that time there have always been Germans in communication with me. I have had more money from Berlin than would bribe the Viceroy's council, and I have not once been in the dark about Germany's plans, although they have always thought I am in the dark. I went on looking for my man, studying all, Germans, English, Turks, French, and there was a Frenchman whom I nearly chose, and an American, a man who used the strangest words, who laughed at me. I studied Hindu, Muslim, Christian, every good-looking fighting man who came my way, knowing well that all creeds are one when the gods have named their choice. There came that old bull with a beard, Muhammad Anim, and for a time I thought he is the man, for he is a man whatever else he is. But I tired of him. I called him Bull with a Beard, and the hills took it up and mocked him, until the new name stuck. He still thinks he is the man, having more strength to hope and more will to will wrongly than any man I ever met, except a German. I have even been sure sometimes that Muhammad Anim is a German, yet now I am not sure. From all the men I met and watched I have learned all they knew. And I have never neglected to tell the Sirkar sufficient of what men have told me, to keep the Sirkar pleased with me. Nor have I ever played Germany's game, no, no. I have talked with a prince of Germany, and I understand too well. Who sups with a ball may get good roots to eat, but must endure pig's feet in the trough. Pig's hides make good saddles. I have used the Germans, as they think they have used me. I have used them ruthlessly. Knowing all I knew, and being ready except that I had not found my man yet, I dallied in India on the eve of war, watching a certain Sikh to discover whether he is the man or not. But he lacked imagination, and I was caught in Delhi when war broke and the English closed the Khyber pass. Yet I had to come up the Khyber to reach Khinjan. So it was fortunate that I knew of a German plot that I could spoil at the last minute. I fooled the Germans by letting the Sikh whom I had watched discover it. The Germans still believe me their accomplice, and the Sirkar was so pleased that I think if I had asked for an English peerage they would have answered me soberly. 1,000,000 dynamite bombs was a big haul for the Sirkar. My offer to go to Khinjan and keep the hills quiet was accepted that same day. But what are 1,000,000 dynamite bombs? Dynamite bombs have been coming into Khinjan month by month these 3 years. Bombs and rifles and cartridges. Muhammad Anim's men, whom he trusts because he must, hid it all in a cave I showed them, that they think, and he thinks, has only one entrance to it. Muhammad Anim sealed it, and he has the key. But I have the ammunition. There was another way out of that cave, although there is none now, for I have blocked it. My men, whom I trust because I know them, carried everything out by the back way, and I have it all. I will show it to you presently. I know all Muhammad Anim's plans. Beard believes himself a statesman, yet he told me all he knows. He has told me how Germany plans to draw Turkey in and to force Turkey to proclaim a jihad. As if I did not know it first, almost before the Germans knew it. Fools! The jihad will recoil on them. It'll be like a cobra, striking whoever stirs it. A typhoon, smiting right and left. Christianity is doomed, and the Germans call themselves Christians. Fools! Rome called herself Christian, and where is Rome? But we, my warrior, when Muhammad Anim gets the word from Germany and gives the sign, and the hills are afire, and the whole East roars in the flame of the jihad, we will put ourselves at the head of that jihad, and the East and the world is ours. King smiled at her. The East isn't very well armed, he objected. Mere numbers. She laughed at him. The West has the West by the TLN oat. It is tearing itself. They will drag in America. There will be no armed nation with its hands free, and while those wolves fight, other wolves shall come and steal the meat. The old gods, who built these caverns in the hills, are laughing. They are getting ready. Thou and one, as she coupled him and herself together in one plan, she read the changed expression of his face, the very quickly passing cloud that even the best trained man cannot control. I know, she asserted, sitting upright and coming out of her dream to face facts as their master. She looked more lovely now than ever, although twice as dangerous. You are thinking of your brother, of his head. That I am a murderess who can never be your friend. Is that not so? He did not answer, but his eyes may have betrayed something, for she looked as if he had struck her. Leaning forward, she held the gold-hilt dagger out to him, hilt first. Take it and stab me, she ordered. Stab if you blame me for your brother's death. I should have known him for your brother if I had come on him in the dark. His head might have come from your shoulders. You were like a man holding up his own head, as I have seen in pictures in a book. I would never have killed him. Her golden hair fell all about his shoulders, and its scent was not intended to be sobering. She ran wan fingers through his hair while she held the knife toward him with the other hand. Take it and stab. No, he said. No, she laughed. No. You are my warrior, my man, my well-beloved. You have come to me alone out of all the world. You would no more stab me than the gods would forget me. Their eyes were on each other's, deep, looking into deep. Strength, she said, flinging him away and leaning back to look at him, almost as a fed cat stretches in the sunlight. Courage. Simplicity. Directness. Strength I have, too, and courage never failed me, but my mind is a river winding in and out, gathering as it goes. I have no directness, no simplicity. You go straight from point to point, my sending from the gods. I have needed you. Oh, I have needed you so much, these many years. And now that you have come, you want to hate me because you think I killed your brother. Listen, I will tell you all I know about your brother. Without a scrap of proof of any kind, he knew she was telling truth unadorned, or at least the truth as she saw it. Eye to eye, there are times when no proof is needed. Without my leave, Muhammad Anim sent 500 men on a foray toward the Khyber. Bull with a beard needed an Englishman's head, for proof for a spy of his who could not enter Khinjan caves. They trapped your brother outside Ali Masjid with 50 of his men. They took his head after a long fight, leaving more than 100 of their own in payment. Bull with a beard was pleased. But he was careless, and I sent my men to steal the head from his men. I needed evidence for you. And I swear to you by my gods who have brought us two together that I first knew it was your brother's head when you held it up in the cavern of Earth's drink. Then I knew it could not be anybody else's head. Why bid me throw it to them, then? He asked her, and he was aware of her scorn before the words had left his lips. She leaned back again and looked at him through lowered eyes, as if she must study him all anew. She seemed to find it hard to believe that he really thought so in the commonplace. What is a head to me, or to you, a head with no life in it, carrion, compared to what shall be? Would you have known it was his head if you had thrown it to them when I ordered you? He understood. Some of her blood was Russian, some Indian. A friend is a friend, but a brother is a rival, says the East, out of world-old experience, and in some ways Russia is more Eastern than the East itself. Muhammad Anim shall answer to you for your brother's head, she said with a little nod, as if she were making concessions to a child. At present we need him. Let him preach his jihad, and loose it at the right time. After that he will be in the way. You shall name his death, Earth's drink, slow torture fire. Will that content you? No, he said, with a dry laugh. What more can you ask? Less. My brother died at the head of his men. He couldn't ask more. Let Bull with a beard alone. She set both elbows on her knees and laid her chin on both hands to stare at him again. He began to remember long-forgotten schoolboy lore about chemical reagents that dissolve materials into their component parts. Such was the magic of her eyes. There were no eyes like hers that he had ever seen, although Ruwagunga's had been something like them. Only Ruwagunga's had not changed so. Thought of the Rainga no sooner crossed his mind than she was speaking of him. Ruwagunga met you in the dark, beyond those outer curtains, did he not? He nodded. Did he tell you that if you pass the curtains you shall be told all I know? He nodded again, and she laughed. It would take time to tell you all I know. First, I think I will show you things. Afterward you shall ask me questions, and I will answer them. She stood up, and of course he stood up, too. So, she on the footstool of the throne, her eyes and his were on a level. She laid hands on his shoulders and looked into his eyes until he could see his own twin portraits in hers that were glowing sunset pools. Heart of hills. The heart of all the East seemed to burn in her, rebellious. Are you believing me? She asked him. He nodded, for no man could have helped believing her. As she knew the truth, she was telling it to him, as surely as she was doing her skillful best to mesmerize him. But the Secret Service is made up of men trained against come, she said, and stepping down she took his hand. She led him past the thrones to other leather curtains in a wall, and through them into long-hewn passages from cavern into cavern, until even the Rock of Gibraltar seemed like a doll's house in comparison. In one cave there were piles of javelins that had been stacked there by the sleeper and his men. In another were sheaves of arrows, and in one were spears in racks against a wall. There were empty stables, with rings made fast into the rock where 100 horses could have stood in line. She showed him a cave containing great forges, where the bronze had been worked, with charcoal still piled up against the wall at one end. There were copper and tin ingots in there of a shape he had never seen. I know where they came from, she told him. I have made it my business to know all the hills. I know things the hillmen's great-great-great-grandfathers forgot. I know old workings that would make a modern nation rich. We shall have money when we need it, never fear. We shall conquer India while the English backs are turned and the best troops are overseas. We will bring 100,000 slaves back here to work our mines. With what they dig from the mines, copper and gold and tin, we will make ready to buy the English off when they are free to turn this way again. The English will do anything for money. They will be in debt when this war is over, and their price will be less then than now. She laughed merrily at him because his face showed that he did not appreciate that stricture. Then she called him her warrior and her well-beloved and took him down a long passage, holding his hand all the way, to show him slots cut in the floor for the use of archers. You entered Khinjan caves by a tunnel under this floor, well-beloved. There is no other entrance. By this time well-beloved was her name for him, although there was no air of finality about it. It was as if she paved the way for use of Athelstan and that was a sacred name. It was amazing how she conveyed that impression without using words. The sleeper cut these slots for his archers. Then he had another thought and set these cauldrons in place, to boil oil to pour down. Could any army force a way through by the route by which you entered? No, he said, marveling at the ton-weight copper cauldrons, one to each hole. Even without rifles for the defense? No, he said. And I have more than 1,000 Mauser rifles here, and more than 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition. How did you get them? I shall tell you that later. Come and see some other things. See and believe. She showed him a cave in which boxes were stacked in high square piles. Dynamite bombs, she boasted. How many boxes? I forget. Too many to count. Women brought them all the way from the sea, for even Muhammad Anim could not make Aphrodite riflemen carry loads. I have wondered what bull with a beard will say when he misses his precious dynamite. You've enough in there to blow the mountain up. King advised her. If somebody fired a pistol in here, the least would be the collapse of this floor into the tunnel below with 100,000 tons of rock on top of it. There is no other way out. Earth's drink, she said, and he made a grimace that set her to laughing. But she looked at him darkly after that, and he got the impression that the thought was not new to her, and that she did not thank him for the advice. He began to wonder whether there was anything she had not thought of, any loophole she had left him for escape, any issue she had not foreseen. Kill her, a secret voice urged him. But that was the voice of the hills that are violent first and regretful afterward. He did not listen to it. And then the wisdom of the West came to him, as epitomized by Cocker along the lines laid down by Solomon. It isn't possible to make a puzzle that has no solution to it. The fact that it's a puzzle is the proof that there's a key. Go ahead. It was the go ahead that Solomon omitted, and that makes Cocker such cheerful reading. King ceased conjecturing and gave full attention to his guide. She showed him where 1,100 Mauser rifles stood in racks in another cave, with boxes of ammunition piled beside them, each rifle and cartridge worth its weight in silver coin, a very Raja's ransom. The Germans are generous in some things, only in some things, very mean in others, she told him. They sent no medical stores, and no blankets. Past caves where provisions of every imaginable kind were stored, sufficient for an army, she led him to where her guards slept together with the 30 special men whom King had brought with him up the Khyber. I have 500 others whom I dare trust to come in here, she said, but they shall stay outside until I want them. A mystery is a good thing. It is good for them all to wonder what I keep in here. It is good to keep this sanctuary, it makes for power. Pressing very close to him, she guided him down another dark tunnel until he and she stood together in the jaws of the round hole above the river, looking down into the cavern of Earth's drink. Nobody looked up at them. The thousands were too busy working up a frenzy for the great jihad that was to come. Stacks of wood had been piled up, 6 man high in the middle, and then fired. The heat came upward like a furnace blast, and the smoke was a great red cloud among the stalactites. Round and round that holocaust the thousands did their sword dance, yelling as the devils yelled at Khinjan's birth. They needed no wine to craze them. They were drunk with fanaticism, frenzy, lust. The women brought that wood from 50 miles away. Yasmini shouted in his ear, for the din, mingling with the river's voice, made a volcano chord. It is a week's supply of wood. But so they are, so they will be. They will lay waste India. They will butcher and plunder and burn. It will be what they leave of India that we shall build anew and govern, for India herself will rise to help them lay her own cities waste. It is always so. Conquests always are so. Come. She tugged at him and led him back along the tunnel and through other tunnels to the throne room, where she made him sit at her feet again. The food had been cleared away in their absence. Instead, on the ebony table there were pens and ink and paper. She leaned back on her throne, with bare feet pressed tight against the footstool, staring at the table and the pens, and then at King, as if she would compose an ultimatum to the world and send King to deliver it. I said I will tell you, she said slowly. Listen. Chapter 14. Nothing new. Nothing new. Nowhere to hide when a reckoning's due, but right earns right, and wrong gets rue, with nothing deducted given in lieu, and neither the war god, I, nor ever could make one lie come true. Veil, Sasara. As Yasmini herself had admitted, she headed from point to point after a manner of her own. You know where is Dar es Salaam? She asked. East Africa, said King. How far is that from here? 2,000 or 3,000 miles. And English warships watch the Persian Gulf and all the seas from India to Aden. King nodded. Have the English any ships that dive underwater? He nodded again. In these waters? I think not. I'm not sure, but I think not. The grenades you have seen, and the rifles and cartridges were sent by the Germans to Dar es Salaam, to suppress a rising of African natives. Does it begin to grow clear to you, my friend? He smiled as well as nodded this time. Muhammad Anim used to wait with 100 women at a certain place on the seashore. What he found on the beach there he made the women carry on their heads to Khinjan. And by the time he had hidden what he found and returned from Khinjan to the beach, there were more things to find and bring. So they worked, he and the Germans, for I know not how long, with the English watching the seas as on land lean wolves comb the valleys. Did you ever hear of the big whale in the Gulf? No, said King. That was natural. There are as a rule about as many whales as salmon in the Persian Gulf. A German who came to me in Delhi, who first showed me pictures of an underwater ship, said that at that time the officers and crew of one such ship were getting great practice. Do you suppose their practice made whales take refuge in the Gulf? How should I know, Princess? Because I heard a story later, of an English cruiser on its way up the Gulf, that collided with a whale. The shock of hitting it bent many steel plates, and the cruiser had to put back for repair. It must have been a very big whale, for there was much oil on the sea for a long time afterward. So I heard. And no more dynamite came, nor rifles nor cartridges, although the Germans had promised more. And orders for Muhammad Anim that had been said to come by sea came now by way of Baghdad, carried by pilgrims returning from the holy places. I know that because I intercepted a letter and threw its bearer into earth's drink to save Muhammad Anim the trouble of asking questions. What were the terms of the German bargain? King asked her. What stipulations did they make? With the tribes? None. They were too wise. A jihad was decided on in Germany's good time, and when that time should come, 10 rifles in the hills and 1,000 cartridges would mean not only 100 dead Englishmen, but 10 times that number busily engaged. Why bargain when there was no need? A rifle is what it is. The hills are the hills. Tell me about your lamp oil, then, he said. You burn enough oil in Khinjan caves to light Bombay. That does not come by submarine. The Circa knows how much of everything goes up the Khyber. I have seen the printed lists myself, a few hundred cans of kerosene, a few score gallons of vegetable oil, and all bound for farther north. There isn't enough oil pressed among the hills to keep these caves going for a day. Where does it all come from? She laughed, as a mother laughs at a child's questions, finding delicious enjoyment in instructing him. There are TLNEE villages, not 2 days' march from Kabul, where men have lived for centuries by pressing oil for Khinjan caves, she said. The sleeper fetched his oil thence. There are the bones of a camel in a cave I did not show you, and beside the camel are the leather bags still in which the oil was carried. Nowadays it comes in second-hand cans and drums. The sleeper left gold in here. Those who kept the sleeper's secret paid for the oil in gold. No Afghan troubled why oil was needed, so long as gold paid for it, until Abdurrahman heard the story. He made a 10-year-long effort to learn the secret, but he failed. When he cut off the supply of oil for a time, there was a rebellion so close to Kabul gates that he thought better of it. Of gold and Abdurrahman, gold was the stronger. And I know where the sleeper dug his gold. They sat in silence for a long while after that, she looking at the table, with its ink and pens and paper, and he thinking, with hands clasped round one knee, for it is wiser to think than to talk, even when a woman is near who can read thoughts that are not guarded. Most disillusionments come simply, King said at last. Do you know, Princess, what has kept the Circa from really believing in Khinjan caves? She shook her head. The gods, she said. The gods can blindfold governments and whole peoples as easily as they can make us see. It was the fact that they knew what provisions and what oil and what necessities of life went up the Khyber and came down it. They knew a place such as this was said to be could not be. They knew it. They could prove. Yasmini nodded. Let it be a lesson to you, princess. She stared, and her fiery opal eyes began to change and glow. She began to twist her golden hair round the dagger hilt again. But always her feet were still on the footstool of the throne, as if she knew that she stood on firm foundations. No Circa ever doubted less than she, and the suggestions in King's little homily did not please her. She looked toward the table again, then again into his eyes. "Athelstan," she said. "It sounds like a king's name. What was the sleeper's name? I have often wondered. I found no name in all the books about Rome that seemed to fit him. None of the names I mouthed could make me dream as the sight of him could. But, Athelstan, that is a name like a king's. It seems to fit him, too. Was there such a name, in Rome?" "No," he said. "What does it mean?" she asked him. "Slow of resolution." She clapped her hands. "Another sign," she laughed. "The gods love me. There always is a sign when I need one. Slow of resolution, art thou? I will speed thy resolution, well-beloved. You were quick to change from king, of the Khyber rifle regiment, to Khurram Khan. Change now into my warrior, my dear lord, my king again." She rose, with arms outstretched to him. All her dancer's art, her untamed poetry, her witchery, were expressed in a movement. Her eyes melted as they met his. And since he stood up, too, for manner's sake, they were eye to eye again, almost lip to lip. Her sweet breath was in his nostrils. In another moment she was in his arms, clinging to him, kissing him, and if any man has felt on his lips the kiss of all the scented glamour of the East, let him tell what King's sensations were. Let Sisera, who was kissed by Cleopatra, come to life and talk of it. King's Anne is strong, and he did not stand like an idol. His head might swim, but she, too, tasted the delirium of human passion loosed and given for a mad swift minute. If his heart swelled to bursting, so must hers have done. "I have needed you," she whispered. "I have been all alone. I have needed you." Then her lips sought his again, and neither spoke. Neither knew how long it was before she began to understand that he, not she, was winning. The human answer to her appeal was full. He gave her all she asked of admiration, kiss for kiss. And then her arms did not cling so tightly, although his strong right arm was like a stanchion. Because he knew that he, not she, was winning, he picked her up in his arms and kissed her as if she were a child. And then, because he knew he had won, he set her on her feet on the footstool of the throne, and even petted her. She felt the pity. As she tossed the hair back over her shoulder, her eyes glowed with another meaning dangerous like a tiger's glare. "You pity me? You think because I love you, you can feed my love on a plate to the Indian government? You think my love is a weapon to use against me? Your love for me may wait for a better time. You are not so wise as I thought you, Athelstan." But he knew he had won. His heart was singing down inside him as it had not sung since he left India behind. But he stood quite humbly before her, for had he not kissed her? "You think a kiss is the bond between us? You mistake. You forget. The kiss, my Athelstan, was the fruit, not the seed. The seed came first. If I loosed you, if I'll set you free, you would never dare go back to India." He scarcely heard her. He knew he had won. His heart was like a bird, fluttering wildly. He knew that the next step would be shown him, and for the present he had time and grace to pity her, knowing how he would have felt if she had won. Besides, he had kissed her, and he had not lied. Each kiss had been a tribute of admiration, for was she not splendid, amazing, more to be desired than wine? He stood with bowed head, lest the triumph in his eyes offend her. Yet if anyone had asked him how he knew that he had won, he never could have told. If you were to go back to India except as its conqueror, they would strip the buttons from your uniform and tear your medals off and shoot you in the back against a wall. My signature is known in India and I am known. What I write will be believed. Ruwagunga shall take a letter. He shall take 2 for witnesses. He shall see them on their way and shall give them the letter when they reach the Khyber and shall send them into India with it. Have no fear. Bull with a beard shall not intercept them, as I have intercepted his men. When Ruwagunga shall return and tell me he saw my letter on its way down the Khyber, then we shall talk again about pity, you and I. Come. She took his arm, as if her threats had been caresses. Triumph shone from her eyes. She tossed her brave chin and laughed at him, only encouraged to greater daring by his attitude. Why don't you kill me? She asked, and though his answer surprised her, it did not make her angry. It would do no good, he said simply. Would you kill me if you thought it would do good? Certainly, he said. She laughed at that as if it were the greatest joke she had ever heard. It set her in the best humour possible, and by the time they reached the ebony table and she had taken the pen and dipped it in the ink, she was chuckling to herself as if the one good joke had grown into 100. She wrote in Urdu. It is likely that for all her knowledge of the spoken English tongue she was not so swift or ready with the trick of writing it. She had said herself that a Babu read English books to her aloud. But she wrote in Urdu with an easy flowing hand, and in 2 minutes she had thrown sand on the letter and had given it to King to read. It was not like a woman's letter. It did not waste a word. Your Captain Khyber has been too much trouble. He has taken money from the Germans. He adopted native dress. He called himself Karamtian. He slew his own brother at night in the pass. These men will say that he carried Chahed to Chi-Artian, and their word is true, for I, Yasmini, saw. He used Chahed for a passport, to obtain admittance. He proclaims a jihad. He urges invasion of India. He held up his brother's head before 5,000 men and boasted of Che murder. The next you shall hear of Captain King of the Rifles, he will be leading a jihad into India. You would have better trusted me. Yasmini. He read it and passed it back to her. They will not disbelieve me, she said, triumphant as the very devil over a branded soul all hot. They will be sure you are mad, and they will believe the witnesses. He bowed. She sealed the letter and addressed it with only a scrawled mark on its outer cover. That, by the way, was utter insolence, for the mark would be understood at any frontier post by the officer commanding. Ruwagunga shall start with this today, she said, with more amusement than malice. After that she was still for a moment, watching his eyes, at a loss to understand his carelessness. He seemed strangely unabased. His folded arms were not defiant, but neither were they yielding. I love you, Athelstan, she said. Do you love me? I think you are very beautiful, princess. Beautiful? I know I am beautiful. But is that all? Clever, he added. She began to drum with the golden dagger hilt on the table, and to look dangerous, which is not to infer by any means that she looked less lovely. Do you love me? She asked. Forgive me, princess, but you forget. I was born east of Mecca, but my folk were from the west. We are slower to love than some other nations. With us love is more often grouth, less often surrender at first sight. I think you are wonderful. She nodded and tucked the sealed letter in her bosom. It shall go, she said darkly, and another letter with it. They looted your brother's body. In his pocket they found the note you wrote him, and that you asked him to destroy. That will be evidence. That will convince. Come. He followed her through leather curtains again and down the dark passage into the outer chamber, and the illusion was of walking behind a golden-haired Madonna to some shrine of innocence. Her perfume was like incense, her manner perfect reverence. She passed into the cave where the 2 dead bodies lay like a high priestess performing a rite. Walking to the bed, she stood for minutes, gazing at the sleeper and his queen. And from the new angle from which King saw him, the sleeper's likeness to himself was actually startling. Startling weird, like an incantation were Yasmini's words when at last she spoke. Muhammad lied. He lied in his teeth. His sons have multiplied his lie. Siddhartha, whom men have called Gautama, the Buddha, was before Muhammad and he knew more. He told of the wheel of things, and there is a wheel. Yet, what knew the Buddha of the wheel? He who spoke of Dharma, the customs of the law, not knowing Dharma. This is true, of old there was a wish of the gods of old gods. And so these two were. There is a wish again now of the old gods. So, are we two not as they two were? It is the same wish, and 10. We are ready, this man and I. We will obey, ye gods, ye old gods. She raised her arms and, going closer to the bed, stood there in an attitude of mystic reverence, giving and receiving blessings. Dear gods, she prayed. Dear old gods older than these hills, show me in a vision what their fault was, why these two were ended before Theed. I know all the other things ye have shown me. I know the world's silly creeds have made it mad, and it must rend itself, and this man and I shall reap where the nations sowed if only we obey. Wherein, ye old dear gods, who love me, did these two disobey? I pray you, tell me in a vision. She shook her head and sighed. Sadness seemed to have crept over her, like a cold mist from the night. It was as if she could dimly see her plans foredoomed, and yet hoped on in spite of it. The fatalism that she scorned as Muhammad's lie held her in its grip, and her natural courage fought with it. Womanlike, she turned to King in that minute and confided to him her very inmost thoughts. And he, without an inkling as to how she must fail, yet knew that she must, and pitied her. Have you seen that breast under the armor? She asked suddenly. Come nearer. Come and look. Why did his breast decay and his body stay whole like hers? Did she kill him? Was that a dagger stab in his breast? I found perfume in these caves, great cheers of it, and I use it always. It is better than temple incense and all the breath of gardens in the spring. I have put it on slaughtered animals. Where the knife has touched them, they decay as that man's breast did, but the rest of them remains undecaying year after year. It was a knife, I think, that pierced his breast. I think that scent is the preservative. Did she kill him? Was she jealous of him? How did she die? There is no mark on her. Athelstan, listen. I think he would have failed her. I think she stabbed him rather than see him fail, and then swallowed poison. Afterward their servants laid them there. She smiles in death because she knew the wheel will turn and that death dies too. He looks grim because he knew less than she. It is always woman who understands and man who fails. I think she stabbed him. She should have loved him better, and then there would have been no need. I will love you better than she loved him. She turned and devoured him with her eyes, so that it needed all his manhood to hold him back from being her slave that minute. For in that minute she left no charm unexercised, sex, mesmerism, beauty, flattery, her eyes could flatter as a dumb dog's flatter a huntsman. Grace, unutterable mystery, she used every art on him she knew. Yet he stood the test. Even if you fail me, well beloved, I will love you. The gods who gave you to me will know how to make you love, and lessons are to learn. If you fail me I will forgive, knowing that in the end the gods will never let you fail me. You are mine, and earth is ours, for the old gods intend it so. She seemed to expect him to take her in his arms again, but he stood respectfully and made no answer, nor any move. Grim and strong his jowl was, like the sleeper's, and the dark hair 3 days old on it softened nothing of its lines. His Roman nose and steady, dark, full eyes suggested no compromise. Yet he was good to look at. She had not lied when she said she loved him, and he understood her and was sorry. But he did not look sorry, nor did he offer any argument to quench her love. He was a servant of the Raj, His life and his love had been India's since the day he first buckled on his spurs, and Yasmini wouldn't have understood that. Nor did she understand that, even supposing he had loved her with all his heart, not on any conditions would he have admitted it until absolutely free, any more than that if she crucified him he would love her the same, supposing that he loved her at all. Nor did she trust the old gods too well, or let them work unaided. "Come with me, Athelstan," she said. She took his arm, found little jewelled slippers in a closet hewn in the wall, put them on and led him to the curtains he had entered by. She led him through them, and, red as cardinals in lamplight on the other side, they stood hand in hand, back to the leather, facing the unfathomable dark. Her fingers were so strong that he could not have wrenched his arm away without using the other hand to help. "Where are your shoes?" she asked him. "At the foot of these steps, princess." "Can you see them yonder in the dark?" "No." "Can you guess where the darkness leads to?" "No." He shuddered and she chuckled. "Could you return alone by the way Ismail brought you?" "I think not." "Will you try?" "If I must." "I am not afraid." "You have heard the echo?" "Yes, I know you heard the echo." "Hear it again." She raised her head and howled like a lone wolf that has found no quarry, melancholy, mean, ground reckless with his hunger. There was a pause of nearly a minute. Then in the hideous darkness a phantom wolf pack took up the howl in chorus, and for 3 long minutes there was din beside which the voice of living wolves at war would be a slumber song. 10 times ghastlier than if it had been real, the chorus wailed and ululated back and forth along immeasurable distances, became one yell again and went howling down into earth's bowels as if the last of a phantom pack were left behind and yelling to be waited for. When it ceased at last, King was sweating. "Nor am I afraid," she laughed, squeezing his hand yet tighter. She led him down the steps, and at the foot told him to put on his slippers, as if he were a child. Then, hurrying as if those opal eyes of hers were indifferent to dark or daylight, she picked her way among boulders that he could feel but not see, along a floor that was only smooth in places, for a distance that was long enough by 2 or 3 times to lose him altogether. When he looked back there was no sign of red lights behind him. And when he looked forward, there was a dim outer light in front and a whiff of the cool fresh air that presages the dawn. She led him through a gap onto a ledge of rock that hung thousands of feet above the home of thunder, a ledge less than 6 feet wide, less than 20 long, tilted back toward the cliff. There they sat, watching the stars. And there they saw the dawn come. Morning looks down into Khyber hours after the sun has risen, because the precipices shut it out. But the peaks on every side are very beacons of the range at the earliest peep of dawn. In silence they watched day's herald touch the peaks with rosy jeweled fingers, she waiting as if she expected the marvel of it all to make King speak. It was cold. She came and snuggled close to him, and it was so they watched the sparkle of dawn's jewels die and the peaks grow grey again, she with an on his shoulder and strands of her golden hair blown past his face. "Of what are you thinking?" she asked him at last. "Of India, princess." "What of India?" "She lies helpless." "Ah. You love India?" "Yes." "You shall love me better. You shall love me better than your life. Then, for love of me, you shall own the India you think you love. This letter shall go." She tapped her bosom. "It is best to cut you off from India first. You shall lose that you may win." She got up and stood in the gap, smiling mockingly, framed in the darkness of the cave behind. "I understand," she said. "You think you are my enemy. Love and hate never lived side by side. You shall see." Then in an instant she was gone, backward into the dark. He sat and waited for her, cross-legged on the ledge. As daylight began to filter downward he could dimly make out the waterfall, thundering like the whelming of a world. He sat staring at it, trying to formulate a plan, until it dawned on him that he was nearly chilled to the bone. Then he got up and stepped through the gap, too. "Princess," he called. Then louder, "Princess." When the echo of his own voice died, it was as if the gull who made the echoes had taken shape. A beard, red eye rims and a hook nose came out of the dark, and Ismail bared yellow teeth. "Come," he said. "Come, little Hakim." Chapter 15 Private Preserves Q New Notions. "Measure me a quart of honesty, and I will trade plus or minus C for a pound weight of my thoughts. Then you and shall go and dream together a brand new dream of things chat never happened, nor ever can be. Come, trade with me." What Yasmini had been doing in the minutes while King stared from the ledge in the door-end was unguessable. Perhaps she had been praying to her old gods. At least she had given Ismail strict orders, for he said nothing, but seized King's hand and led him through the dark as a rat leads a blind one, swiftly, surely, unhesitating. King had no means whatever of guessing their direction. They did not pass the two lights again with the curtain and the steps all glowing red. They came instead to other steps, narrow and steep, that led upward in a semicircle to a rough hole in a rock wall. At the top there was a little yellow light, so dim and small that its rays scarcely sufficed to show the opening. "Go up," said Ismail, giving King a shove and disappearing at once. One side step into blackness and he might have been a mile away. So King went up, stooping to feel each next footing with a cautious hand. He was beginning to be sleepy, and to suspect that Yasmini had taken him to view the dawn with just that end in view. Nothing can make tired eyes so long for sleep as a glimpse of waking day. Sleepy eyes are easiest to trick. It was not many minutes before he was sure his guess was right. The opening at the head of the stairs led into a tunnel. He followed it with a hand on either wall and reached another of Khinjan's strange leather curtains. His face struck the leather unexpectedly, and at that instant, as if his touch were electric, the curtains sprang aside and his eyes were dazzled by the light of diamonds. It was Aladdin's cave, with her acting spirit of the lamp. It needed effort of self-control to know that the huge, white, cut crystals that sparkled all about the hewn cell could not be diamonds. They were as big as his head, and bigger, at least 100 of them, and they multiplied the light of half a dozen little oil lamps until the cave seemed the home of light. Yasmini had not a jewel on her. She was in a new mood and new garments to suit it. Her feet were still bare, but she was robed from head to heel in pure white linen, on which her long hair shone as if it were truly strands of gold. She received him with an air of mystic calm, gracious and dignified as the high priestess of a Grecian temple. She seemed devout to have forgotten that she ever killed a man, or made a threat or plotted for a kingdom. "Be still," she said, raising a finger. "The old gods talk to us in here. It is not for us to answer them in words, but in deeds. Let us listen and do." There were two cushions, great billowy modern ones, covered in gold brocade on the floor in the midst of the cave. Between them was a stand of ivory, some 2 feet high, whose top was a disc, cut from the largest tusk that ever could have been. On the disc, resting in a little hollow in the ivory, was a pure, perfect crystal sphere of a foot diameter. He could see his reflection in it, and Yasmini's, too, the moment he entered the cave, and whichever way they moved both images remained undistorted. He suspected that the lighting and the crystal reflectors had not been arranged at random. In each corner of the 4-square cave there was a brazier of bronze, and from each rose incense smoke, straight upward. The 4 streams of smoke met at the ceiling and converged into a cloud that hung almost motionless. Yasmini stepped very reverently to a cushion by the crystal in the middle, and signed to King to imitate her. They stood facing. She seemed to pray, for her eyes were hidden under the long lashes. Then she knelt, and King did the same, his knees sinking deep into another cushion. So they knelt eye to eye above the crystal for many minutes without either saying a word. It was Yasmini who spoke first. "The old gods have showed me the past many and many a time in this," she said. "It is their way of speaking to me. Now, today, I have prayed to them to show me the future. Look! Look, Athelstan! Do as I do so. There seemed nothing to be gained by disobeying her. To obey her might be to win new insight into the ramifications of her plans. Men who have experience of the East are the last to deny that there is method in Eastern magic. They glimpse the knowledge that belonged to Pharaoh's men, although unlike Moses they are not always able to confound it. The East forgets nothing. The West ignores. But there are men from the West who are willing to look and to listen and to try to understand. Like King, they go high in the service. There are others who look on at the magic with an understanding eye and are caught by it. Their end is not good to contemplate. The East is fettered in her own mesmeric spell and must suffer until she wakes. Yasmini held the upright column of the ivory stand with both hands, close under the disc at the top. He copied her, placing his hands below hers. Hers slipped down and covered his, soft and warm, and so they stayed. "Look," she said. "Look." Her own eyes were ground big and round, and she gazed at the crystal ball as she had looked into King's eyes that night, with the very hunger of her soul. Her lips were parted. Watching her, King grew expectant, too. His eyes followed hers, to stare into the middle of the crystal, no longer feeling sleepy, and in less than a minute he could not have withdrawn them had he tried. The crystal clouded over. Yasmini's breath came steadily, with a little hissing sound between her teeth, and the crystal, or else the whole world, seemed to sway in time to it. Then the man in Roman armor strode out of a mist, and all was steady again and easy to understand. When the man in armor opened his lips to speak, one knew what he had said. When he frowned, one knew why he frowned. When he smiled, one knew that she was coming. And she did come, dancing out of the mist behind him, to fling soft arms round his neck and whisper praises in his ear. He stood like a king who has come into his own, with an arm round her and his chin held high. She kissed him on his proud chin, and laughed into his face. There were troubles, difficulties, all in the mist behind, but he stood and despised them then while she caressed him. Just as spoken words had no part in the vision, yet the whole was understood, so time did not enter into it. There was no connecting link between each scene, each dissolved into the other, and all were one. She faded into mist, in a swirl of graceful drapery, and he frowned again. A long line of men-at-arms stood before him, grim as he and as discontented. They leaned on spears, at ease, and that seemed to annoy him most of all. A spokesman stood out from the ranks and addressed him, with gesticulations and a head so far thrown back that his helmet plume stood out like a secretary's pen behind him. He was not a Roman, although there was something Roman about his attitude and armor. None of the men-at-arms was a Roman. They demanded to be led home, wherever home was. It was as plain as if their spokesman had shouted it into King's ear aloud. And he refused them bluntly, proudly. 2 men brought him a native woman, each holding an arm and thrusting her forward between them. She was not at all unlike a native woman of today, either in dress or sullenness. She had the beak and the keen eyes and the cruel lips off hills. They showed her to him, and it was quite clear that they compared her to their own women, left behind. The comparison was plainly to her disadvantage. He wasted no argument on them, but his scorn made the 2 men fade away, and the woman with them. Yet he had no scorn for his lined-up fighting men, and so could act none. He ordered the spokesman back to the ranks, and the man obeyed. He gave another order, and the long lines stood at attention, spears straight up and down, and their round shields like great medallions on a wall. He ordered them away, but they stood still. Then he did a truly Roman thing. He got his harness off, unbuckled, and took off the great bronze corselet, in which he lay dead in another cave. He threw it down, tore open the white shirt underneath, and held his arms out. He bade them come and kill him. He bade them drive their spears into his unprotected breast. There was not a movement down the line of men. They stood as a cliff looks at the tide. He dared them. He called them cowards, women, weaklings, afraid of blood. But they stood still. He strode up and down the line, seeking a man with heart enough to plunge a spear into him, and no man moved. Then he stood still before them all again and wept, because they loved him and he loved them. And then she came, not dancing this time, but barefooted and walking like a poem of the early days of Greece. She picked up his corselet and buckled it on him, making him hold up his arms and kneel while she slipped it over his head. And the grim men-at-arms hove their long spears up into the air and roared her an ovation, bringing down their right feet with a thunder all together. Ave! But the mist closed up and then the crystal was clear again. It was Yasmini's voice that spoke. King looked up into her eyes, and they made him shudder, for he had never seen eyes like them. Her hands still clasped his own, burning hot. She was more terrible than Khyber. I never saw that before, she said. It is because you are here. We shall see it all now. We shall know it all. We shall know whether it was she who killed him, or whether his own men took him at his word. We shall know. Look again. Look again. His eyes seemed unable to obey his own will any longer. They obeyed her voice. He gazed again into the crystal, and it clouded over. But although he obeyed her, the crystal obeyed him and answered at least in part the questions his imagination asked. He was not conscious of asking anything, but being a soldier his curiosity followed a more or less definite line. Yasmini's breath began to come and go again with the little hissing sound. Her hot hands pressed his arm. The mist suddenly dissolved. There was a road, a long white road, across a plain, and the men-at-arms fought their way along it. They were facing east. Archers opposed them, archers on foot, and cavalry Parthians. The Parthians were wild, but the drill of the men-at-arms was a thing to marvel at. When the flights of arrows came they knelt behind their shields. When the horsemen charged they closed in solid phalanx, and the inner ranks hurled javelins at 10-yard range. When the fury of the onslaught died they formed in column and went forward, gaining furlongs at a time while their enemy watched them and wondered. It was plain that the enemy expected them to retreat sooner or later, for the archers and cavalry were at great pains to get behind them, so that before long the road ahead was less well defended than that behind. It did not seem to occur to the enemy that they were pressing toward the distant line of hills and did not seek to return at all. They had no baggage to impede them. It was absurd to suppose they would not try to fight a way back soon. They must be a Roman raiding party, out to teach Parthians a lesson. Yet they pressed ever forward, and the hills grew ever nearer, while he sat a great brown charger calmly in their midst and gave them not too many orders, but here and there a word of praise, and once or twice a trumpet shout of encouragement. He seemed to own the knack of being wherever the fight was fiercest. His mere presence seemed better than 100 men when the phalanx bent before charging cavalry. She rode a little white horse, beside him always and utterly scornful of the risk. She wore no armor, carried no shield. Her bare feet showed through the sandal straps, and the outlines of her lissom body were quite visible through the muslin stuff she wore. She might have just come from the dancing. She had a flower in her hand, and a wreath of flowers in her hair. She shouted more encouragement than he. She shouted too much. Once he laid a strong brown hand across her mouth, and she held it there and kissed it. They lost men 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 at each onslaught. Perhaps they had been 1,000 strong in the beginning. Their own men, the regimental surgeons probably, cut the throats of the badly wounded, to save them from the enemy's attentions, and by this time they were not more than 700 or 800 strong. But they went forward ever forward, and the line of hills drew near. Then he began to stir himself, and she with him. He shouted to them to charge, and she echoed him, leaving his side at last to take command of a wing and sting the tired-out men-at-arms into new enthusiasm. In a minute they were a roaring tide that swept forward to the foot of the hills and surged upward without a check. In a little while they were hurling boulders down on an enemy that seemed inclined to parley. Then, like a shadow of incense cloud above, the mist closed up in the crystal again, and in a moment more King and Yasmini were looking into each other's eyes again above it. "I have seen that before," she said, shaking her head. "I am weary of their battles. They won, that is enough. I must know how they failed, so that we make no such mistakes." Her face was flushed, and her eyes glowed with the fire that is not lit by ordinary passion. She was being eaten by ambition, bummed by her own fire, by ambition not totally selfish, for she yearned to shepherd King as she seemed to think this woman of the vision had not shepherded the man in armor. "Look again," she said. "Look again. And oh, ye old gods, show me wherein she failed." They stared again, and once more the crystal clouded. Out of the cloud came a city in the middle of a plain, and the city was besieged. It was not a very great city, but from the outside it looked rich, for domes and roofs and towers showed above the wall, all well built and well preserved. He and she, sitting their horses out of arrow range from the main gate, seemed confident of taking it and eager to get it over with. They no longer had only 600 or 700 men, but men by the thousand. Their veterans in Roman armor were in command of others now, and they had a human pack train with them, heavily burdened captives who sulked in chains under a guard. The mist cleared further, and the gate gave in under the blows of an improvised battering ram, covered by showers of arrows from short range. Then, like a river breaking down a dam, the thousands stormed in, howling. Smoke rose. There were screams of women. A great tower near the gate, that was half wood, half stone, crackled and curled up in yellow and crimson flame. He and she rode in together as modern men and women ride through a gate to the covert side at a fox hunt. They chatted and laughed together, and their horses pranced, responding to the humor of their riders. King would have liked to tear his eyes away from the scenes that followed in the tree-lined streets, but the crystal ball held him as if in a trance, that and Yasmini's hands that clasped his own like hot torture chamber clamps. Animals fighting to the death are not so vile, nor so inhuman as men can be in the hour of what they call victory. Even the little children of that city paid the penalty for having closed the gate. Time was no measure to the crystal ball. In minutes it showed the devil's work of hours. The city went up in smoke and flame, and from the far side through a great breach in the wall the conquerors went out, with their plunder and such prisoners as had been saved to drag and cane it. Now there were wagons and camels and horses. Now there were tents and furniture. Now each man of the fighting force had as much as he himself could carry, as well as what was loaded on the prisoners. Only he and she seemed to care nothing for the loot and rode as if each was all the other needed. Still he wore nothing but his armor, and she no more than her dancing dress and sandals. But now she had 8 prisoners to hold a panoply above her horse and keep the sun from her. She had flowers woven in her hair, and others in her hand, as if she rode from a bridal feast and were not in mourning for a plundered, butchered city. They were headed northward now, toward distant mountains, and the dust of their long column went up like a river of smoke, flowing from the holocaust behind. Yasmini shook her head impatiently. The crystal clouded over, and King's eyes were free. "I am tired of it," she said. "I have seen that so many times. I know they won. I know they found their way to Khyber. I know they began to build an empire here. I have seen all that 100 times. What I must know is what mistake they made. What did they do wrong? How did they come to fail? Look again. Let us look again." She never once let King's hands go, but pressed them tighter and tighter until the circulation nearly stopped and they grew numb. Her own strength seemed endless, to grow rather than to wane in proportion as her yearning to look into the past grew. Her attitude would have been more understandable if she had believed herself and King to be reincarnations of those forgotten conquerors, but she was too original for that. She had said the old gods wished, and the man and the woman were, the old gods wished the same wish again, and she and King were. Why then, if the old gods were contriving it all, should she seek to steady the ark for them? But down at bottom there is no logic connected with God's many. She clutched King's fingers as if to hold him there, and to make him see and understand the distant past, were the only way to save him from mistakes. Look, she insisted. Look again. And he obeyed her. By this time obedience was much the easiest course. Between times his eyes were so weary he could hardly hold them open, and it was only when he gazed into the crystal that he could rest them and feel easy. He knew well that she was winning control over him in some sort, and he fought against it grimly. Soon he became weirdly conscious of being two men, one, whom she had grasped and overcome, a physical man who did not matter much, and another, mental man who was free from her, who could understand her, whom she could not reach or touch. Look, she insisted. Look. And the crystal clouded over. He strode out of the mist again, frowning, with his chin hung low and fists clenched tight at his sides. 4 of his own men came out of the mist to him and greeted him respectfully, yet not without a touch of irony. They spoke to him and pointed westward. One laid a hand on his shoulder, but he shook it off and the man reeled back as if he had been struck. Another man took up the argument, but he shook his head. They all spoke together, gesticulating and growing angry, but he stood calm among them, as a rock stands in a storm. He folded his arms across his breast after a while and listened, saying nothing. Then, as if to end the argument for good and all, he drew his sword and held it out toward them, hilt first, telling them again to kill him and have done with it. They refused. He laughed at them, but they still refused, so he put his sword back in the sheath. One of the men stepped into the mist and disappeared. Presently he came again, with 2 others, helping a wounded man along between them. Whoever the wounded man might be, he was treated with respect. Prouder than Lucifer, he who had struck another man's hand from off his shoulder knelt to give this wounded man a knee and seemed pained when the man refused him. The wounded man pointed to the westward too and argued in short clipped-off sentences. He had a day or 2 to live, certainly not longer, for the blood flowed slowly from a wound that would not stanch, yet he argued as a man who has lost no interest in life, but rather sees its problems truly now that his own are near an end. He demanded something almost truculently. He took his helmet off and passed it down to him. With fingers that were growing feeble the wounded man held it and traced out the letters SPQR on the front. "Go home," he said, passing it back to him. "Fight your way back home." What he said was as distinct as if a voice in the cave had spoken it. Then, vision within a vision, dream within a dream, there was a view of the Via Appia, with gaunt grim gallows set along it in a row and on them a regiment's commander crucified along with the remnant of his men. "So Rome treats traitors," said a voice, that might have been either man's. But instantly there was another vision, of 10,000 wolves baying down a Himalayan gorge in winter time, the sleet frozen stiff on their fur and their tongues hanging. Eye and fang flashed all together and made one gleam. "Choose," said a voice. So he chose. He nodded. The men saluted him, and the wounded man was helped away to die. And then she came, angry as a flash of lightning, to spring at him and cling to him and call him names, begging, demanding, ordering, crying, abusing him and praising him in turn. He shook his head. She sobbed, but he shook his head again and pointed westward. Then she took him by the hand and led him away, not looking at his face again. The crystal ball grew clouded. Yasmini's breath came and went as if she were running in a race, and her pressure on King's fingers was actually painful. The mist dissolved, and King forgot the pressure, forgot everything. The man in armor lay dead on his back in the cave on the wooden bed, and she bent over him, dagger in hand. "Ah," said Yasmini, her teeth chattering. But what else could she do? The mist closed in again and the crystal grew opaque. "The future," she begged. "It is the future I must know. Ye old gods, tell me. Show me." The mist turned red. The crystal ball became as it were a ball of fire revolving within itself. The fire turned to blood, and the blood to fire again. The very cavern that they knelt in seemed to sway. Yasmini screamed and moaned. She loosed King's hands to cover her own eyes. And as she did that, King sank, like a sack half empty, and toppled over sidewise on the floor asleep. He neither dreamed nor was conscious of anything, but slept like a dead man, having fought against her mesmerism harder than he knew. Statesmen, generals, outlaws, all make their big mistakes and manage to recover. Very nearly always it is an apparently little mistake that does most damage in the end, something unnoticeable at the time, that grows in geometrical proportion, minus instead of plus. Yasmini made her little mistake that minute in believing King was utterly mesmerized at last and utterly in her power. Whereas in truth he was only weary. It may be that she gave him orders in his sleep, after the accepted manner of mesmerists, but if she did, they never reached him. He was far too fast asleep. He slept so deep and long that he was not conscious of men's voices, nor of being carried, nor of time, nor of anxiety, nor of anything. Chapter 16 Wolf met wolf in the dawning day, where scent hung sweet of trodden clay, and square each stood in the jungle way, eyeing the other with ears laid back. Still were the watchers. When foe greets foe, the better to go, who stays to watch trouble. Zos trouble. But they trotted together to hunt one dce, eyed each other with ears laid back. When King awoke he lay on a comfortable bed in a cave he had never yet seen, but there was no trace of Yasmini, nor of the men who must have carried him to it. Barbaric splendor, and splendor that was not by any means barbaric, lay all about: tiger skins, ivory-legged chairs, graven bronze vases, and a yak hair shawl worth a Raja's ransom. The cave was spacious and not gloomy, for there was a wide door, apparently unguarded, and another square opening cut in the rock to serve as a window. Through both openings light streamed in like taut threads of Yasmini's golden hair, strings of a golden zither, on which his own heart's promptings played a tune. He had no idea how long he had slept, but judged from memory of his former need of sleep and recognition of his present freshness, and from the fact that it was a morning sun that shone off the openings, that he must have slept the clock round. It did not matter. He knew it did not matter in the least. He had no more plan than a mathematician has who staffs to solve a problem, knowing that twice two is four in infinite combination. Like the mathematician, he knew that he must win. No man ever won a battle or conceived a stroke of statesmanship, no great deed was ever accomplished without a first taste of the triumphant fork knowledge, such as comes only to men who have digged hard, hewing to the line, loyal to first principles. King had been loyal all his life. The difference between first principles and the other thing could hardly be better illustrated than by comparing Yasmini's position with his. From her point of view he had no ground to stand on, unless he should choose to come and stand on hers. She had men, ammunition, information. He had what he stood in, and his only information had been poured into his ears for her ends. Yet his heart sang inside him now, and he frosted it because that singing never had deceived him. He did not believe she would have left him alone at that state of affairs unless through overconfidence. It is one of the absolute laws that overconfidence begets blindness and mistakes. She had staked on what seemed to her the certainty of India's rising at the first signal of a holy war. She believed from close acquaintance that India was utterly disloyal, having made a study of disloyalty. And having read history she knew that many a conqueror has staked on such cards as hers, to win for lack of a better man to take the other side. But King had studied loyalty all his life, and he knew that besides being the home of money-lenders, thugs, and murderers, India is the very motherland of chivalry, that besides sedition she breeds gentlemen with stout hearts, that in addition to what one Christian book calls whoring after strange gods, India strives after purity. He knew that India's ideals are all imperishable, and her crimes but a kaleidoscopic phase. Not that he was analyzing thoughts just then. He was listening to the still small voice that told him half of his purpose was accomplished. He had probed Khyber caves, and knew the whole purpose for which the lawless thousands had been gathering and were gathering still. Remained, to thwart that purpose. And he had no more doubt of there being a means to thwart it than a mathematician has of the result of 2 times 2, applied. Like a mathematician, he did not waste time and confuse issues by casting too far ahead, but began to devote himself steadily to the figures nearest. Knots are not untied by wholesale, but are conquered strand by strand. He began at the beginning, where he stood. He became conscious of human life nearby and tiptoed to the door to look. A 6-foot ledge of smooth rock ended just at the door and sloped in the other direction sharply downward toward another opening in the cliff side, 300 or 400 yards away and 200 feet lower down. Behind him in a corner at the back of the cave was a narrow fissure, hung with a leather curtain, that was doubtless the door into Khyber's heart, but the only way to the outer air was along that ledge above a dizzying precipice, so high that the huge waterfall looked like a little stream below. He was in a very eagle's eyrie. The upper rim of Khyber's gorge seemed not more than 1/4 of a mile above him. Round the corner, 10 feet from the entrance, stood a guard, armed to the teeth, with a rifle, a sword, 2 pistols and a long curved Khyber knife stuck handy in his girdle. He spoke to the man and received no answer. He picked up a splinter of rock and threw it. The fellow looked at him then. He spoke again. The man transferred his rifle to the other hand and made signs with his free fingers. King looked puzzled. The man opened his mouth and showed that his tongue was missing. He had been made dumb, as pegs are made to fit square holes. King went in again, to wait on events and shudder. Nor did he have long to wait. There came a sound of grunting, up the rock path. Then footsteps. Then a hoarse voice, growling orders. He went out again to look, and beheld a little procession of women, led by a man. The man was armed, but the women were burdened with his own belongings: the medicine chest, his saddle and bridle, his unrifled mule pack and, wonder of wonders, the presents Khyber's sick had given him, including money and weapons. They came past the dumb man on guard and laid them all at King's feet just inside the cave. He smiled, with that genial, face-transforming smile of his that has so often melted a road for him through sullen crowds. But the man in charge of the women did not grin. He was suffering. He growled at the women, and they went away like obedient animals, to sit halfway down the ledge and await further orders. He himself made as if to follow them, and the dumb man on guard did not pay much attention. He let women and man pass behind him, stepping 1 pace forward toward the edge to make more room. That was his last entirely voluntary act in this world. With a suddenness that disarmed all opposition, the other humped himself against the wall and bucked into the dumb man's back, sending him, weapons and all, hurtling over the precipice. With a wild effort to recover, and avenge himself, and do his duty, the victim fired his rifle, that was ready cocked. The bullet struck the rock above and either split or shook a great fragment loose, that hurtled down after him, so that he and the stone made a race of it for the waterfall and the caverns into which the water tumbled thousands of feet away. The other ruffian spat after him, and then walked back to where King stood. "Now heal me, my boils," he said, grinning at last, doubtless from pleasure at the prospect. He was the same man who had stood on guard at the guest cave when Ismail led King out to see the cavern of earths. The temptation was to fling the brute after his victim. The temptation always is to do the humung thing, to cap wrath with wrath, injustice with vengeance. That way wars begin and are never ended. King beckoned him into the cave, and bent over the chest of medical supplies. Then, finding the light better for his purpose at the entrance, he called the man back and made him sit down on the box. The business of lancing boils is not especially edifying in itself, but that particular minor operation probably saved India. But for hope of it, the man with boils would never have stood 2 turns on guard hand running and let the relief sleep on, so he would not have been on duty when the message came to carry King's belongings to his new cave of residence. There would have been no object in killing the dumb man, and so there would have been an expert with a loaded rifle to keep Muhammad Anim lurking down the trail. Muhammad Anim came like the devil to Scotch King's faith. He had followed the women with the loads. He stood now, like a big bear on a mountain track, swaying his head from side to side 6 feet away from King, watching the boils succumb to treatment. He grunted when the job was finished, and King jumped, nearly driving the lance into a new place in his patient's neck. "Let him go," growled Muhammad Anim. "Go thou. Stand guard over the women until I come." The mullah turned a rifle this way and that in his paws, like a great bear dancing. The Masudi with a sore neck could have shot him perhaps, but there are men with whom only the bravest dare try conclusions. In cold grey dawn it would have needed a martinet to make a firing squad do execution on Muhammad Anim, even with his hands tied and his back against a wall. A man whose boils had just been lanced was no match for him at all, even in broad daylight. The hillman slunk away and did as he was told. "What meant thy message?" growled the mullah. "There came a Pathan to me in the cavern of Earth's Drink with word that yonder sits a Hakim." "What of it?" King had almost forgotten the message he had sent to Muhammad Anim in the cavern of Earth's Drink. But that was not why his eyes looked past the mullah's now, nor why he did not answer. The mullah did not look round, for he knew what was happening. The very Oryxi Pathan who had sat next King in the cavern of Earth's Drink, and who had carried the message for him, was creeping up behind the women and already had his rifle levelled at the man with boils. "Aye," said the mullah, watching King's eyes. "He has done well, and the road is clear." The man with boils offered no fight. He dropped his rifle and threw his hands up. In a moment the Oryxi Pathan was in command of 2 rifles, holding them in one hand and nodding and making signs to King from among the women, whom he seemed to regard as his plunder too. The women appeared supremely indifferent in any event. King nodded back to him. "A friend is a friend in the hills, and rare is the man who spares his enemy." "Why send that message to me?" asked Muhammad Anim. "Why not?" asked King. "If none know where the Hakim is, how shall the Hakim earn a living?" "None comes to earn a living in the hills," growled the mullah, swaying his head slowly and devouring King with cruel calculating eyes. "Why art thou here?" "I slew a man," said King. "Thou liest. It was my men who got the head that let thee in. Speak. Why art thou here?" But King did not answer. The mullah resumed. "He who brought me the message yesterday says he has it from another, who had it from a third, that thou art here because she plans a simultaneous rising in India, and thou art from the Punjab where the Sikhs all wait to rise. Is that true?" "Thy man said it," answered King. "What sayest thou?" the mullah asked. "I say nothing," said King. "Then hear me," said the mullah. "Listen, thou." But he did not begin to speak yet. He tried to see past King into the cave and to peer about into the shadows. "Where is she?" he asked. "Her man Ruwagunga went yesterday, with 3 men and a letter to Kani, down the Khyber." "But where is she?" So he had slept the clock round. King did not answer. He blocked the way into the cave and looked past the mullah at a sight that fascinated, as a serpent's eyes are said to fascinate a bird. But the mullah, who knew perfectly well what must be happening, did not trouble to turn his head. The Oryxi Pathan crouched among the women, and the women grinned. The Masudi, having surrendered and considering himself therefore absolved from further responsibility at least for the present, spat over the precipice and fingered gingerly the sore place where his boils had been. He yawned and dropped both hands to his side, and it was at that instant that the Pathan sprang at him. With arms like the jaws of a vice he pinned the Masudis to his side, and lifted him from off his feet. The fellow screamed, and the Pathan shouted ho! But he did no murder yet. He let his victim grow fully conscious of the fate in store for him, holding him so that his frantic kicks were squandered on thin air. He turned him slowly, until he was upside down, and so, perpendicular, face outward, he hove him forward like a dead log. He stood and watched his victim fall 2,000 or 3,000 feet before troubling to turn and resume both rifles, and it was not until then, as if he had been mentally conscious of each move, that the mullah turned to look, and seeing only one man nodded. "Good," he grunted. "Shabash. Well done." Then he turned his head to stare into King's face, with the scrutiny of a trader appraising loot. Fire leaped up behind his calculating eyes. And without a word passing between them, King knew that this man as well as Yasmini was in possession of the secret of the sleeper. Perhaps he knew it first, perhaps she snatched the keeping of the secret from him. At all events he knew it and recognized King's likeness to the sleeper, for his eyes betrayed him. He began to stroke his beard monotonously with one hand. The rifle, that he pretended to be holding, really leaned against his back, and with the free hand he was making signals. King knew well he was making signals. But he knew too that in Yasmini's power, her prisoner, he had no chance at all of interfering with her plans, having grounded on the bottom of impotence, so to speak. Any tide that would take him off must be a good tide. He pretended to be aware of nothing, and to be particularly unaware that the Pathan, with a rifle in each hand, was pretending to come casually up the path. In a minute he was covered by a rifle. In another minute the mullah had lashed his hands. In 5 minutes more the women were loaded again with his belongings, and they were all halfway down the track in single file, the mullah bringing up the rear, descending backward with rifle ready against surprise, as if he expected Yasmini and her men to pounce out any minute to the rescue. They entered a tunnel and wound along it, stepping at short intervals over the bodies of 3 stabbed sentries. The Pathan spurned them with his heel as he passed. In the glare at the tunnel's mouth King tripped over the body of a 4th man and fell with his chin beyond the edge of a sheer precipice. They were on a ledge above the waterfall again, having come through a projection on the cliff's side, for Khyber is all rat runs and projections, like a sponge or a hornet's nest on a titanic scale. The Pathan laughed and came back to gather him like a sheaf of corn. The great smelly ruffian hugged him to himself as he set him on his feet. "Ah! Thou Hakim," he grinned. "There is no pain in my shoulder at all. Ask of me another favor when the time comes." "Hey, but I am sick of Khyber." He gave King a shove along the path in the general direction of the mullah. Then he seized the dead body by the legs, and hurled it like a slingshot, watching it with a grin as it fell in a wide parabola. After that he took the dead man's rifle, and those of the 3 other dead men, that he had hidden in a crevice in the rock, and loaded them all on a woman in addition to King's saddle that she carried already. "Come," he said. "Honey, or bull with a beard yonder will remember us again. I love him best when he forgets." They soon reached another cave, at which the mullah stopped. It was a dark ill-smelling hole, but he ordered King into it and the Pathan after him on guard, after first seeing the women pile all their loads inside. Then he took the women away and went off muttering to himself, swaggerm, swinging his right arm as he strode, in a way few natives do. "Let us hope he has forgotten these," the Pathan grinned, touching the pile of rifles. "Weight for weight in silver they will bring me a fine price." He may forget. He dreams. For a mullah he cares less for meat and money than any I ever saw. He is mad, I think. It is my opinion. Allah touched him. "What is that, under thy shirt?" King asked. The Pathan grinned, and undid the button. There was a second shirt underneath, and to that on the left breast were pinned 2 British medals. "Oh, yes," he laughed. "I served the Raj. I was in the army 11 years. Why did you leave it?" King asked, remembering that this man loved to hear his own voice. "Oh, I had furlough, and the bastard who stood next me in the ranks was the son of a dog with whom my father had a blood feud. The blind fool did not know me. He received his furlough on the same day as I. I would not lay finger on him that side of the border, for we ate the same salt. I knifed him this side the border. It was no affair of British. But I was seen, and I fled. And having slain a man, and having no doubt a report had gone back to the regiment, I entered this place. Except for a raid now and then to cool my blood, I have been here ever since. It is a devil of a place. Now the art of ruling India consists not in treading barefooted on scorpions, not in virtuous indignation at men who know no better, but in seeking for and making much of the gold that lies ever amid the dross. There is gold in the character of any man who once passed the grilling tests before enlistment in a British Indian regiment. It may need experience to lay a finger on it, but it is surely there. I heard, said King, as I came toward the Khyber in great haste, for the police were at my heels. Ah, the police! The Pathan grinned pleasantly. The inference was that at some time or other he had left his mark on the police. I heard, said King, that men are flocking back to their old regiments, but not men with a price on their heads, little Hakim. I could not say, said King. To seem to know too much is as bad as to drink too much. But I heard say that the Sirkar has offered pardons to all deserters who written. Ha! The Sirkar must be afraid. The Sirkar needs men. For myself, said King, a whole skin in the hills seems better than one full of bullet holes in India. Ha! But thou art a Hakim, not a soldier. True, said King, tell me that again. Free pardons? Free pardons for all deserters. So I heard. Ah! But I was seen to slay a man of my own regiment. On this side the border or that? Asked King artfully. On this side. Ah, but you were seen? Ay. But that is no man's business. In India I earned in my salt. I obeyed the law. There is no law here in the hills. I am minded to go back and seek that pardon. It would feel good to stand in the rank again, with a stiff-backed Sahib out in front of me, and the thunder of the gun wheels going by. The salt was good. Come thou with me. The pardon is for deserters, King objected, not for political offenders. Haw, said the Pathan, bringing down his flat hand hard on the Hakim's thigh. I will attend to that for thee. I will obtain my pardon first. Then will I lead thee by the hand to the Kamal Sahib and lie to him and say, this is the one who persuaded me against my will to come back to the regiment. And he will believe? Nay, I would be afraid, said King. Would a pardon not be good? The Pathan asked him. A pardon and leave to swagger through the bazaars again and make trouble with the daughters and wives of fat traders, a pardon Allah. It would be good to salute the Kamal Sahib again and see him raise a finger, thus, and to have the Captain Sahib call me a scoundrel, or some worse name if he loves me very much, for the English are a strange race. Thou art a dreamer, said King. Untie my hands, the thong cuts me. The Pathan obeyed. Dreamer, am I? It is good to dream such dreams. By Allah, I've a mind to see that dream come true. I never slew a man on Indian soil, only in these hills. I will go to them and say, here I am. I am a deserter. I seek that pardon. Truly I will go. Come thou with me, little Hakim. Nay, said King, I have another thought. What then? You, who were seen to slay a man a yard this side of the border, nay, half a mile this side. Half a mile, then? You who were seen to slay a fellow soldier of your regiment, and I who am a political offender, do not win pardons so easily as would they hang us. That was the first squeamishness the Pathan had shown of any kind, but men of his race would rather be tortured to death than hanged in a merciful hempen noose. They would hang us, said King, unless we came bearing gifts. Gifts? Has Allah touched thee? What gifts should we bring? A dozen stolen rifles? A bag of silver? And I am the dreamer, am I? Nay, said King. I am the dreamer. I have seen a good vision. Well, there are others in these hills, others in Khyber who wear British medals. The Pathan nodded. How many? Asked King. Hundreds. Men fight first on one side, then on the other, being true to either side while the contract lasts. In all there must be the makings of many regiments among the hills. King nodded. He himself had seen the chieftains come to parley after the Tirah War. Most of them had worn British medals and had worn them proudly. If we too, he said, speaking slowly, could speak with some of those men and stir the spirit in them and persuade them to feel as thou dost, mentioning the pardon for deserters and the probability of bonuses to the time expired for re-enlistment, if we could march down the Khyber with 100 such, or even with 50 or with 25 or with a dozen men, we would receive our pardon for the sake of service rendered. Good. The Pathan thumped him on the back so hard that his eyes watered. We would have to use much caution, King advised him, when he was able to speak again. Aye. If Buluruthabeard got wind of it he would have us crucified. And if she heard of it he was silent. Apparently there were no words in his tongue that could compass his dread of her revenge. He was silent for 10 minutes, and King sat still beside him, letting memory of other days do its work, memory of the long, clean regimental lines, and of order and decency and of justice handed out to all and sundry by gentlemen who did not think themselves too good to wear a native regiment's uniform. In 2 days I could do the drill again as well as ever, he said at last. Then there was silence again for 15 minutes more. I could always shoot, he murmured, I could always shoot. When Muhammad Anim came back they had both forgotten to replace the lashing on King's jurists, but the mullah seemed not to notice it. Come, he ordered, with a sidewise jerk of his great ugly head, and then stood muttering impatiently while they obeyed. He had twice the number of women with him, but none of them the same, and he had brought 5 ruffians to guard them, who pounced on the captured rifles and claimed one apiece, to the Pathan's loud growled disgust. Then the women were made to gather up King's belongings, and at a word from the mullah they started in single file, the mullah leading, then 2 men, then King, then the Oryxi Pathan, and then the other 3. The Pathan began to whisper busily to the man next behind, and noticing that King looked straight forward and contented himself, his heart was singing within him unexplainedly. He wanted to sing and dance, as once David did before the ark. He did not feel in the least like a prisoner. They marched downward through interminable tunnels and along ledges poised between earth and heaven, until they came at last to the tunnel leading to the one entrance into Khyber caves. Just before they entered it 2 more of the mullah's men came up with them, leading horses. 1 horse was for the mullah, and they helped King mount the other, showing him more respect than is usually shown a prisoner in the hills. Then the mullah led the way into the tunnel, and he seemed in deadly fear. The echo of the hoofbeats imitated him. He eyed each hole in the roof as if Yasmini might be expected to shoot down at him or drench him with boiling oil, and hurried past each of them at a trot, only to draw rein immediately afterward because the noise was too great. It became evident that his men had been at work here too, for at intervals along the passage lay dead bodies. Yasmini must have posted the men there, but where was she? Each of them lay dead with a knife wound in his back, and the mullah's men possessed themselves of rifles and knives and cartridges, wiping off blood that had scarcely cooled yet. When they came to the end of the tunnel it was to find the door into the mosque open in front of them, and 20 more of Muhammad Anim's men standing guard over the eyelashless mullah. They had bound and gagged him. At a word from Muhammad Anim they loosed him, and at a threat the hairless one gave a signal that brought the great stone door sliding forward on its oiled bronze grooves. Then, with a dozen jests thrown to the hairless one for consolation, and an utter indifference to the sacredness of the mosque floor, they sought outer air, and Muhammad Anim led them up the street of the dwellings toward Khyber's outer ramparts. They reached the outer gate without incident and hurried into the great dry valley beyond it. As they rode across the valley the mullah thumbed a long string of beads. Unlike Yasmini, he was praying to one god, but he seemed to have many prayers. His back was a picture of determined treachery. The backs of his men were expressions of the creed that he shall keep who can. King rode all but last now and had a good view of their unconsciously vaunted blackguardism. There was not a hint of honour or tenderness among the lot, man, woman or mullah. Yet his heart sang within him as if he were riding to his own marriage feast. Last of all, close behind him, marched his friend, the Oryxi Pathan, and as they picked their way among the boulders across the mile-wide moat though, two contrived to fall a little to the rear. The Pathan began speaking in a whisper and King, riding with lowered head as if he were studying the dangerous track, listened with both ears. She sent her man Ruwagunga toward the Khyber with a message, he whispered. He took a few men with him, and he is to send them with the message when they reach the Khyber, but he is to come back. All he went for is to make sure the message is not intercepted, for Bull with a beard is growing reckless these days. He knew what was doing and said at once that she is treating with the British, but there were few who believed that. There are more who wonder where she hides while the message is on its way. None has seen her. Men have swarmed into the cavern Theathers drink and howled for her, but she did not come. Then the mullah went to look for his ammunition that he stored and sealed in a cave. And it was gone. It was all gone. And there was no proof of who had taken it. Hakim, there be some who say, and Bull with a beard is one of them, that she is afraid and hides. Men say she fears vengeance for the stolen ammunition, because it was plenty for a conquest of India. So men say. So say these here, for I have asked them. And thou, asked King, struggling to keep the note of exultation from his voice. He did not believe she was hiding. She might be staring into a crystal in some secret cave, she might be planning new mischief of any kind. But afraid she was surely not. And just as surely he could vow she was working out her own undoing. "I," said the Pathan. "I swear she is afraid of nothing. If she has taken all the ammunition, then we shall hear from it again and from her too." "And what of me?" asked King. "What will the mullah do with me? His men say he is desperate. His own are losing faith in him. He snatched thee to be a bait for her, having it in mind that a man whom she hides in her private part of Khyber must be of great value to her. He has sworn to have thee skinned alive on a hot rock should she fail to come to terms." That being not such a comforting reflection, King rode in silence for a while, with the Pathan trudging solemnly beside his stirrup, keeping semblance of guard over him. When they reached the steep escarpment he had to dismount, although the mullah in the lead tried to make his own beast carry him up the lower spur and was mad angry with his men for laughing when the horse fell back with him. Far in the rear King and the Pathan shoved and hauled and nearly lost their horse a dozen times at that. But once at the top the mullah set a furious pace and the laden women panted in their efforts to keep up, the men taking less notice of them than if they had been animals. The march went on in single file until the sun died down in splendid fury. Then there began to be a wind that they had to lean against, but the women were allowed no rest. At last, at a place where the trail began to widen, the mullah beckoned King to ride beside him. It was not that he wished to be communicative, but there were things King knew that he did not know, and he had his own way of asking questions. "Damned Hakim," he growled. "Pillman. Poulticer. That is a sweeper's trade of thine. Thou shalt apply it at my camp. I have some wounded and some sick." King did not answer, but buttoned his coat closer against the keen wind. The mullah mistook the shudder for one of another kind. "Did she choose thee only for thy face?" he asked. "Did she not consider thy courage? Does she love thee well enough to ransom thee?" Again King did not answer, but he watched the mullah's face keenly in the dark and missed nothing of its expression. He decided the man was in doubt, even racked by indecision. "Should she not ransom thee, Hakim, thou shalt have a chance to show my men how a man out of India can die. By and by I will lend thee a messenger to send to her. Better make the message clear and urgent. Thou shalt state my terms to her and plead thine own cause in the same letter. My camp lies yonder." He motioned with one sweep of his hand toward a valley that lay in shadow far below them. As far as the slope leading down to it was visible in the moonlight, it was littered with what the hills call hailstones that will neither lie flat nor keep on rolling, and are dangerous to man and beast alike. Nothing else could be made out tln off the darkness but a few twisted tamarisk trees, that served to make the savagery yet more savagey and the loneliness more desolate. The gloom below the trees was that of the very underdepths of hell itself. The mullah pointed to a rock that rose like a shadow from the deeper blackness. "Yes," said King, "I have seen." And the mullah stared at him. Then he shouted, and the top of the rock turned into a man, who gave them leave to advance, leaning on his rifle as one who had assured himself of their identity long minutes ago. As they approached it, the rock clove in two and became two great pillars, with a man on each. And between the pillars they looked down into a valley lit by fires that burned before 1,000 hide tents, with shadows by the 100 flitting back and forth between them. A dull roar, like the voice of an army, rose out of the gorge. "More than 4,000 men," said the mullah proudly. "What are 4,000 for a raid into India?" sneered King, greatly daring. "Wait and see," growled the mullah, but he seemed depressed. He led the way downward, getting off his horse and giving the reins to a man. King copied him, and part way sliding, part stumbling down, they found their way along the dry bed of a watercourse between two spurs of a hillside, until they stood at last in the midst of a cluster of a dozen sentries, close to a tamarisk to which a man's body hung spiked. That the man had been spiked to it alive was suggested by the body's attitude. Without a word to the sentries, the mullah led on down a lane through the midst of the camp, toward a great open cave at the far side, in which a bonfire cast fitful light and shadow. Watchers sitting by the 1,000 tents yawned at them, but took no particular notice. The mouth of the cave was like a lion's, fringed with teeth. There were men in it, 10 or 11 of them, all armed, squatting round the fire. "Get out," growled the mullah. But they did not obey. They sat and stared at him. "Have you tents?" the mullah asked, in a voice like thunder. "Aye." But they did not go yet. One of the men, he nearest the mullah, got on his feet, but he had to step back a pace, for the mullah would not give ground and their breath was in each other's faces. "Where are the bombs? And the rifles? And the many cartridges?" he demanded. "We have waited long, Muhammad Anim." "Where are they?" The others got up, to lend the first man encouragement. They leaned on rifles and surrounded the mullah, so that King could only get a glimpse of him between them. They seemed in no mood to be treated cavalierly, in no mood to be argued with. And the mullah did not argue. "Ye dogs," he growled at them, and he strode tln off them to the fire and chose himself a good, thick burning brand. "Ye sons of nameless mothers." Then he charged them suddenly, beating them over head and face and shoulders, driving them in front of him, utterly reckless of their rifles. His own rifle lay on the ground behind him, and King kicked its stock clear of the fire. "Oh, I shall pray for you this night," Muhammad Anim snarled. "What a curse I shall beg for you! Oh, what a burning of the bowels ye shall have! What a sickness! What running of the eyes! What sores! What boils! What sleepless nights and faithless women shall be yours! What a prayer I will pray to Allah!" They scattered into outer gloom before his rage, and then came back to kneel to him and beg him withdraw his curse. He kicked them as they knelt and drove them away again. Then, silhouetted in the cave mouth, with the glow of the fire behind him, he stood with folded arms and dared them shoot. He lacked little in that minute of being a full-grown brute at bay. King admired him, with reservations. After 5 minutes of angry contemplation of the camp, he turned on a contemptuous heel and came back to the fire, throwing on more fuel from a great pile in a cummer. There was an iron pot in the embers. He seized a stick and stirred the contents furiously, then set the pot between his knees and ate like an animal. He passed the pot to King when he had finished, but fingers had passed too many times through what was left in it, and the very thought of eating the mess made his gorge rise, so King thanked him and set the pot aside. Then, that is thy place. Muhammad Anim growled, pointing over his shoulder to a ledge of rock, like a shelf in the far wall. There was a bed upon it, of cotton blankets stuffed with dry grass. King walked over and felt the blankets and found them warm from the last man who had lain there. They smelt of him too. He lifted them and laughed. Taking the whole in both hands, he carried it to the fire and threw it in, and the sudden blaze made the mullah draw away a yard, but it did not make him speak. Bugs, King explained, but the mullah showed no interest. He watched, however, as King went back to the bed, and subsequent proceedings seemed to fascinate him. Out of the chest that one of the women had set down, King took soap. There was a pitcher of water between him and the fire. He carried it nearer. With an improvised scrubbing brush of figs he proceeded to scrub every inch of the rock shelf, and when he had done and had dried it more or less, he stripped and began to scrub himself. "Who taught thee thy squeamishness?" the mullah asked at last, getting up and coming nearer. It was well that King's skin was dark, although it was many shades lighter than his face, that had been stained so carefully. The mullah eyed him from head to foot and looked awfully suspicious, but something prompted King and he answered without an instant's hesitation. "Why ask a woman's questions?" he retorted. "Only women ask when they know the answer. When I watched thee with the firebrand a short while ago, oh, mullah, I mistook thee for a man." The mullah grunted and began to tug his beard. But King said no more and went on washing himself. "I forgot," said the mullah then, "that thou art her pet. She would not love thee unless thy smell was sweet." "No," said King quite cheerfully, going it blind, for he did not know what had possessed him to take that line, but knew he might as well be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb. "No, if I stank like this she would not love me." The mullah snorted and went back to the fire, but he took King's cake of soap with him and sat examining it. "Tauba," he swore suddenly as if he had made a gruesome discovery. "Such filthy stuff is made from the fat of pigs?" "Doubtless," said King. "That is why she uses it, and why I use it. She is a better Mohammedan than thou. She would surely cleanse her skin with the fat of pigs." "Thou art a shameless one," said the mullah, shaking his head like a bear. "I am what Allah made me," answered King, and then, for the sake of the impression, he went through the outward form of Muslim prayer, spreading a mat and omitting none of the genuflections. When he had finished he unfolded his own blankets that a woman had thrown down beside the chest and spread them carefully on the rock shelf. But though he was allowed to climb up and lie there, he was not allowed to sleep, nor did he want to sleep for more than an hour to come. The mullah came over from the fire again and stood beside him, glaring like a great animal and grumbling in his beard. "Does she surely love thee?" he asked at last, and King nodded, because he knew he was on the trail of information. "So thou art to aid the sleeper in his bronze mail, eh? Thou art to come to life, as she was said to come to life, and the two of you are to plunder India? Is that it?" King nodded again, for a nod is less committal than a word, and the nod was enough to start the mullah off again. "I saw the sleeper and his bride before she knew of either. It was I who led her into Khyber. It was I who told the men she is the heart of the hills come to life. She tricked me. But this is no hour for bearing grudges. She has a plan and I am minded to help." King lay still and looked up at him, sure that treachery was the ultimate end of any plan the Mullah Muhammad Anim had. India has been saved by the treachery of her enemies more often than ruined by false friends. So has the world, for that matter. A jihad when the right hour comes will raise the tribes, the mullah growled. She and thou, as the sleeper and his mate, could work wonders. But who can trust her? She stole that head. She stole all the ammunition. Does she surely love thee? King nodded again, for modesty could not help him at that juncture. Love and boastfulness go together in the hills. She shall have thee back, then, at a price. King did not answer. His brown eyes watched the mullahs, and he drew his breath in little jerks, lest by breathing aloud he should miss one word of what was coming. She shall have thee back against Khyber and the ammunition. She and thou shall have India, but I shall be the power behind you. She must give me Khyber and the ammunition. She must admit me to the inner caves, whence her damned guards expelled me. I must have the reins in my 2 hands so. Then, thou and she shall have the pomp and glitter while I guide. King did not answer. Dost understand? King murmured something unintelligible. Otherwise, I and my men will storm Khyber, and she and thou shall go down into earth's drink lashed together. King shuddered, not because he felt afraid, but because some instinct told him to make the mullah think him afraid. He was far too interested to be fearful. Ye shall both be tortured before the plunge into the river. She shall be tortured in the cavern of earth's drink before the men. King shuddered again, this time without an effort. He could imagine the thousands watching grimly while the flayer used his knife. I have men in Khyber. I have as many as she. On the day I march there will be a revolt within. She would better agree to terms. King lay looking at him, like a prisoner on the rack undergoing examination. He did not answer. Write thou a letter. Since she loves thee, state thine own case to her. Tell her that I hold thee hostage, and that Khyber is mine already for a little fighting. In a month she cannot pick out my men from among her own. Her position is undermined. Tell her that. Tell her that if she obeys she shall have India and be queen. If she disobeys, she shall die in the cavern of earth's drink. She is a proud woman, mullah answered King. Threats to such as the mullah mumbled and strode back and forth 3 times between King's bed and the fire, with his fists knotted together behind him and his head bent, as Napoleon used to walk. When he stood beside the bed again at last it was with his mind made up, as his clenched fists and his eyes indicated. Make thine own terms with her, he growled. Write the letter and send it. I hold thee, she holds Khyber and the ammunition. I am between her and India. So be it. She shall starve in there. She shall lie in there until the war is over and take what terms are offered her in the end. Write thine own letter. State the case, and bid her answer. Very well said King. He began to see now definitely how India was to be saved. It was none of his business to plan yet, but to help others' plans destroy themselves and to sow such seed in the broken ground as might bear fruit in time. The mullah left him, to squat and gaze into the fire, and mutter, and King lay still. After a while the mullah went and carried a great water bowl nearer to the fire and, as King had done, stripped himself. Then he heaped great faggots on the fire, wasteful faggots, each of which had cost some woman hours of mountain climbing. And in the glow of the leaping flame he scrubbed himself from head to foot with King's soap. Finally, with a feat of strength that nearly forced an exclamation out of King, he lifted the great water bowl in both hands and emptied the whole contents over himself. Then he resumed his smelly garments without troubling to dry his body, and got out a Koran from a corner and began to read it in a nasal sing-song that would have kept dead men awake. King lay and watched and listened. Reading scripture only seemed to fire the mullah's veins. For him sleep was either out of reach or despicable, perhaps both. He seemed in a mood to despise anything but conquest and strode back and forth up and down the cave like a caged bear, muttering to himself. After a time he went to the mouth of the cave, to stand and stare out at the camp where the 1,000 fires were dying fitfully and wood smoke purged the air of human nastiness. The stars looked down on him, and he seemed to read them, standing with fists knotted together at his back. And as he stood so, 6 other mullahs came to him and began to argue with him in low tones, he browbeating them all with furious words hissed between half-closed teeth. They were whispering still when King fell asleep. It was courage, not carelessness, that let him sleep, courage and a great hope born of the mullah's perplexity. He dreamed that he was writing, while the torturers made a hot fire ready in the cavern of earth's drink and whetted knives on the bridge end while the organ played the Marseillaise. He dreamed Yasmini came to him and whispered the solution to it all, but what she whispered he could not catch, although she whispered the same words again and seemed to be angry with him for not listening. And when he awoke at last he had fragments of his blanket in either hand, and the sun was already shining into the jaws of the cave. The camp was alive and reeked of cooking food. But the mullah was gone, and so was all the money the women had brought, together with his medicines and things from Khyber. Chapter 17. When the last evil jest has been made, and rest of ink of hypocrisy spilt, when the awfully right have elected to fight lest their own should discover their guilt, when the door has been shut on the if and but and it's up to the men with guns, on their knees in chat day let diplomatists pray for forgiveness from prodigal sons. Instead of the mullah, growling texts out of a Koran on his lap, the Oryxi Patayan sat and sunned himself in the cave mouth, emitting worldly wisdom unadulterated with divinity. As King went toward him to see to whom he spoke he grinned and pointed with his thumb, and King looked down on some sick and wounded men who sat in a crowd together on the ramp, 10 feet or so below the cave. They seemed stout soldierly fellows. Men of another type were being kept at a distance by dint of argument and threats. Away in the distance was Muhammad Anim with his broad back turned to the cave, in altercation with a dozen other mullahs. For the time he was out of the reckoning. Some of these are wounded, the Patan explained. Some have sores. Some have the belly ache. Then again, some are sick of words, hot and cold by day and night. All have served in the army. All have medals. All are deserters, some for one reason, some for another and some for no reason at all. Bull with a beard looks the other way. Speak thou to them about the pardon that is offered. So King went down among them, taking some of the tools of his supposed trade with him and trying to crowd in the triumph that would well up. The seed he had sown had multiplied by 50 in a night. He wanted to shout, as men once did before the walls of Jericho. A man bared a sword cut. He bent over him, and if the mullah had turned to look there would have been no ground for suspicion. So in a voice just loud enough to reach them all, he repeated what he had told the Patan the day before. "But who art thou?" asked one of them suspiciously. Perhaps there had been a shade too much cocksureness in the Hakim's voice, but he acted faultlessly when he answered. Voice, accent, mannerism, guilty pride, were each perfect. Political offender. My brother yonder in the cave mouth ... the Patan smirked. He liked the imputation, ... suggested I seek pardon, too. He thinks if I persuade many to apply for pardon then the Circa may forgive me for service rendered. The Patan's smirk grew to a grin. He liked grandly to have the notion fathered on himself, and his complacency of course was suggestive of the Hakim's trustworthiness. But the East is ever cautious. Some say thou art a very great liar, remarked a man with half a nose. Nay, answered King. Liar I may be, but I am one against many. Which of you would dare stand alone and lie to all the others? Nay, sahibs, I am a political offender, not a soldier. They all laughed at that, and seizing the moment when they were in a pliant mood the Oryxi Patan proceeded to bring proposals to a head. Are we agreed? He asked. Or have we waggled our beards all night long in vain? Take him with us, say I. Then, if pardons are refused us he at least ill gain nothing by it. We can plunge our knives in him first, whatever else happens. Aye. That was reasonable and they approved in chorus. Possibility of pardon and reinstatement, though only heard of at second hand, had brought unity into being. And unity brought eagerness. Let us start tonight, urged one man, and nobody hung back. Aye. Aye. Aye, they chorused. And eagerness, as always in the hills, brought wilder counsel in its wake. Who dare stab Bull with a beard? He has sought blood and has let blood. Let him drink his own. Ay. Nay. He is too well guarded. Not he. Let us stab him and take his head with us, there well may be a price on it. They took a vote on it and were agreed, but that did not suit King at all, whatever Muhammad Anim's personal deserts might be. To let him be stabbed would be to leave Yasmini without a check on her of any kind, and then might India defend herself, yet to leave the mullah and Yasmini both at large would be almost equally dangerous, for they might form an alliance. There must be some other way, and he set out to gain time. Nay, nay, Sahibs, he urged. Nay, nay. Why not? Sahibs, I have wife and children in Lahore. Same are most dear to me and I to them. I find it expedient to make great effort for my pardon. Ye are but 50. Ye are less than 50. Nay, let us gather 100 men. Who shall find 100, somebody demanded, and there was a chorus of denial. We be all in this camp who ate the salt. It was plain, though, that his daring to hold out only gave them the more confidence in him. But Khinjan, he objected. The crimes of the Khinjan men were not to the point. Time had to be gained. They agreed. There be many in Khinjan. Mere mention of the place made them regard Oryxi Patan and Hakim with new respect, as having right of entry tln off the forbidden gate. Then I have it, the Patan announced at once, for he was awake to opportunity. Many of you can hardly march. Rest ye here and let the Hakim treat your belly aches. Bull with a beard bade me wait here for a letter that must go to Khinjan today. Good. I will take his letter. And in Khinjan I will spread news about pardons. It is likely there are 50 there who will dare follow me back, and then we shall march down the Khyber like a full company of old days. Who says that is not a good plan? There were several who said it was not, but they happened to have nothing the matter with them and could have marched at once. The rest were of the other way of thinking and agreed in asserting that Khinjan men were a higher caste of extra-ultra murderers whose presence doubtless would bring good luck to the venture. These prevailed after considerable argument. Strangely enough, none of them deemed the proposition beneath Khinjan men's consideration. Pardon and leave to march again behind British officers loomed bigger in their eyes than the green banner of the Prophet, which could only lead to more outrageous outlawry. They knew Khinjan men were flesh and blood humans with hearts as well as they. But caution had a voice yet. She will catch thee in Khinjan caves, suggested the man with part of his nose missing. She will have thee flayed alive. Take note then, I bequeath all the women in the world to thee. Be thou heir to my whole nose, too, and a blessing, laughed the Patan, and the butt of the jest spat savagely. In the hills there is only one explanation given as to how one lost his nose, and they all laughed like hyenas until the Mullah Muhammad Anim came rolling and striding back. By that time King had got busy with his lancet, but the Mullah called him off and drove the crowd away to a distance. Then he drove King into the cave in front of him, his mouth working as if he were biting bits of vengeance off for future use. Write thy letter, thou. Write thy letter. Here is paper. There is a pen, take it. Sit. Yonder is now, write. King sat at a box and waited, as if to take dictation, but the mullah, tugging at his beard, grew furious. Write thine own letter. Invent thine own argument. Persuade her, or die in a new way. I will invent a new way for thee. So King began to write, in Urdu, for reasons of his own. He had spoken once or twice in Urdu to the mullah and had received no answer. At the end of 10 minutes he handed up what he had written, and Muhammad Anim made as if to read it, trying to seem deliberate, and contriving to look irresolute. It was a fair guess that he hated to admit ignorance of the scholar's language. Are there any alterations you suggest? King asked him. Nay, what care I what the words are? If she be not persuaded, the worse for thee. He held it out, and as he took it King contrived to tear it. He also contrived to seem ashamed of his own clumsiness. "I will copy it out again," he said. The mullah swore at him, and conceiving that some extra show of authority was needful, growled out, "Remember all I said. Set Duan she must surrender Khinjan caves, or I swear by Allah I will have thee tortured with fire and thorns, and her, too, when the time comes." Now he had said that, or something very like it, in the first letter. There was no doubt left that the mullah was trying to hide ignorance, as men of that fanatic ambitious mould so often ill at the expense of better judgment. If fanatics were all wise, it would be a poor world for the rest. "Very well," King said quietly. And with great pretence of copying the other letter out on fresh paper, he now wrote what he wished to say, taking so long about it, for he had to weigh each word, that the mullah strode up and down the cave swearing and kicking things over. "Greeting," he wrote, "to the most beautiful and very wise Princess Yasmin in her palace in Che Caves N, from her servant Khurram Khan the Hakim, in Che camp of the Mullah Muhammad Anim, a night's march distant in Che hills. Mullah Muhammad Anil makes his stand and demands NCRW surrender to himself of EQ1 Arzan caves, and of all his ammunition. Further, he demands full control of me and of all your men. He is ready to fight for his demands, and already, as you must well, has considerable following in Ephra and caves. He has at least as many men as you have, and he has 4,000 more here. He threatens as a preliminary to blockade EQL Njan caves, unless the answer to this PCVE favorable, letting none enter, but calling his own men out to join him. His would suit the Indian government, because while the hills fight Aras themselves, Che cannot raid India, and while he blockades Chinjan caves there will be time to move against him. That he dares begin and can accomplish what he threatens, I am sorry, because no it is said how many services you have rendered of old to Che government I serve. We who serve one Ra, are one to help each other in GONDC ±me. I have not been idle. Some of Muhammad Anim's men are already mine. With them I can return to India, taking information with me that will serve my government. My men are eager to be off. It may be Chat vengeance against me would seem sweeter to you than return to your former allegiance. In Chat case, Princess, you only need betray me to the mullah. I'd be sure my death would leave nothing to be desired by the spectators. At present he does not suspect me. Be assured, however, that not to betray me to him is to leave me free to serve my government and well able to do so. I invite to return to India with me, bearing news Chat Che Mullah Muhammad Anim and his men are bottled ±n Chirian caves, and to plan with me to Chat end. If will, then write an answer to Muhammad Anim, not in Urdu, but in a language he can understand, seem to surrender to him. But to me send a verbal message, either by Che bearer of this by some crustier messenger. India can profit yet by your service if you will. And ±n that case I pledge my road to direct Che government's attention only to your good service in the matter. It is not yet too late to choose. It is not impertinent in me to urge you, nor can I say how gladly I would subscribe myself your grateful and loyal servant. The mullah pounced on the finished letter, pretended to read it, and watched him seal it up, smudging the hot wax with his own great gnarled thumb. Then he shouted for the Oryxi Patan, who came striding in, all grms and swagger. "There, take it. Make speed," he ordered, and with his rifle at the ready and the letter tucked inside his shirt, the Patan favoured King with a farewell grin and obeyed. "Get out," the mullah snarled then immediately. "See to the sick. Tell them I sent thee. Bid them be grateful." King went. He recognized the almost madness that constituted the mullah's driving power. It is contagious, that madness, until it destroys itself. It had made several thousand men follow him and believe in him, but it had once given Yasmini a chance to fool him and defeat him, and now it gave King his chance. He let the mullah think himself obeyed implicitly. He became the busiest man in all the hills. While the mullah glowered over the camp from the cave mouth, or fulminated from the Koran, or fought with other mullahs with words for weapons and abuse for argument, he bandaged and lanced and poulticed and physicked until his head swam with weariness. The sick swarmed so around him that he had to have a bodyguard to keep them at bay, so he chose 20 of the least sick from among those who had talked with him after sunrise. And because each of those men had friends, and it is only human to wish one's friend in the same boat, especially when the sea, so to speak, is rough, the progress through the camp became a current of missionary zeal, and the virtues of the Anglo-Indian Raj were better spoken of than the hills had heard for years. Not that there was any effort made to convert the camp en masse. Far from it. But the likely few were pounced on and were told of a chance to enlist for a bounty in India. And what with winter not so far ahead, and what with experience of former fighting against the British Army, the choosing was none so difficult. From the day when the lad first feels soft down upon his face until the old man's beard turns white and his teeth shake out, the hillman would rather fight than eat, but he prefers to fight on the winning side if he may, and he likes good treatment. Before it was dark that night there were 30 men sworn to hold their tongues and to wait for the word to hurley down the Khyber for the purpose of enlisting in some British Indian regiment. Some even began to urge the Hakim not to wait for the Oryxai Pathan, but to start with what he had. "Shall I leave my brother in the lurch?" the Hakim asked them, and though they murmured, they thought better of him for it. Well for him that he had plenty of Epsom salts in his kit, for in the hills physic should taste evil and show very quick results to be believed in. He found a dozen diseases of which he did not so much as know the name, but half of the sufferers swore they were cured after the first dose. They would have dubbed him Fakir and have foisted him to a pillar of holiness had he cared to let them. Muhammad Anim slept most of the day, like a great animal that scorns to live by rule. But at evening he came to the cave mouth and fulminated such a sermon as set the whole camp to roaring. He showed his power then. The jihad he preached would have tempted dead men from their graves to come and share the plunder, and the curses he called down on cowards and laggards and unbelievers were enough to have frightened the dead away again. In 20 minutes he had undone all King's missionary work. And then in 10 more, feeling his power and their response, and being at heart a fool as all rogues are, he built it up again. He began to make promises too definite. He wanted Khyber caves. More, he needed them. So he promised them they should all be free of Khyber caves within a day or two, to come and go and live there at their pleasure. He promised them they should leave their wives and children and belongings safe in the caves while they themselves went down to plunder India. He overlooked the fact that Khyber caves for centuries had been a secret to be spoken of in whispers, and that prospect of its violation came to them as a shock. Half of them did not believe him. Such a thing was impossible, and if he were lying as to one point, why not as to all the others, too? And the army veterans, who had been converted by King's talk of pardons, and almost reconverted by the sermon, shook their heads at the talk of taking Khyber. Why waste time trying to do what never had been done, with her to reckon against, when a place in the sun was waiting for them down in India, to say nothing of the hope of pardons and clean living for a while? They shook their heads and combed their beards and eyed one another sidewise in a way the hills understand. That night, while the mullah glowered over the camp like a great old owl, with leaping firelight reflected in his eyes, the thousands under the skin tents argued, so that the night was all noise. But King slept. All of another day and part of another night he toiled among the sick, wondering when a message would come back. It was nearly midnight when he bandaged his last patient and came out into the starlight to bend his back straight and yawn and pick his way reeling with weariness back to the mullah's cave. He had given his bag of medicines and implements to a man to carry ahead of him and had gone perhaps 10 paces into the dark when a strong hand gripped him by the wrist. "Hush," said a voice that seemed familiar. He turned swiftly and looked straight into the eyes of the Rangaru Wagunga. "How did you get here?" he asked in English. Any fool could learn the password into this camp. Come over here, Sahib. I bring word from her. The ground was crisscrossed like a man's palm by the shadows of tent ropes. The Ranger led him to where the tents were 40 feet apart and none was likely to overhear them. There he turned like a flash. She sends you this, he hissed. In that same instant King was fighting for his life. In another second they were down together among the tent pegs, King holding the Ranger's tist with both hands and struggling to break it, and the Ranger striving for another stroke. The dagger he held had missed King's ribs by so little that his skin yet tingled from its touch. It was a dagger with bronze blade and a gold hilt. Her dagger. It was her perfume in the air. They rolled over and over, breathing hard. King wanted to think before he gave an alarm, and he could not think with that scent in his nostrils and creeping into his lungs. Even in the stress of fighting he wondered how the Ranger's clothes and turban had come to be drenched in it. He admitted to himself afterward that it was nothing else than jealousy that suggested to him to make the Ranger prisoner and hand him over to the mullah. That would have been a ridiculous thing to do, for it would have forced his own betrayal to the mullah. But as if the Ranger had read his mind, he suddenly redoubled his efforts, and King, weary to the point of sickness, had to redouble his own or die. Perhaps the jealousy helped put venom in his effort, for his strength came back to him as a madman's does. The Ranger gave a moan and let the knife fall. And because jealousy is poison, King did the wrong thing then. He pounced on the knife instead of on the Ranger. He could have questioned him, knelt on him and perhaps forced explanations from him. But with a sudden swift effort like a snake's, the Ranger freed himself and was up and gone before King could struggle to his feet. Gone like a shadow among shadows, King got up and felt himself all over, for they had fought on stony ground and he was bruised. But bruises faded into nothing, and weariness as well, as his mind began to dwell on the new complication to his problem. It was plain that the moment he had returned from his message to the Khyber, the Ranger had been sent on this new murderous mission. If Yasmini had told the truth, a letter had gone into India describing him, King, as a traitor, and from her point of view that might be supposed to cut the very ground away from under his feet. Then why so much trouble to have him killed? Either Ruwagunga had never taken the first letter, or, and this seemed more probable, Yashianai had never believed the letter would be treated seriously by the authorities, and had only sent it in the hope of fooling him and undermining his determination. In that case, especially supposing her to have received his ultimatum on the mullah's behalf before sending Ruwagunga with the dagger, she must consider him at least dangerous. Could she be afraid? If so, her game was lost already. Perhaps she saw her own peril. Perhaps she contemplated gosh, what a contingency! Perhaps she contemplated bolting into India with a story of her own, and leaving the mullah to his own devices. In such a case, before going she would very likely to have the one man stabbed who could give her away most completely. In fact, would she dare escape into India and leave himself alive behind her? He rather thought she would dare do anything. And that thought brought reassurance. She would dare, and being what she was, she almost surely would seek vengeance on the mullah before doing anything else. Then why the dagger for himself? She must believe him in league with the mullah against her. She might believe that if him out of the way, the mullah would prove an easier prey for her. And that belief might be justifiable, but as an explanation it failed to satisfy. There was an alternative, the very thought of which made him fearfully uneasy, and yet brought a thrill with it. In all Eastern lands, love scorn takes to the dagger. He had half believed her when she swore she loved him. The man who could imagine himself loved by Yasmini and not be thrilled to his core would be inhuman, whatever reason and caution and caste and creed might whisper in imagination's wake. Reeling from fatigue, he felt like a man who had been racked, for the Ranger's strength was nearly unbelievable. He started toward where the mullah sat glowering in the cave mouth. He found the man who had carried his bag asleep at the foot of the ramp, and taking the bag away from him, let him lie there. And it took him 5 minutes to drag his hurt, weary bones up the ramp, for the fight had taken more out of him than he had guessed at first. The mullah glared at him but let him by without a word. It was by the fire at the back of the cave, where he stooped to dip water from the muller's enormous crock, that the next disturbing factor came to light. He kicked a brand into the fire and the flame leaped. Its light shone on a yard and a half of exquisitely fine hair, like spun gold, that caressed his shoulder and descended down one thread of hair that conjured up a million thoughts, and in a second upset every argument. If Ruwagunga had been near enough to her and intimate enough with her not only to become scented with her unmistakable perfume but even to get her hair on his person, then gone was all imagination of her love for himself. Then she had lied from first to last. Then she had tried to make him love her that she might use him, and finding she had failed, she had sent her true love with the dagger to make an end. In a moment he imagined a whole picture, as it might have been in a crystal, of himself trapped and made to don the Roman's armour and forced to pose to the savage hills, or fooled into posing to them as her lover, while Ruwagunga lurked behind the scenes and waited for the harvest in the end. And what kind of harvest? And what kind of man must Ruwagunga be who could lightly let go all the prejudices of the East and submit to what only the West has endured hitherto with any complacency a tertium quid? Yet what a fool he, King, had been not to appreciate at once that Ruwagunga must be her lover. Why should he not be? Were they not alike as cousins? And the East does not love its contrary, but its complement, being older in love than the West, and wiser in its ways in all but the material. He had been blind. He had overlooked the obvious that from first to last her plan had been to set herself and this Ruwagunga on the throne of India. He washed and went tln off the mummery of Muslim prayers for the watchful mullah's sake, and climbed onto his bed. But sleep seemed out of the question. He lay and tossed for an hour, his mind as busy as a terrier in hay. And when he did fall asleep at last, it was so to dream and mutter that the mullah came and shook him and preached him a half-hour sermon against the mortal sins that robbed men of peaceful slumber by giving them a foretaste of the hell to come. All that seemed kinder and more refreshing than King's own thoughts had been, for when the mullah had done at last and had gone striding back to the cave mouth, he really did fall sound asleep, and it was after dawn when he awoke. The mullah's voice, not untuneful, was rousing all the valley echoes in the call to prayer. Allah is Almighty. Allah is Almighty. Declare there is no God but Allah. Declare Muhammad is his prophet. Hie you to prayer. Hie you to salvation. Prayer is better than sleep. Prayer is better than sleep. There is no God but Allah. And while King knelt behind the mullah and the whole camp faced Mecca in forehead in the dust abasement, there came a strange procession down the midst, not strange to the hills where such sights are common, but strange to that camp and hour. Somebody rose and struck them, and they knelt like the rest, but when prayer was over and cooking had begun and the camp became a place of savoury smell, they came on again, 7 blind men. They were weary, ragged, lean, 7 very tattered Malians, and the front man led them, tapping the ground with a long stick. The others clung to him in line, one behind the other. He was the only clean-shaven one, and he was the tallest. He looked as if he had not been blind so long, for his physical health was better. All 7 men yelled at the utmost of their lungs, but he yelled the loudest. "Oh, the Hakim, the good Hakim," they wailed. "Where is the famous Hakim? We be blind men blind, we be blind blind. Oh, pity us. Is any kismet worse than ours? Oh, show us to the Hakim. Show us the way to him. Lead us to him. Oh, the famous, great, good Hakim who can heal men's eyes." The mullah looked down on them like a vulture waiting to see them die, and seeing they did not die, turned his back and went into his cave. Close to the ramp they stopped, and the front man, cocking his head to one side as only birds and the newly blind do, gave voice again in nasal sing-song. "Will none tell me where is the great, good, wise Hakim Karam Khan?" "I am he," said King, and he stepped down toward him, calling to an assistant to come and bring him water and a sponge. The blind man's face looked strangely familiar, though it was partly disguised by some gummy stuff stuck all about the eyes. Taking it in both hands, he tilted the eyes to the light and opened one eye with his thumb. There was nothing whatever the matter with it. He opened the other. "Rub me an ointment on," the man urged him, and he stared at the face again. "Ismail," he said. "You? I. Father of cleverness. Make play of healing my eyes." So King dipped a sponge in water and sent back for his bag and made a great show of rubbing on ointment. In a minute Ismail, looking almost like a young man without his great beard, was dancing like a lunatic with both fists in the air, and yelling as if wasps had stung him. "Aieeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee My eyes have light in them. Allah. Oh, Allah heap riches on the great wise Hakim who can heal men's eyes. Allah reward him richly, for I am a beggar and have no goods. The other 6 blind men came struggling to be next, and while King rubbed ointment on their eyes and saw that there was nothing there he could cure, the whole camp began to surge toward him to see the miracle, and his chosen bodyguard rushed up to drive them back. Find your way down the Khyber and ask for the Wilati Dukitar. He will finish the cure. The 6 blind men, half resentful, half believing, turned away, mainly because Ismail drove them with words and blows. And as they went, a tall Aphrodite came striding down the camp with a letter for the mullah held out in a cleft stick in front of him. Her answer, said Ismail with a wicked grin. What is her word? Where is the Oryxi Patan? But Ismail laughed and would not answer him. It seemed to King that he scented climax. So did his near 50 and their 30 friends. He chose to take the arrival of the blind men as a hint from Providence and to go it blind on the strength of what he had hoped might happen. Also he chose in that instant to force the mullah's hand, on the principle that hurried buffaloes will blunder. To Khinjan, he shouted to the nearest man. The mullah will march on Khinjan. They murmured and wondered and backed away from him to give him room. Ismail watched him with dropped jaw and wild eye. Spread it through the camp that we march on Khinjan. Shout it. Bid them strike the tents. Somebody behind took up the shout and it went across the camp in leaps, as men toss a ball. There was a surge toward the tents, but King called to his deserters and they clustered back to him. He had to cement their allegiance now or fail altogether, and he would not be able to do it by ordinary argument or by pleading. He had to fire their imagination. And he did. She is on our side. That was a sheer guess. She has kept our man and sent another as hostage for him in token of good faith. Listen. Ye saw this man's eyes healed. Let that be a token. Be ye the men with new eyes. Give it out. Claim the title and be true to it, and see me guide you down the Khyber in good time like a regiment, many more than 100 strong. They jumped at the idea. The hills, the whole East, for that matter, are ever ready to form a new sect or join a new band or a new blood feud. Witness the Nakalsanes, who worship a long since dead Englishman. We see, yelled one oft hem. We see, they chorused, and the idea took charge. From that minute they were a new band, with a war cry of their own. To Khinjan, they howled, scattering through the camp, and the mullah came out to glare at them and tug his beard and wonder what possessed them. To Khinjan, they roared at him. Lead us to Khinjan. To Khinjan, then, he thundered, throwing up both arms in a sort of double apostolic blessing, and then motioning as if he threw them the reins and leave to gallop. They roared back at him like the sea under the whip of a gaming wind. And Ismail disappeared among them, leaving King alone. Then the mullah's eyes fell on King and he beckoned him. King went up with an effort, for he ached yet from his struggle of the night before. Up there by the ashes of the fire the mullah showed him a letter he had crumpled in his fist. There were only a few lines, written in Arabic, which all mullahs are supposed to be able to read, and they were signed with a strange scrawl that might have meant anything. But the paper smelt strongly of her perfume. Come, then. Bring all your men, and I will let you and them enter Khyber caves. We will strike a bargain in the cavern Theathers drink. That was all, but the fire in the mullah's eyes showed that he thought it was enough. He did not doubt that once he should have his extra 4,000 in the caves, Khyber would be his, and he said so. Khyber is mine, he growled. India is mine. And King did not answer him. He did not believe Yasmini would be fool enough to trust herself in any bargain with Muhammad Anim. Yet he could see no alternative as yet. He could only be still and be glad he had set the camp moving and so had forced the mullah's hand. The old fatalist would have suspected her answer otherwise, he told himself, for he knew that he himself suspected it. While he and the mullah watched, the tents began to fall and the women lay bought to roll them. The men began firing their rifles, and within the hour enough ammunition had been squandered to have fought a good-sized skirmish, but the mullah did not mind, for he had Khyber caves in view, and none knew better than he what vast store of cartridges and dynamite was piled in there. He let them waste. Watching his opportunity, King slipped down the ramp and into the crowd, while the mullah was busy with personal belongings in the cave. King left his own belongings to the fates, or to any thief who should care to steal them. He was safe from the mullah in the midst of his nearly 80 men, who half believed him ascending from the skies. We see! We see! They yelled and danced around him. Before ever the mullah gave an order, they got underway and started climbing the steep valley wall. The mullah on his brown mule thrust forward, trying to get in the lead, and King and his men hung back, to keep at a distance from him. It was when the mullah had reached the top of the slope and was not far from being in the lead that Ismail appeared again, leading King's horse, that he had found in possession of another man. That did not look like enmity or treachery. King mounted and thanked him. Ismail wiped his knife, that had blood on it, and stuck his tongue through his teeth, which did not look quite like treachery either. Yet the Aphrodite could not be got to say a word. 2 or 3 miles along the top of the escarpment the mullah sent back word that he wanted the Hakim to be beside him. Doubtless he had looked back and had seen King on the horse, head and shoulders above the baggage. But King's men treated the messenger to open scorn and sent him packing. Bid the mullah hunt himself another Hakim. Be thou his Hakim. Stay, we will give thee a lesson in how to use a knife. The man ran, lest they carry out their threat, for men joke grimly in the hills. Ismail came and held King's stirrup, striding beside him with the easy hillman gait. Art thou my man at last? King asked him, but Ismail laughed and shook his head. I am her man. Where is she? King asked. Nay, who am I that I should know? But she sent thee. Aye, she sent me. To what purpose? To her purpose, the Aphrodite answered, and King could not get another word out of him. He fell behind. But out of the corner of his eye, and once or twice by looking back deliberately, King saw that Ismail was taking the members of his new band one by one and whispering to them. What he said was a mystery, but as they talked each man looked at King. And the more they talked the better pleased they seemed. And as the day wore on the more deferential they grew. By midday if King wanted to dismount there were 3 at least to hold his stirrup and 10 to help him mount again. Chapter 18 By Che sweat of your BRCW by the ache of wire your hones, in Che sun, in the wind, in Che chill of the rains, ye sowed as ye knew. And ye know it was BLJM betrodden and that by wire your CVM who sneered at lean furrows and mocked at the stones. But ye stayed and sowed on. And a little remains. Ye shall have for wire your faith. Ye shall reap your pains. 4,000 men with women and children and baggage do not move so swiftly as one man or a dozen, especially in the hills where discipline is reckoned beneath a proud man's honor. There were many miles to go before Khyber when night fell and the mullah bade them camp. He bade them camp because they would have done it otherwise in any case. And we said King to his all but 80 who crowded around him, being men with new eyes and with a great new hope in us, will halt here and eat the evening meal and watch for an opportunity. Opportunity for what? They asked him. An opportunity to show how Allah loves the brave, said King, and they had to be content with that, for he would say no more to them. Seeing he would not talk, they made their little fires all around him and watched while their women cooked the food. The mullah would not let them eat until he and the whole camp had prayed like the only righteous. When the evening meal was eaten, and sentries had been set at every vantage point, and the men all sat about cleansing their beards and fingers, the mullah sent for the Hakim again. Only this time he sent 20 men to fetch him. There was so nearly a fight that the skin all down King's back was goose flesh, for a fight at that juncture would have ruined everything. At the least he would have been made a hopeless, helpless prisoner. But in the end the mullah's men drew off snarling, and before they could have time to receive new orders or reinforcements, King's die was cast. There came another order from the mullah. The women and children were to be left in camp next Khyber, and to remain there until sent for. There was murmuring at that around the camp, and especially among King's contingent. But King laughed. "It is good," he said. "Why?" "How so?" they asked him. "Bid your women make for the Khyber soon after the mullah marches tomorrow. Bid them travel down the Khyber until we and they meet. But please yourselves, sahibs." The Hakim's air was one of supremest indifference. "As for me, I leave no women behind me in the mountains. I am content." They murmured a while, but they gave the orders to their women, and King watched the women nod. And all that while Ismail watched him with carefully disguised concern, but undisguised interest. And King understood. Enlightenment comes to a man swiftly, when it does come, as a rule. He recalled that Yasmini had not done much to make his first entry into Khyber easy. On the contrary, she had put him on his mettle and had set Ruwagunga to the task of frightening him and had tested him and tried him before tempting him at last. She must be watching him now, for even the East repeats itself. She had sent Ismail for that purpose. It might be Ismail's business to drive a knife in him at the first opportunity, but he doubted that. It was much more likely that, having failed in an attempt to have him murdered, she was superstitiously remorseful. Her course would depend on his. If he failed, she was done with him. If he succeeded in establishing a strong position of his own, she would yield. All of which did not explain Ismail's whisperings and noddings and chin-strokings with King's contingent. But it explained enough for King's present purpose, and he wasted no time on riders to the problem. With or without Ismail's aid, with or without his enmity, he must control his 80 men and give the slip to the mullah, and he went at once about the best way to do both. "We will go now," he said quietly. "That sentry in yonder shadow has his back turned. He has overeaten. We will rush him and put good running between us and the mullah." Surprised into obedience, and too delighted at the prospect of action to wonder why they should obey a Hakim so, they slung on their bandoliers and made ready. Ismail brought up King's horse and he mounted. And then at King's word all 80 made a sudden swoop on the drowsy sentry and took him unawares. They tossed him over the cliff, too startled to scream an alarm, and though sentries on either hand heard them and shouted, they were gone into outer darkness like wind-blown ghosts of dead men before the mullah even knew what was happening. They did not halt until not one of them could run another yard, King trusting to his horse to find a footing along the cliff tops, and to the men to find the way. Whither, one whispered to him to Khyber, he answered, and that was enough. Each whispered to the other, and they all became fired with curiosity more potent than money bribes. When he halted at last and dismounted and sat down and the stragglers caught up, panting, they held a council of war all together, with Ismail sitting at King's back and leaning a chin on his shoulder in order to hear better. Bone pressed on bone, and the place grew numb. King shook him off a dozen times, but each time Ismail set his chin back on the same spot, as a dog will that listens to his master. Yet he insisted he was her man, and not King's. "Now, ye men of the hills," said King, "listen to me, who am political offender with reward for capture offered." That was a gem of a title. It fired their imaginations. "I know things that no soldier would find out in 1,000 years, and I will tell you some of what I know." Now he had to be careful. If he were to invent too much, they might denounce him as a traitor to the hills in general. If he were to tell them too little, they would lose interest and might very well desert him at the first pinch. He must feel for the middle way and upset no prejudices. "She has discovered that this Mullah Muhammad Anim is no true Muslim, but an unbelieving dog of a foreigner from Farangistan. She has discovered that he plans to make himself an emperor in these hills, and to sell hillmen into slavery. Might as well serve the mullah up hot while about it." Beyond any doubt, not much more than a mile away, the mullah was getting even by condemning the lot of them to death. "An eye for the risk of an eye," say the unforgiving hills. If one of us should go back into his camp now, he would be tortured. Be sure of that. Breathing deeply in the darkness, they nodded, as if the dark had eyes. Ismail's chin drove a fraction deeper into his shoulder. "Now ye know, for all men know, that the entrance into Khyber caves is free to any man who can tell a lie without flinching. It is the way out again that is not free. How many men do ye know that have entered and never returned?" They all nodded again. It was common knowledge that Khyber was a very graveyard of the presumptuous. "She has set a trap for the mullah. She will let him and all his men enter and will never let them out again." "How knowest thou?" This from two men, one on either hand. "Was I never in Khyber caves?" he retorted. "Whence came I? I am her man, sent to help trap the mullah. I would have trapped all you, but for being weary of these hills and wishful to go back to India and be pardoned. That is who I am. That is how I know." Their breath came and went sibilantly, and the darkness was alive with the excitement they thought themselves too wanny-like to utter. "But what will she do then?" asked somebody. King searched his memory, and in a moment there came back to him a picture of the hurrying Jailchi he had held up in the Khyber Pass, and recollection of the man's words. "Know ye not," he said, "that long ago she gave leave to all who ate the soul to be true to the salt? She gave the Khyber Jailchis leave to fight against her. Be sure, whatever she does, she will stand between no man and his pardon." "But will she lead a jihad?" "We will not fight against her." "Nay," said King, drawing his breath in. Ismail's chin felt like a knife against his collarbone, and Ismail's iron fingers clutched his arm. It was time to give his hostage to Dame Fortune. She will go down into India and use her influence in the matter of the pardons. "I believe thou art a very great liar indeed," said the man who lacked part of his nose. The Pathan went, and he did not come back. "What proof have ye of me?" said King. "If I show you no proof, how can I escape you?" They all grunted agreement as to that. King used his elbow to hit Ismail in the ribs. He did not dare speak to him, but now was the time for Ismail to carry information to her, supposing that to be his job. And after a minute Ismail rolled into a shadow and was gone. King gave him 20 minutes start, letting his men rest their legs and exercise their tongues. Now that he was out of the mullah's clutches, and he suspected Yasmini would know of it within an hour or two, and before dawn in any event, he began to feel like a player in a game of chess who foresees his opponent mate in so many moves. If Yasmini were to let the mullah and his men into the caves and to join forces with him in there, he would at least have time to hurry back to India with his 80 men and give warning. He might have time to call up the Khyber Jailchis and blockade the caves before the hive could swarm, and he chuckled to think of the hope of that. On the other hand, if there was to be a battle royal between Yasmini and the mullah, he would be there to watch it and to comfort India with the news. "Now we will go on again, in order to be close to Khyber at break of day," he said, and they all got up and obeyed him as if his word had been law to them for years. Of all of them he was the only man in doubt, he who seemed most confident of all. They swung along into the darkness under low-hung stars, trailing behind King's horse, with only half a dozen off him 100 yards or so ahead as an advance guard, and all of them expecting to see Khyber loom above each next valley, for distances and darkness are deceptive in the hills even to trained eyes. Suddenly the advance guard halted, but did not shoot. And as King caught up with them he saw they were talking with someone. He had to ride up close before he recognized the Oryxi Patan. "Salam," said the fellow with a grin. "I bring 111. As he spoke graveyard shadows rose out of the darkness all around and leaned on rifles. "Be ye men all ex-soldiers of the Raj?" King asked them. "Aye," they growled in chorus. "What will ye?" "Pardons." They all said the word together. "Who gave you leave to come?" King asked. "None. He told us of the pardons and we came." "Aye," said the Oryxi Patan, drawing King aside. "But she gave me leave to seek them out and tempt them." "And what does she intend?" King asked him suddenly. "She? Ask Allah, who put the spirit in her. How should I know? We will march again, my brothers." King shouted, and they streamed along behind him, now with no advance guard, but with the Oryxi Patan striding beside King's horse, with a great hand on the saddle. Like the others, he seemed decided in his mind that the Hakim ought not to be allowed much chance to escape. Just as the Cloin was tinting the surrounding peaks with softest rose they topped a ridge, and Khyber lay below them across the mile-wide bone-dry valley. They all stood and stared at it, leaning on their guns. All the men with new eyes saw it now for the first time, and it held them speechless, for with its patchwork towers and high battlements it looked like a very city of the spirits that their tales around the fire on winter nights so linger on. And while they watched, and the Khyber men were beginning to murmur, for they needed no last view of the place to satisfy any longings, none else than Ismail rose from behind a rock and came to King's stirrup. He tugged and King backed his horse until they stood together apart. "She sends this message," said Ismail, showing his teeth in the most peculiar grin that surely the hills ever witnessed. And then, omitting the message, he proceeded first to give some news. "Many of her men who have never been in the army, are none the less true to her, and she will not leave them to the mullah's mercy. They will leave the caves in a little while and will come up here. They are to go down into India and be made prisoners if Sirkar will not enlist them. You are to wait for them here." "Is that all her message?" King asked him. "Nay. That is none of it. This is her message. Thou shalt know this day, thou Englishman, whether or not she truly loved thee. There shall be proof, such as even thou shalt understand." "What does that mean?" "Nay, who am I that I should know?" Ismail slipped away and lost himself among the men, and none of them seemed to notice that he had been away and had come again. On King's advice a dozen men climbed nearby eminences and began to watch for the mullah's coming. The Khyber men murmured openly, they wanted to be off. "But no," said King. "Go if you will, but she has sent word that other men are coming. I wait for them here." After a great deal of resentful argument they consented to lie hidden for an hour or two, but no longer, and King hid his horse in a hollow and persuaded 3 of them to gather grass for him. It was a little more than an hour after dawn and the chilled rocks were beginning to grow warmer when the head of a procession came out of Khyber Gate and started toward them over the valley. In all more than 500 men emerged and about 100 women and children, and King's men were kept busy for half an hour counting them and quarrelling about the exact number. Some of them were burdened heavily, and there was much discussion as to whether to loot them or not. Then, "Muhammad Anim comes," shouted a voice from a crag top. They snuggled into better hiding, and there was no thought now of leaving before the mullah should go by. There began to be wagers as to whether her men would be hidden out of sight before the mullah could top the rise, and then, when the last man was safe across the valley and up the cliff and in hiding, there was endless argument as to how much each had bet and to whom he had lost. It needed an effort to quiet them when the mullah rose into view at last above the rise and paused for a minute to stare across at Khyber before leading his 4,000 down and onward. He was silent as an image, but his men roared like a river in flood and he made no effort to check them. He was like a man who has made up his mind to victory in any event. He seemed to be speculating 3 or 4 moves ahead of this one, and to hold this one such a foregone conclusion in his mind that it had ceased to interest. He was admirable, there was no doubt of that. In his own way, like an old bull sniffing up the wind for trouble, he could command a decent man's respect. He dismounted, for he had to, and tossed his reins to the nearest man with the air of an emperor. And he led the way down the cliffside without hesitation, striding like a mountaineer. His men followed him noisily, holding hands to make human chains at the difficult places and shouting a great deal, but not quite naturally now. They were too impressed by the seriousness of what they undertook, and in their hearts too much afraid. The noise was bravado. It was a weary long wait, watching from the crevices until the last man's back departed down the cliff, and the procession Pied Piper of Hamelin and rats, but no music, wound across the valley. At last Khyber gate opened and the mullah led in. The gate did not shut after the last man, King noted that. "Let us go now," shouted 50 voices, and every man of King's party showed himself and stretched. "Let us go." Why wait? But King would not go. Nor would he explain why he would not go. Nor could he tell himself what held him, gazing at Khyber, except that he thought of Yasmini and ached to know what she was doing. It was 30 minutes after the last of the mullah's men had vanished through the gate, and his own men in dozens and 20s were scattered along the cliff-top arguing against delay with growing rancour, when a lone horseman galloped out of Khyber gate and staffed across the valley. He rode recklessly. He was either panic-stricken or else bolder than the devil. In a minute King had recognized the mare, and so had the eyes of 50 men around him. No man with half an eye for a horse could have failed to recognize that black mare, having ever seen her once. She came like a goat among the rocks, just as she had once dived into darkness in the Khyber with King following. In another 2 minutes King had recognized the Rangar's silken turban. And now there was no need to restrain the men, they all stood and watched, to know what new turn affairs were taking. Most of them were staring downward at the Rangar's head as he urged the mare up the cliff path, when the explanation of Yasmini's message came. It was only King, urged by some intuition, who had his eyes fixed on Khyber. There came a shock that actually swayed the hill they stood on. The mare on the path below missed her footing and fell a dozen feet, only to get up again and scramble as if 1,000 devils were behind her, the Rangar riding her grimly, like a jockey in a race. 3 more shocks followed. A great slice of Khyber suddenly caved in with a roar, and smoke and dust burst upward through the tumbling crust. There was a pause after that, as if the waiting elements were gathering strength. For 10 minutes they watched and scarcely breathed. Ruwagunga gained the summit and, dismounting, stood by King with the reins over his arm. The mare was too blown to do anything but stand and tremble. And King was too enthralled to do anything but stare. "That is what a woman can do for a man," said Ruwagunga grimly. She set a fuse and exploded all the dynamite. There were tons of it. The galleries must have fallen in, one on the other. 1,000 men digging for 1,000 years could never get into Khyber now, and the only way out is down Earth's drink. She bade me come and bid you goodbye, Sahib. I would have stayed in there, but she commanded me. She said, "Tell King Sahib my love was true. Tell him I give him India and all Asia that were at my mercy." While the Rangar spoke there came 3 more earth tremors in swift succession, and a thunder out of Khyber as if the very hills were coming to an end. The mare grew frantic and the Rangar summoned 6 men to hold her. Suddenly, right over the top of Khyber's upper rim, where only the eagles ever perched, there burst a column of water, immeasurable, huge, that for a moment blotted out the sun. It rose sheer upward, curved on itself, and fell in a million-ton deluge onto Khyber and into Khyber Valley, hissing and roaring and thundering. Earth's drink had been blocked by the explosion and had found a new way over the barrier before plunging down again into the bowels of the world. The one sky-flung leap it made as its weight burst down a mountain wall was enough to blot out Khyber forever, and what had been a dry mile-wide moat was a shallow lake with death's rack and rubbish floating on the surface. The earth rocked. The hillman prayed, and King stared, trying to minimize all that had been. Suddenly it flashed across his mind that the Ranger who had striven like a fiend to stab him only a matter of hours ago was now standing behind him, within a yard. He was up on his feet in a second and faced about. The Ranger laughed. "So ends the heart of the hills," he said. "Think kindly of her, Sahib. She thought well enough of you." He laughed again and sprang on the black mare, and before King could speak or raise a hand to stop him he was off, hell-bent for leather along the precipice in the direction of the Khyber Pass and India. Two of the men who had come out of Khyber mounted and spurred after him. King collected his men and the women and children. It was easy, for they were numb from what they had witnessed and dazed by fear. In half an hour he had them mustered and marching. "Let us go back and loot the mullah's camp and take the women," urged a dozen men at least. "Go then," said King. "Go back." "But I go on." "He is afraid." "The Hakim is afraid of what he saw." King let them think so. He let them think anything they chose, knowing well that what had unnerved him had at least rendered them amenable to leading. They would have no more dared go back without him, and without at least 100 others, than they would have dared go and hunt in the ruins of Khyber. Even Ismail clung to his stirrup and would not leave him, looking like a fledgling with his beard all new sprouted on his jaw, and eyes wider than any bird's. "Why art thou here?" King asked him. Had she no true men who would die with her? The Aphrodite scowled, but choked the answer back. "Art thou my man now?" King asked him. But he shook his head. So they marched without talking over the hideous boulder-strewn range that separates Khyber from the Khyber, sleeping fitfully whenever King called a halt, and eating almost nothing at all, for only a few of them had thought of bringing food. They reached the Khyber famished and were fed at Ali Masjid Fort, after King had given a certain password and had whispered to the officer commanding. But he did not change into European clothes yet, and none of his following suspected him of being an Englishman. "A Ranger on a black mare has gone down the pass ahead of you in a hurry," they told him at Ali Masjid. He had 2 men with him and food enough. Only stopped long enough to make his business known. "What did he say his business is?" asked King. "He gave a sign and said a word that satisfied us, on that point." "Oh," said King. "Can you signal down the pass?" "Surely." "Courtney still at Jamrud?" "Yes." "In charge there and growing tired of doing nothing?" "Signal down and ask him to have that bath ready for me that I spoke about." "Goodbye." So he left Ali Masjid at the head of a motley procession that grew noisier and more confident every hour. Ismail still clung to his stirrup, but began to grow more lively and to have a good many orders to fling to the rest. "You moan like a dog," King told him. 3 howls and a whine and a little sulking and then forgetfulness. Ismail looked nasty at that but did not answer, although he seemed to have a hot word ready. And thenceforward he hung his head more, and at least tried to seem bereaved. But his manner was unconvincing nonetheless, and King found it food for thought. The ex-soldiers and would-be soldiers marched in 4s behind him, growing hourly more like drilled men, and talking, with each stride that brought them nearer India, more as men do who have an interest in law and order. Behind them tramped the women from Khyber, carrying their babies and their husbands' loads, and behind them again were the other women, who had been told they would be overtaken in the Khyber, but who had actually had to run themselves raw-footed in order to catch up. Down the Khyber have come conquerors, a dozen conquering kings, and as many beaten armies, but surely no stranger host than this ever trudged between the echoing walls. The very eagles screamed at them. And as they neared Jamrud Fort, the men who sought pardons began to grow sheepish. They began to remember that the Hakim might after all be a trickster, and to realize how much too friendly, how almost intimate he had been with the Sahibs at Ali Masjid. They began to cluster round him instead of letting him lead, and by the time they met the farthest outposts up the Khyber they were as nervous as raw recruits and ready to turn and bolt at a word, for no one can be more timid than your hillman when he is not sure of himself, just as no one can be braver when he knows his ground. Signals preceded them, and Courtney himself rode up the pass to greet them. But of course he was not very cordial to King, considering his disguise, and he chose to keep the hillmen in doubt yet as to their eventual reception. But one of them, the Oryxi Patan, for nothing could completely unman him, shouted to know whether it was true that pardons had been offered for deserters, and Courtney nodded. They were less timid after that. Some of them pulled medals out and pinned them outside their shirts. At Jamrud they were given food and their rifles were taken away from them, and a guard was set to watch them. But the guard only consisted of 2 men, both of whom were Pathans, and they assured them that, ridiculous though it sounded, the British were actually willing to forgive their enemies and to pardon all deserters who applied for pardon on condition of good faith in the future. That night they prayed to Allah like little children lost and found. The women crooned love songs to their babies over the clear fires, and the men talked and talked and talked until the stars grew big as moons to weary eyes, and they slept at last, to dream of khaki uniforms and Kamal Sahibs who knew neither fear nor favour and who said things that were so. It is a mad world to the Himalayan hillman, where men in authority tell truth unadorned, without shame and without consideration, a mad, mad world, and perhaps too exotic to be wholesome, but pleasant while the dream lasts. Over in the fort Courtney placed a bath at King's disposal and lent him clean clothes and a razor. But he was not very cordial. "Tell me all the war news," said King, splashing in the tub. And Courtney told him, passing him another cake of soap when the first was finished. After all, there was not much to tell. Butchery in Belgium, Huns and guns, and the everlastingly glorious stand that saved Paris and France and Europe. According to the cables, our men are going the records one better. "I think that's all," said Courtney. "Then why the stuffiness?" asked King. "Of a tube, so to speak." "You're under arrest," said Courtney. "The deuce I am. Why am I talked to at the end? I'm taking care of you myself to obviate the necessity of putting a sentry on guard over you." "Good of you, I'm sure. What's it all about?" "I don't mind telling you, but I'd rather you'd wait. The minute you were sighted word was wired down to headquarters, and the general himself will be up here by train any minute." "Very well," said King. "Got a cigar?" "Got a black one." "Blacker the better." He was out of his bath and remembered that minute that he had not smoked a cigar since leaving India. Naked, shaved, with some of the stain removed, he did not look like a man in trouble as he filled his lungs with the saltpetrish smoke of a fat trichinopoli. And then the general came and did not wait for King to get dressed, but burst into the bathroom and shook hands with him while he was still naked and asked 10 questions, like a Gatling gun, while King was getting on his trousers, divining each answer after the 3rd word and waving the rest aside. "And why am I arrested, sir?" asked King the moment he could slip the question in edgewise. "Oh, yes, of course. Try the case here as well as anywhere. What does this mean?" Out of his pocket the general produced a letter that smelled strongly of a scent King recognized. He spread it out on a table, and King read. It was Yasmini's letter that she had sent down the Khyber to make India too hot to hold him. "Your Captain Kug has been too much trouble. He has taken money from the Germans. He adopted native dress. He called himself Karamtian. He slew his own brother at night in the pass. These men will say that he carried Chahed to Chinjan, and their word is true. I, Yasmin plus or minus, saw. He used the head for a passport to obtain admittance. He proclaims he urges invasion of India. He held up his brother's head before 5,000 men and boasted of the murder. I next will hear of your captain king of the Khyber rifles. He will be lead plus or minus RG a jihad into India. You would have better trusted me. Yasmini. Too bad about your brother, said the general. The body is buried. How much is true about the head? King told him. Where's she? Asked the general. King did not answer. The general waited. I don't know, sir. Ask the Ranger, Courtney suggested. Where is he? Asked King. Caught him coming down the Khyber on his black mare and arrested him. He's in the next room. I hope he's to be hanged. So that I can buy the mare, he added cheerfully. King whistled softly to himself, and the general looked at him through half-closed eyes. Go in and talk to him, King. Let me know the result. He had picked King to go up the Khyber on that errand not for nothing. He knew King and he knew the symptoms. Without answering him, King obeyed. He went out of the room into a dark corridor and rapped on the door of the next room to the right. There was a muffled answer from within. Courtney shouted something to the sentry outside the door and he called another man who fitted a key in the lock. King walked into a room in which one lamp was burning and the door slammed shut behind him. He was in there an hour, and it never did transpire just what passed, for he can hold his tongue on any subject like a clam, and the general, if anything, can go him one better. Courtney was placed under orders not to talk, so those who say they know exactly what happened in the room between the time when the door was shut on King and the time when he knocked to have it opened and called for the general, are not telling the truth. What is known is that finally the general hurried through the door and ejaculated, "Well, I'm damned," before it could close again. The sentry, Punjabi Musalman, has sworn to that over a dozen campfires since the day. And it is known, too, for the sentry has taken oath on it and has told the story so many times without much variation that no one who knows the man's record doubts any longer. It is known that when the door opened again, King and the general walked out, with the Ranger between them. And the Ranger had no turban on, but carried it unwound in his hand. And his golden hair fell nearly to his knees and changed his whole appearance. And he was weeping. And he was not a Ranger at all, but she, and how anybody can ever have mistaken her for a man, even in man's clothes and with her skin darkened, was beyond the sentry's power to guess. He for one, etc. But nobody believed that part of his tale. As Yusuf bin Ali said over the campfire up the Khyber later on, when she sets out to disguise herself, she is what she will be, and he who says he thinks otherwise has two tongues and no conscience. What is surely true is that the four of them, Yasmini, the general, Courtney and King, sat up all night in a room in the fort, talking together, while a succession of sentries overstrained their ears endeavouring to hear through keyholes. And the sentries heard nothing and invented very much. But Partan Singh, the Sikh, who carried in bread and cocoa to them at about 5 the next morning and found them still talking, heard King say, "So, in my opinion, sir, there'll be no jihad in these parts. There'll be sporadic raids, of course, but nothing a brigade can't deal with. The heart of the holy war's torn out and thrown away." "Very well," said the general. "You can get up the Khyber again and join your regiment." But by that time the Ranger's turban was on again and the tears were dry, and it was Partan Singh who threw most doubt on the sentry's tale about the golden hair. But, as the sentry said, no doubt Partan Singh was jealous. There is no doubt whatever that the general went back to Peshawar in the train at 8 o'clock and that the Ranger went with him in a separate compartment with about a dozen hillmen chosen from among those who had come down with King. And it is certain that before they went King had a talk with the Ranger in a room alone, of which conversation, however, the sentry reported afterward that he did not overhear one word, and he had to go to the doctor with a cold in his ear at that. He said he was nearly sure he heard weeping. But on the other hand, those who saw both of them come out were certain that both were smiling. It is quite certain that Athelstan king went up the Khyber again, for the official records say so, and they never lie, especially in time of war. He rode a coal-black mare, and Courtney called him Jiki a lifter. Some say the Ranger went to Delhi. Some say Yasmini is in Delhi. Some say no. But it is quite certain that before he started up the Khyber, king showed Courtney a great gold bracelet that he had under his sleeve. 5 men saw him do it. And if that was really Ruwagunga in the general's train, why was the general so painfully polite to him? And why did Ismail insist on riding in the train, instead of accepting King's offer to go up the Khyber with him? One thing is very certain. King was right about the jihad. There has been none in spite of all Turkey's and Germany's efforts. There have been sporadic raids, much as usual, but nothing one brigade could not easily deal with, the paid press to the contrary notwithstanding. King of the Khyber Rifles is now a major, for you can see that by turning up the army list. But if you wish to know just what transpired in the room in Jamrud Fort while the general and Courtney waited, you must ask King if you dare, for only he knows, and one other. It is not likely you can find the other. But it is likely that you may hear from both of them again, for a woman and intrigue are one, as India says. The war seems long, and the world is large, and the chances for intrigue are almost infinite, given such combination as King and Yasmini and a love affair. And as King says on occasion, Kuch da unahin hai. There is no such thing as fear. Another one might say, the roof's the limit. And bear in mind, for this is important, King wrote to Yasmini a letter, in Urdu from the Mullah's cave, in which he as good as gave her his word of honour to be her loyal servant should she choose to return to her allegiance. He is no splitter of hairs, no quibbler. His word is good on the darkest night or wherever he casts a shadow in the sun. A man and his promise, a woman and intrigue are one. The end ***** end of the Project Gutenberg ebook King of the Khyber Rifles, a romance of adventure ***** updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg TM electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg TM concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license.